We in the building, man. What they do? What they do, y'all in the building, man? It's your boy King David in the building, man. I'm back at y'all with some boxing. You know what I mean? If you're new to the channel, man, be sure to hit that. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Goddamn. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that like button, man. We got a hell of a show in store for you today. We're going through the pound for pound list, goddamn. The pound for pound list. Be sure to hit that like button. Be sure to hit that goddamn like button on your way in. We're going to be going through a pound for pound list, man. So, I know my pound for pound list is going to trigger some people. You know what I'm saying? But I got to say what I got to say. I got to do what I got to do. You know what I'm saying? Everything that I say, everything that comes out of my mouth, you can follow it with logic. You can follow it with facts. You know what I'm saying? You can follow it with the history. You know what I'm saying? I don't just talk out of turn, man. Everything that I say, I can back it up. I could defend my positions. I could defend my arguments. Let me see who's in the building. Sean Bailey, say what's up with it. What up with it, Sean Bailey? Salute to you, family. Yes, sir. Terry Smooth Jr. in the motherfucking building. Say ESJ #1. Bruh, come on, man. You can't even let me get a good minute in before you start trolling, huh, Terry? Salute to you, Terry Smooth Jr., man. Salute to you, man. It's going to be real cool chopping it up with y'all tonight, man, about this pound for pound list. I know the pound for pound list is subjective. I know the pound for pound list is subjective, but I feel very strongly about my pound for pound list, man. I put some real thought into my pound for pound list, and I'm happy and ready to share it with y'all, man. You know what I mean? I'm happy and ready to share it with y'all, man. You know what I mean? So look, without further ado, man, let's go ahead and get down into it, man. We ain't gonna waste nobody's time. We're gonna get down into it, man. You know what I mean? We're gonna get down and dirty into it, man. So what's this? Ochfik? I don't know what that mean, bro. He said sister 19 LOL online. Okay. I hear you. Online. Sister, I don't know what that mean. I mean, you a sister? You trying to tell me you a sister? I don't know. Look like code or something, JavaScript or something what you writing. I don't know what that mean, bro. Or sis, you know what I mean? But let's get on into it, man. Pound for pound list, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, man. So I'm gonna start off first by giving y'all my criteria for my pound for pound list, man. I'm gonna give y'all my criteria. Just like everybody else, everybody got their own criteria for how they grade fighters. I got my criteria for how I grade fighters. You know what I'm saying? So number one, as far as criteria is concerned, we do look at the resume. Absolutely. Resume is an important part of anyone's pound for pound list, and mine is no exception, because if you haven't fought top quality opposition, if you haven't been in the ring with world-class opponents, then that is definitely going to be a hindrance on your standing on the pound for pound list. You know what I mean? So we definitely need quality opposition. We definitely need quality competition. But one thing I want to make clear is quality opposition doesn't necessarily mean belt holders. Okay, let me say that shit one more time. Quality competition does not necessarily mean belt holders. Because you can hold the belt and not necessarily be a quality opponent. You know what I mean? And we could talk more about that later, but I just wanted to clarify that, to reduce some of the shock value involved in there. You know what I mean? Okay. The second thing that we're going to look at, accolades. Accolades. We look at accolades too when we determine the pound for pound list. Accolades are important, although it's not everything to have a bunch of accolades, because you can have a bunch of blank accolades. You know what I mean? But accolades are important. The amount of belts that you've won in your career. The amount of weight classes that you went up or down in your career. Okay? The amount of title defenses that you've had. And that's another thing that a lot of people don't take into consideration. Title defenses. Listen, if you're a guy and you've defended your title 20 times in a weight division, why are we holding that above people? Why are we not taking that into consideration and putting it up against the guy who's been climbing multiple weight classes and things like that? I think it's significantly important when we have a guy in a weight class who has defended his belt 20 times. against everybody in that division who's dominated his weight class. That means that anybody who comes up to challenge this dude, he dominates. Point blank, period. You know what I mean? Before I move on to the next criteria, let's read what Terry Smooth Jr. got to say. Terry Smooth Jr. say ESJ, Canelo, Josh Taylor, Jermail Charlo, Tank Davis, Better Beef, Usyk, Inoue, Cool Boy Steph, GGG, pound for pound top 10. Man, I agree. I disagree with at least half of that list, Terry. At least half of that list is crazy as hell to me. You know what I mean? And I hope you ain't got you can have ESJ on your list, but you better not be number one, Terry. I hope that ain't what you're trying to say. You know what I mean? And I don't know about cute cool boy Steph. I mean, he ain't really there yet. He about to fight away from being there, but you know, we're gonna get all the way into it. And GGG, he don't belong there at all. You know what I mean? He don't belong there at all. Okay. But yes, moving on in the criteria, man. The next thing we look at is skills. Skills pay the bills, man. One of the main reasons that the pound for pound list exists is that we look to measure whether or not an opponent's skill set can translate up and down in weight. Okay. If Terence Crawford was the size of a Deontay Wilder, would he be the best heavyweight champion right now? Would he be the guy who's dominating weight classes? That's part of how we need to determine who's high or low on the pound for pound list. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason. Skills pay the bills. And you can't be a pound for pound guy without skills, period. You know what I mean? So skills, that's the third thing. But the fourth criteria that I use to gauge my pound for pound list, and this is going to be the most controversial part of my pound for pound list. Okay. The fourth thing that I use to gauge my pound for pound list is the willingness to fight the best. Okay, that's gonna shut a lot of fuck shit down right there. The willingness to fight the best. Okay, so you can be a guy who has the best resume. You can be a guy who has all these accolades. You can be a guy who got some skills. But if you're not willing to fight the best competition, I can't rate you that high on my pound for pound list. You're gonna lose points because you're not willing to fight the best competition available. You're going to lose points on my pound for pound list because you're ducking and dodging certain fighters. You know what I mean? You're going to lose points on my pound for pound list because I haven't seen you in the ring with guys that would give you the ability to call yourself the best. You know what I mean? So that's going to be the most controversial part of my pound for pound list. The fact of the matter is, if you're not fighting the best competition, or you're not willing, let me correct that, willing to fight the best competition, that is going to hinder or decrease your value on my pound for pound list. And the opposite is true as well. If you're a guy and you're willing to fight the best competition, or you're willing to get in the ring with the best competition, or you're willing to fight any and everybody, then that is going to bring you forward on my pound for pound list. So I want y'all to keep all this in mind when I go down my pound for pound list, because I know that this shit is going to trigger some people. You know what I mean? I know it's going to trigger some people, but I don't give a fuck. That's what I need y'all to understand first and foremost. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go down my pound for pound list. You know what I mean? But before that, I'm going to do some honorable mentions. But after I go through my pound for pound list, I'm going to open up the motherfucking panel. If anybody want to come on and want to rock with your boy, you're more than willing to rock with your boy. You can give me your pound for pound list. You can talk shit about my pound for pound list. However you want to do it, man, we can do it. You know what I mean? So yes, sir. Let's go ahead and let's do some honorable mentions, man. And the purpose of me doing honorable mentions before the pound for pound list, the purpose of me doing honorable mentions is to make it known that these fighters are about 1 or 2 fights away from being on a pound for pound list, okay? Because some of these dudes deserve to be on a pound for pound list, but because they're missing that one marquee fight or that one big fight in their career, for that reason, they're off the pound for pound list or my pound for pound list. You know what I mean? Maybe they're up and coming. Maybe they're there. You know, maybe they got the necessary fights, but they haven't won a belt yet. You know, these guys are right around that little area and should be mentioned in a pound for pound on every pound for pound list. Should they be able to get 1 or 2 fights needed in order to get there? So I'm gonna mention these honorable mentions, man, and y'all let me know how y'all feel about it, man. So the first honorable mention, man, is Devin Haney. Devin Haney is my first honorable mention, man. I think that goes without saying. Devin Haney is literally one fight away from being on any and everybody's pound for pound list. He should be. If Devin Haney gets this fight with George Cambosis, he goes from off the pound for pound list to easily pound for pound top 6, top 7, maybe even top 5 on some lists. You know what I mean? Maybe even top 4 on some lists. Devin Haney is 100% an honorable mention on the pound for pound list. Here's another guy who's an honorable mention on the pound for pound list, and that is Triple G. Triple G is gonna be on some people's pound for pound list, but at the end of the day, Triple G is he's one or two fights shy of being on a pound for pound list. And the reason for that is prior to a Canelo Alvarez fight, Triple G has no real notable wins to mention. He fought Danny Jacobs, but Danny Jacobs wasn't the best at 160 pounds when he fought him. He fought some okay or decent level competition, but he never got in the ring with Andrade. He never got in the ring with Charlo. He lost twice to Canelo Alvarez. So for that reason, he's just off of that pound for pound list. If Triple G was to somehow get a win over Andrade or Charlo, he's getting ready to fight this Murata dude. But even with a win like that, I still wouldn't put him on a pound for pound list, But the thing about it is, Triple G just ain't gonna be there, point blank period. He's just off of it, And the thing about Triple G too as well is, Triple G is he's still there at 160. But now that Andrade and Charlo are leaving 160, clearly they're leaving 160 and they're moving up to 168 pounds. There's really nobody else at 160 for Triple G to get that kind of credibility beating in order to become a person on a pound for pound list. You know what I mean? You got these up and coming guys, you guys like Yanabek and maybe some other guys around 160. But right now that Andrade and Charlo are just about gone out of 160 pounds, I mean, there's nobody for him to make any real name off of. He let those guys slip through his fingers. He didn't fight those guys when he had the opportunity. So there's nothing there for him at 160 at the end of the day. But Triple G's on my pound for pound list. You know what I mean? Another guy who's on who's an honorable mention on there, Dimitri Bivol. Dimitri Bivol is one fight away from being on my pound for pound list. Dimitri Bivol needs maybe about one big fight, man. If he was to get in there with the Archer Beterbiev, or he was to get in there with a Joe Smith Jr., or he was to get in there with the Canelo Alvarez or somebody else, or even just a guy up there, maybe Anthony Yard or somebody like that. Okay, Dimitri Bivol, Anthony Yard's at 175. I think he is. Dimitri Bivol would be on my pound for pound list. 100%. Another honorable mention is Keith Thurman. So I know a lot of people don't like Keith Thurman right now. I know there's a lot of hate going on in regards to Keith Thurman, but Keith Thurman was the guy who defeated an undefeated Danny Garcia. Keith Thurman was the guy who beat Sean Porter before Earl Spence did it. Keith Thurman has a hell of a resume. Keith Thurman was a unified champion at 147 pounds. He was the guy before Earl Spence was the guy. If Keith Thurman was to secure a big win, Keith Thurman would be on my pound for pound list. If Keith Thurman got in there with Earl Spence Jr. or Terence Crawford, or Jerron Boots Ennis or Virgil Ortiz or somebody like that, Keith Thurman would be on my pound for pound list. He's about one or two fights away from being on a pound for pound list. Here's another guy, one or two fights from being on a pound for pound list, Jerron Boots Ennis. Jerron Boots Ennis is about 30-something and I believe he has about 30 fights, and he's undefeated. Jerron Boots Ennis is about one or two fights away from being on a pound for pound list. Between his skill set, between his willingness to fight everybody, between his resume, and Jerron Boots Ennis would be on my pound for pound list, one or two fights away from being on that pound for pound list. If Jerron Boots Ennis was to get a fight with a Keith Thurman or Terence Crawford or Earl Spence and was to win any of those fights, Jerome Boots Ennis would be on my pound for pound list. Here's another guy, 1 or 2 fights from being on a pound for pound list. David Benavidez. David Benavidez's resume, his skill set, his willingness to fight the best competition out there, his accolades as the former WBC champion at 168 pounds. David Benavidez is 1 or 2 fights away from being on a pound for pound list. If David Benavidez was to go in there with a Caleb Plant, a Billy Joe Saunders, maybe he fought both of those guys, David Benavidez would be on my pound for pound list. If there's a lot of rumors, and I'm going to do a separate video about this, but there's a rumor right now that David Benavidez and Demetrius Andrade would happen. Not this fight, but the fight after this one. There's a rumor that is going to take place soon. And I got to say that I'm not going to give my initial reaction to it because I'm going to save it for another video. But if that fight was to pop off, David Benavidez would be, and David Benavidez beat Andrade, David Benavidez would be on my pound for pound list. And last but not least, Jamal Charlo, another honorable mention on my pound for pound list. Okay. If Jamal Charlo was to secure a big win, he's 1 or 2 fights away from a big win. There's a lot of criticism and a lot of hate that goes towards Jamal Charlo, and that's rightfully so. Jamal Charlo just simply hasn't been in the ring with the guys that we want to see him in the ring with. If Jamal Charlo was to somehow get in the ring with David Benavidez or Demetrius Andrade or Canelo Alvarez, and he was to secure a win, Jamal Charlo would be a pound for pound guy he would be a pound for pound guy. No questions asked. You know what I mean? So those are my honorable mentions right now, man. Those are my Cool Boy Steph. That's another one. He mentioned Cool Boy Steph. Terry Smooth mentioned Cool Boy Steph was on his pound for pound list. He's not quite on my pound for pound list, but he's another honorable mention. Another honorable mention who he's about 1 or 2 fights away from being a pound for pound guy. Chris Colbert is another one. 1 or 2 fights away from being on the pound per pound list. So I wanted to make sure I did the honorable mentions, man. A lot of these dudes right now, again, they're 1 or 2 fights away from being on a pound for pound list. They're 1 or 2 fights away from greatness. They're 1 or 2 fights from being mentioned among the best fighters in the world when it comes to boxing. You know what I mean? And I hope and pray that all these dudes get the recognition and the credibility they deserve by getting the fights that they deserve. You know what I mean? All right, so with all that out the window, man, let's go ahead and dive into the pound for pound list, man. So before that, man, let me see if anybody else is in the building, man. Let me see if anybody out here talking some big shit. All right, nobody talking no big shit. We're going to go ahead and continue with the pound for pound list. So let's start off with number 10 on the list, man, and I'm going to break this shit all the way down. Number 10 on the list is Gervonta Tank Davis, man. I got Tank Davis number 10 on my list, man. I know that's going to trigger some people, but I don't give a fuck. Tank Davis is number 10 on my pound for pound list, y'all. I mean, there's a lot of criticism in regards to Tank Davis, and rightfully so. There's a lot of guys that we want to see Tank Davis fight, for sure. There's a lot of criticism in regards to the WBA regular titles that he's collecting up and down at different weight classes. Rightfully so. He's not fighting the best at those weight classes, and he should be criticized for such. You know, he should be criticized for such. Even with that said, though, you can't take away Tank Davis's skill set. You can't take away the fact that Tank Davis has been winning those WBA belts, which the WBA regular title, if you really think about it, right? Whoever the person is with the WBA regular title, they're the second best in that weight class, okay? They're the second best. They're not the champion, but on paper, they're the second best in the WBA, okay? So Tank Davis is moving through weight classes, beating the second best guy at that weight division. There's a certain amount of recognition and acknowledgement that has to go towards Tank Davis for winning belts in those different weight classes, moving up and down in weight and all these different things like that. It's hard on the body. It's tough. And for a little guy like Tank to go up and do that, it's still something to be acknowledged. It's still something to be regarded as impressive among other boxers, okay? We don't have that many other boxers moving up and down like that, collecting belts. Even if they are regular belts, even if they are secondary belts, they're still belts. He's still the second best challenger at those weight divisions. Okay? And when it comes to moving up and down in weight, I'm not a super fan of that, okay? I don't like that shit. I don't like when nobody does it. Canelo Alvarez being the main perpetrator of moving up and down in weight. I'm not a fan of when anybody does this shit, you know what I mean? But the facts are the facts. It's still a very tough thing to do. And even if Tank's not fighting the best at those weight divisions, he's still fighting the second best guy, which is still something to be acknowledged, okay? Mario Barrios was a regular champion at 140 pounds. Tank Davis fought that dude. Tank Davis picked up the win. Therefore, Tank Davis deserves a certain amount of recognition. Not the same amount of recognition that he should get. He should get for fighting the best guy at that division. You know what I mean? Not the same amount of recognition he should get for fighting the best guy at the division, but he deserves some recognition. And I feel the same way about Canelo Alvarez, because we got to keep the same energy. When Canelo Alvarez moves up and down in weight, he doesn't fight the best guy at those weight divisions. He fights maybe the second or third best guy, maybe the fourth best guy, and he gets all this recognition like he's fighting the best guy, but he's not. Tank Davis isn't fighting the best guy at 130 or at 130, 135, and 140, but he's fighting a top 10, top 5 guy in those weight division, which means that he deserves a certain amount of recognition. So we got to keep the same energy. Tank Davis is number 10 on King Davis pound for pound list. You know what I'm saying? Tank Davis. All right. Number 9 on King Davis pound for pound list, man. Shakur Stevenson. You know what I mean? Shakur Stevenson is pound for pound number 9 on King Davis pound for pound list. You know what I mean? So when you talk about Shakur Stevenson, right, you say, okay, well, his resume ain't that strong, right? The quality of opposition ain't that strong. He just beat up a Jermail Charlo, which was a really good win, but his quality of opposition isn't that strong. Okay, I'll grant you that. But at the same time, the dude has the accolades. The dude is a 2-time 2-weight division world champion. Okay. The dude has the skills to pay the bills. Okay. Criteria number 3 on King Davis pound for pound criteria. He has the skills to pay the bills. Okay. Criteria number 4, Shakur Stevenson is willing to fight the biggest in the best competition in and or around his weight division. Okay. So although you can criticize criteria number 1, his resume, and you could say, well, there's a lot of people on Shakur's resume that we don't know, that wasn't the best competition. You could say that. But at the same time, you got to acknowledge the fact that he's a 2-time 2-weight division world champion, okay, undefeated. You know what I mean? You got to acknowledge the fact that he got the skills to pay the motherfucking bills. Okay, you got to acknowledge that. And then you got to acknowledge the fact that Shakur Stevenson is willing to fight the biggest and the best competition in and or around his weight division. You know what I mean? So that's Shakur Stevenson in a nutshell. You know? So right now, Shakur Stevenson, I got him pound for pound number 9 on my list. But there's a pending fight right now between Shakur Stevenson and Oscar Valdez, right? And as of right now, Oscar Valdez is really the guy who's known to be the best at 130 pounds. Okay. So if Shakur Stevenson can get Oscar Valdez in the ring, he can secure a victory over Oscar Valdez, Stevenson goes up on my pound for pound rating on the pound for pound list. Because at that point, he becomes the best at 130 pounds. We all know skill-wise he's the best. We all feel like he can beat all the other competition at lightweight, super featherweight. But we need to see him get in the ring and actually show and prove. So, but even with all that said, you know, he's number 9 on my list right now. Should he get a win over Oscar Valdez, I'm pretty sure he'll move up a spot. And if he can somehow become undisputed at super featherweight, which is going to be tough because you got that guy Ogawa, okay, who is you know, I don't know if he's going to be willing to get in the ring with the Shakur Stevenson. I just don't know. A lot of these dudes, they seem like they hungry, like they got a lot of heart, but we just don't know at the end of the day whether or not they're going to be willing to step in the ring with the top quality opposition. Ogawa seems like that guy, but we never know. And then we got Chris Colbert, who's getting ready to fight that dude, Rodriguez. Okay, and I think Chris Colbert's probably gonna win that fight. So it would be real dope if we got Valdez Stevenson, and then the fight after that, Stevenson versus Colbert. I believe they already agreed to fight. You know what I mean? So I think that would be absolutely dope if we could make something like that happen. You know what I mean? My guy D-Ray Promotions is in the building. Salute to you, fam. He say, Bud Crawford, pound for pound, #1. Shields, #2. Salute to the content. Appreciate you, man. D-Ray Promotions. We in the building, man. You know what I mean? Doing this pound for pound list. You know what I'm saying? We on number 9. We got 8 more to go. But let's keep it going. You know what I mean? All right, so pound for pound number 8 I got on my list right now. Okay? Pound for pound number 8. Some people ain't going to agree with this, but fuck it. It is what it is. Pound for pound number 8, George Cambosis Jr. I got George Cambosis Jr. pound for pound number 8 on my list right now. Being the guy holding the 3 belts, being the guy that beat the guy, George Cambosis Jr. earned his place as pound for pound number 8 on my list. You know what I mean? Now, right now, George Cambosis Jr. is kind of going through this series of, you know, figuring out whether he want to do the right thing or whether he want to do this ducking thing that a lot of other fighters are doing in order to preserve and elongate their career. So that's what But the thing about George Cambosis Jr. right now is, I mean, any and all of his options, they all stand a very legitimate chance of beating him. You know what I mean? So with George Cambosis Jr., it's like, you know, whether you go left or whether you go right, goddamn, it's going to be a goddamn problem. But for right now, George Cambosis Jr. is number 8 on my pound for pound list for beating Teofimo Lopez in a fight that nobody thought that he was going to win. In a fight that he was definitely the B-side. In a fight where he was the underdog. In a fight that he was outskilled and outmatched. He earned my respect and earned the credibility to be called number 8 on King David's pound for pound list. Let me see. We got some comments here. Let me see what we got going on motherfucker here. D-Ray Promotions said, who was number 10? I got it on the A. So for anybody who coming in, I got it on the ticker below on the list here. I got number 10. I got number 9. Number 10 was Tank Davis. Number 9, Shakur Stevenson. Number 8, George Cambosis Jr. You know what I mean? I got that on over here. Okay. G Park in the motherfucking building. What's going on with you, G? G say, we up in here. Yes, sir. In the motherfucking building. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. G, why you going? Come on, G. Really? Come on, G. You started off so well, bro. You said we up in here. You got Earl over Bud on your pound for pound list. Come on, family. Come on, man. I know you like Earl, but you can't be doing stuff like that, bro. You can't be doing stuff like that, family. You can't be putting Earl over Bud. There's just no way. There's just no way you could justify that, man. Other than I gotta rock with Earl. That's the only way you could justify that is by saying, man, I just rock with Earl, man. Fuck it. He over Bud in my book. So what? So G, so what you got? You got Earl pound for pound number 1. You got him pound for pound number 1, and you got Bud number 2. Give me your list, G, while I'm going through this thing. Let me get your list. You know what I'm saying? But back on point, man. George Cambosis Jr., I got him pound for pound number 8 on my list. He's earned the credibility and the recognition, okay, to be on a pound for pound list, securing a win over Teofimo Lopez in a fight that nobody thought that he would win. In a fight that he was an underdog. In a fight that he was in foreign territory. He earned my respect and got the win over George Cambosis Jr. Now, will he stay on the list? I don't think so. Because I think if he fights Devin Haney or he fights Lomachenko, he loses, okay? And I think if he doesn't fight Lomachenko or Devin Haney, he chooses to fight somebody else like a Ryan Garcia, he falls off my pound for pound list because number 4, as far as my criteria on my pound for pound list, willing to fight the best competition, that goes out the motherfucking window. Because if you forego Devin Haney and Lomachenko to fight Ryan Garcia, then you're not willing to fight the best competition. So you can't stay on my pound for pound list with that ideology. But for right now, George Cambosis Jr. has earned a spot on my pound for pound list. You know what I'm saying? Terry Smo Jr. say Bud ain't on my pound for pound list. Terry, you're gonna have to leave right now. You got to leave right now, Terry. What in the hell? Why he ain't on your pound for pound list? I need to know. Terry say Bud got to fight better competition. Terry, what in the hell? For those of you who don't know, man, Terry Smoot is the #1 troll on earth, man. So, I ain't taking him too seriously. I ain't taking him too seriously, man. I don't know what he talking about with this, but I ain't taking him too seriously. You know what I mean? But back on point, man. Back on point. So let's go to number 7 on the pound for pound list, man. Number 7 on my pound for pound list, man. Earl Spence Jr. is number 7 on King David's pound for pound list. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Earl sexuals out there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Earl sexuals out there, man. I got Earl Spence Jr. number 7 on my pound for pound list. Although I don't agree with a lot of what Earl Spence does and says, although I don't agree with a lot of what Earl Spence says and does, I can't take away that Earl Spence Jr. Has fought some really credible opponents, okay, during his time, okay? He's fought some really credible opponents. He's been able to become unified at 147 pounds, okay, which is an accomplishment because we all know that 147 pounds is the most stacked weight division there is, aside from maybe like heavyweight or some shit. So to be able to become a unified champion at 147 pounds is a big thing, Earl Spence has some accolades being unified. He has some skills. I like the skill set of Earl Spence, but one thing that drops him down on my list, his willingness to fight the best competition. That drops him down on my list, man. Earl Spence Jr. could be so much more than what he is right now. He could have gotten the ring with Bud Crawford years ago, and he could have resolved this whole thing years ago. And you know what? Earl Spence probably would have been number 3 or number 2 on my list at this particular point in time, would have went over Bud Crawford, But the fact is that Bud Crawford win is what he needs in order to propel himself to that upper echelon of pound for pound fighters. Earl Spence Jr. is very skilled and very talented. Earl Spence Jr. is a unified champion at 147. Earl Spence Jr. has a pretty solid resume at 147 pounds. You can't really say shit about his resume at 147. I mean, you could talk about the fact that the nigga's been at 147 his entire career, the fact that he hasn't moved up or down in weight class. You could talk about that. But as far as his resume at 147, it's pretty solid. But that willingness to fight the best competition, that's what hurts Earl Spence on King David's pound for pound list. And that's going to continue to hurt him until he gets in the ring with Terence Bud Crawford. Point blank, period. But I got to give Earl Spence the respect that he deserves by putting him at number 7 on my pound for pound list, because he deserves at very least that much. You know what I mean? At very least that much. Let me look at some of these goddamn comments. Let me see what y'all talking about. You know what I mean? D-Ray Promotion say 2-time lineal undisputed. Yes, sir. Talking about my boy Bud. Terrence Mo Jr. say, what the fuck, disrespectful. Terrence Mo Jr. say, nobody take David list seriously. Come on, fam. My list, hey, come on, man. You got Earl number 1. You clearly tripping, man. You clearly your list ain't to be taken seriously. D-Ray say 7. Get him. You know what I mean? Terrence Mo says, ESPN pound for pound is more credible than David's list. It's more credible, really? Wow, that is an insult if I ever heard one. Because we all know ESPN list full of shit. That is an insult if I ever heard one. Gerald Fields got the I can't see what the emojis are, fam. I can't see what it is from her. Let me look at something real quick on here, man. Hold on one second. Y'all bear with me a second. Let me do something real quick, man, because before we continue on. Hold up. Doodaloo, 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 doo. Oh, hell. Oh, this thing gonna make me sign in and all kind of shit. Okay, I can't do that here then. Fuck it. All right. D-Ray Promotion say, I like button this list. Yes, sir. Hit that goddamn like button, y'all. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody hit that goddamn like button. Yes, sir. Terrence Moore Jr. say Earl started at 154 there. So you talking about those lower level opponents he fought at 154. You know what I mean? Come on, fam. Come on. He ain't doing no real work at 154. He ain't fighting no real killers at 154. We not counting no 154 work for Earl Spence Jr. Come on, man. Kevin Coleman in the building say aerosexual. Yes, sir. Oiled up aerosexuals in the motherfucking building, man. We know how that go. Gerald Field say, I like that, King David. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do our thing over here, man. We do our thing. But just to recap the list real quick, man, and I got it on the ticker below. So if anybody curious about the order of the list and everything, I got it on the ticker below. Number 10, we got Tank Davis. Number 9, I got Shakur Stevenson. Number 8, I got George Cambosis Jr. Number 7, I got Earl Spence. And we're going to move on to number 6 on the pound-for-pound list. And number 6 on King David's pound-for-pound list is Jermail Charlo. Jermail Charlo is number 6 on King David's pound-for-pound list. You know what I mean? So, I just want to go on record and say, I don't like Jermail. I don't like how Jermail talk. I don't like the shit he say. I don't like how he carry himself, really, as far as like a person, you know what I mean? Jermail Charlo is one of those dudes who got a big ass bark, but not so big of a bite. He's one of those dudes talking about he's savage life and all these dudes, but all that. But when it come time to get in the ring, with Andrade, it wasn't no savage life no more. You know what I mean? There was no savagery. All the savagery went out the window when it was time to make a fight with Demetrius Andrade. So, but other than that situation with Andrade, Jermail Charlo has proven himself to be just a really solid guy. You know what I mean? He's fought all the best competition at 154 pounds. He's beat most of all the best competition at 154 pounds. He's already attempted to be undisputed at 154 pounds. You know what I mean? He's getting ready to jump into a rematch with a fighter that he just struggled with, okay? He just had a draw with. He's going right back into another fight with this guy. I think as a fighter, Jermail Charlo is somebody to be commended, somebody to be respected, somebody to be acknowledged. Jermail Charlo is indeed that guy. Jermail Charlo is doing what fighters are supposed to do, fighting all the best competition. Now, I didn't per se like his response in regards to when there was talk of Bud moving up to 154 pounds. He started talking all this shit about leave me alone and all this type of shit. That ain't the type of shit I want to hear out of a fighter's mouth. But at the end of the day, Jermail Charlo is doing his thing at 154 pounds. And I like Jermail Charlo as a fighter right now. You know what I mean? As far as his resume, he has a quality resume. You know what I mean? All the best guys at 154, there's nobody that Jermail Charlo hasn't fought at 154. When you talk about his accolades, right now Jermail Charlo controls 3 out of the 4 belts at 154 pounds. As far as accolades are concerned, there's not too much more you can ask for. Of course, Jermail hasn't moved up or down in weight divisions like we would have wanted him to. But Jermail Charlo has gathered the 3 out of the 4 belts, and he's doing his thing at 154 pounds. So I got respect for him. As far as his skill set, to me, Jermail Charlo's, he's a pretty straightforward, straight up and down kind of fighter. But Jermail Charlo has solid skills. He's very technically sound. His defense ain't too bad. He's just very well-rounded as a fighter. You know what I mean? So that's the third criteria. And then the fourth criteria, his willingness to fight the best competition. I think Jermail Charlo has proved that he's willing to fight the best competition by getting in the ring with all these guys that we want to see him get in the ring with. The only exception to that rule was Demetrius Andrade. But other than that, we've seen Jermail Charlo do everything that he's supposed to do at 154 pounds. And I got nothing but respect for Jermail Charlo at the end of the goddamn day. You know what I mean? So that is number 6. Number 5 on King David's pound for pound list. I got Artur Beterbiev. Artur Beterbiev. I got number 5 on King David's pound for pound list, man. You know what I'm saying? Artur Beterbiev is the guy at 175 pounds. He's been holding it down for the longest. Artur Beterbiev has 2 out of the 4 belts right now at light heavyweight, and he's looking at getting to the ring with Joe Smith Jr. for a 3rd fight. I don't know how many of y'all heard the news, but that's what's going on. We about to see Joe Smith Jr. and Artur Beterbiev combine 3 out of those 4 belts, and I think that's dope. But in addition to that, every person that we've seen Artur Beterbiev in the ring with, he's completely and utterly destroyed. He's completely and utterly dismantled. He's completely and utterly had his way with. You know what I mean? So Artur Beterbiev, I got him pound for pound number 5 on my list. You know what I mean? Let's look at some of these comments real quick, man. See what y'all talking about. King Dave, G Parker say facts. G Parker say no, sir. Gerald Phil say, I can't wait till Bud get Jermail. Yeah, man. Bud gonna get with, if Jermail get in the ring with Bud, it's gonna be a sad day for Jermail. But I would respect him for getting in the ring with Bud. You know what I mean? I would just respect him for getting in the ring with him. Because at the end of the day, I mean, he could play that political fuck ass game Earl Spence playing. You know, he could do that. You know, and honestly, at this point, I don't put it past him. I mean, I feel like Jermail is that guy, that solid of a guy where he's gonna get in the ring with Earl, or he's gonna get in the ring with whoever, any and everybody who steps up and challenges him. But you just never know when it comes to PBC, man. You just never know what these dudes are gonna do. You just never know how these dudes are gonna act. You just never know how these dudes are gonna respond when they're faced with adversity. Adversity, and Bud Crawford is the definition of adversity. You know what I mean? But let's move on, man. Let's move on. Number 4 on King David's pound for pound list, and this is gonna upset some people, but number 4 on my pound for pound list is Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez is number 4 on King David's pound for pound list, man. So, you know, I already know I'm going to get a lot of criticism for this. I already know a lot of people they're going to have a problem with me putting Canelo pound for pound number 4 on the list. They feel like Canelo Alvarez should be the top guy, the number 1 guy, the you know what I mean, all that. They feel like Canelo is that guy. But at the end of the day, man, when you look at Canelo's career, you look at him going up and down weight classes. You look at him not fighting the best fighter at any of those weight classes. Okay. You look at him testing positive for clenbuterol. You look at him forcing people, giving people 2 weeks to fight, and instituting rehydration clauses. And you look at the fact that there's 3 fighters in Jamal, and Demetrius Andrade that he hasn't fought. Okay. And it's been about 6 to 8 years. Okay. With these guys chasing him, with these guys calling him out, with these guys looking to fight him. You look at the fact that all these things have been going on. How can you place Canelo Alvarez any higher than pound for pound number 4? And I'm being generous. I'm being generous when I say Canelo Alvarez is pound for pound number 4 on my list. Because although Canelo Alvarez has a pretty good resume, okay? Although Canelo Alvarez has the accolades, okay, with the belts in multiple divisions, with the undisputed at 168 pounds, okay, with some pretty good skills. Although Canelo Alvarez checks off 3 out of those 4 boxes beautifully, okay, that 4th box he completely and utterly fails at, and that's the willingness to fight the best competition. Canelo Alvarez Canelo Alvarez has been in several situations where he's had the opportunity to fight the best competition in and or around his weight class, and for whatever reason, you can speculate. You can say you can pick whatever reason you feel like picking. Maybe you want to say, oh, it's because Canelo's too big. He's making too much money. It's low risk, high reward. Whatever the hell kind of excuse you want to make for Canelo Alvarez not fighting certain guys. At the end of the day, it's been 8 years and he hasn't fought them. He hasn't fought them. And these guys are the best guys in and or around his weight division, no matter how you slice it. You know what I mean? So Canelo Alvarez, although his resume is strong, although the accolades are good, although the skills are there, Canelo Alvarez is in my 4th criteria. Canelo Alvarez doesn't check that 4th box in his willingness to fight the best competition in and or around the weight division. Point blank, period. So for that reason, Canelo Alvarez is pound for pound number 4 on King David's list. And that's being generous, y'all. That's being generous. That's taking the accolades that he has received very highly into consideration. That's me saying, well, this guy's been undisputed. That's me saying, well, this guy's been undisputed. Well, this guy's won belts in multiple weight classes, okay? That's me saying his skills are pretty good. Really more the accolades. I don't really take the skills too much into consideration. But really the accolades, that's really me taking these accolades into consideration. That's me saying Canelo's been moving up and down in weight, and that's pretty impressive. That's me taking all these things into consideration. And still, even with that, I can't give him no higher than pound for pound number 4. I just can't. And I don't know how people give him pound for pound number 1. The fact that there's no willingness to fight the best competition in or around his weight division. But let me look at some of these comments. Let me see what y'all talking about. Let me see what y'all talking about right now. D-Ray Promotions say, Mel didn't fight Boo Boo. Absolutely. He had the opportunity to fight Boo Boo, but chose to not fight Boo Boo. And then when Boo Boo was coming around trying to make the fight, right? Jermail Charlo used the excuse. Jermail Charlo said, well, he pulled out of the first fight, right? He pulled out of the first fight. That's why I don't want to fight him. That's why I don't want to do business with him, because he pulled out of that first fight. Well, guess who else pulled out of their first fight? Tony Harrison, out of the second fight, should I say. Tony Harrison pulled out of the second fight with Jermail Charlo, but Jermail Charlo still turned around and fought Tony Harrison in that rematch, right? So if it's all about pulling out of fights, right, for Jermail Charlo, how do you justify fighting Tony Harrison in that rematch? And then if you're going to say, well, pulling out of fights ain't that serious, then how do you justify not fighting Demetrius Andrade at 154 pounds? You know what I mean? When it comes to that, I'm on Jermail Charlo neck when it comes to that, because there was no reason why that fight shouldn't happen between him and Demetrius Andrade. You know what I mean? So I completely agree with you, D-Ray Promotions. Absolutely. Gerald Fields say that's not a problem. Gerald Fields says that's where Canelo Alvarez belongs. Absolutely, man. I don't get how people put him any higher than pound for pound number 4. And that's being really objective. That is the pinnacle of objectivity when it comes to Canelo Alvarez, putting him at pound for pound number 4. Because honestly, when I first looked at this list, I had him a little bit lower. I had him at 6 or 7. Due to the fact that there's no willingness to fight the best competition in and or around his weight class. So Canelo Alvarez is pound for pound number 4 on my list, man, and he can't be no higher, because these top three fighters have done what's needed to be done, meaning they have easily checked off all 4 of these boxes in order to be mentioned among a top 3 pound for pound list. You know what I mean? But let's move on, man. Let's move on. Let me read some comments before I move on real quick. LL Bean J say, agreed so far, but I give Bivol Cambosis a spot. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about Bivol. And he's like 1 fight away from me. He's 1 fight away from being there. One like decent fight away from being there. You know, and Cambosis really barely made that list. Cambosis, I guarantee you the next time I do this list, Cambosis ain't on there. He ain't on there. I guarantee that his spot gonna be taken up. But I give him so much credit. For going to New York, fighting Teofimo Lopez on hostile territory, on foreign soil. You know what I mean? Going in there, putting Teofimo Lopez on his ass. And I know what a lot of y'all thinking. Teofimo Lopez ain't really shit. He ain't really shit. He ain't ever proved that he was really shit. Yeah, he beat Lomachenko, but I mean shit. He barely beat Lomachenko. And if that fight would have went on another few rounds, Teofimo probably would have lost that shit. You know what I mean? But I just give Cambosis so much credit for getting in there with Teofimo Lopez and beating him the way that he beat him on hostile territory, being an underdog. Cambosis was such an underdog. I don't think there was too many people that picked Cambosis to win, man. Honestly, I damn sure didn't. You know, I damn sure didn't. He went in there with a guy who's clearly a better boxer. Clearly a better boxer. Teofimo Lopez is clearly a better boxer than George Cambosis. But Cambosis went in there with a guy who's clearly better than him. Okay, and ended up pulling out the victory. And I can't do nothing but give him the utmost credit for pulling out that win. You know what I mean? Let's look at G Parker. G Parker say the fact you got Earl outside the top 5 is just god awful. tell me what Earl Spence has done to be in the top 5. G, what has Earl Spence done to be a top 5 pound for pound fighter? What has he done better than the 6 people that I got on here? Let me see. I got. What has he done better? I got Earl number 7, right? So explain to me how Earl Spence has done more than Jermail Charlo or Artur Beterbiev or Canelo Alvarez. Explain to me that. You know what I mean? That ain't no god awful. Explain to me what he's done to be higher on the pound for pound list than Artur Beterbiev or Jermail Charlo. Jermail Charlo, and I said this in another video, Jermail Charlo has fought far better competition than Earl Spence at 154 pounds. Far better. Jermail Charlo got 3 out of the 4 belts already. Earl is working on that 3rd belt now, but Jermail's had 3 out of the 4 belts for at least a year or so now. So how can we, and then on top of that, Jermail Charlo's not ducking and dodging competition. Jermail Charlo's willing to get in the ring with the best competition available. So how could Earl Spence be higher on the pound for pound list than a Jermail Charlo? It ain't probable. It ain't possible. You know what I mean? But let's go ahead and move on to number 3, man. And then after number 1, I'm going to go ahead and open up the chat, man. And I'm going to bring everybody on, man. And y'all can talk y'all shit, whatever y'all want to do, man. But let's keep it going, man. Pound for pound, number 3 on King David's list. Pound for pound, number 3, Josh Taylor. I got Josh Taylor pound for pound number 3 on my list. Josh Taylor did it Josh Taylor is an undisputed champion that did it the old-fashioned way. That's by beating everybody who was in his way in order to become the undisputed champion at 140 pounds. Josh Taylor is the definition of the king at his weight division because he fought everybody at 147, everybody at 140. He fought everybody at 140. He didn't take no easy routes. He didn't tell nobody that they were on the wrong side of the street. He didn't tell nobody 60-40. He didn't make up any bullshit. He didn't say nobody, he ain't fought nobody. He ain't say none of these goofy ass, weird ass excuses that a lot of these niggas like to come up with for not getting in the fights that we want to see. Josh Taylor got in the ring with a Jose Ramirez who was the unified champion in his weight class. Josh Taylor said, let's make the motherfucking fight with Jose Ramirez. Let's become undisputed. Josh Taylor fought I believe it was Regis Prograis. He fought those guys of the world. Josh Taylor secured those big wins. Josh Taylor didn't run from nobody. Josh Taylor fought any and everybody who he was supposed to fight when he was supposed to fight them in their primes. No weight clauses. Nobody had to move up in weight in order to fight him. Nobody had to take a 40 or a 30 or a 20% split. Top Rank didn't tell nobody that they ain't got no money. It was a quick and easy path to undisputed because Josh Taylor fought any and everybody that he needed to fight in order to get that win. Josh Taylor is number 3 on King David's pound for pound list. D-Ray Promotions in the building. Hold on, let me read some of these comments, man. LL Bean J say right on with Canelo at number 4. Absolutely. Canelo belong at that number 4 spot, and he lucky he got that. Goddamn. He lucky he got number 4. Gerald Field say Jermail Charlo got a bigger fish fry. Got a bigger fish to fry with Castano. Absolutely. He do got fish to fry with Castano, but the fact of the matter is he fighting Castano. I give fighters credit for doing what they supposed to do. We didn't hear Jermail Charlo tell Castano 60, 40, 70, 30, or whatever I get. We didn't hear Jermail Charlo tell Castano that he was gonna take the easy route first. We didn't hear Jermail Charlo say any of these things to Brian Castano. The fight came up on the table. Jermail Charlo took the fight. They fought already. Okay, they fought to a draw. Now they're getting ready to fight again. And that's how it's supposed to go. That's how these things are supposed to happen. We should be waiting on Earl Spence versus Terence Crawford part 3 right now. Not no goddamn part 1. Not no part 1. And we still a ways away from the part 1. They say Earl Spence supposed to call out Terence Crawford, but we still, I mean, shit. I hope y'all niggas ain't holding y'all butt cheeks together waiting for Earl Spence to call out Terence Crawford's name, because honestly, I mean, shit. The perfect opportunity was when Earl was at motherfucking Terence Crawford's fight with Sean Porter, but we saw Earl Spence bolt up out of the goddamn arena when that fight was over. You know what I mean? So shit. D-Ray Promotion say King David cooking. Yes, sir. Appreciate the support, the love and support, family, man. Let's go on here. Let's get into it. But number 3, man, I got Josh Taylor, man. So let me run down the list real quick for y'all, man. Let me run down the list for y'all. All right. Number 10, I got Tank Davis, number 10. Number 9, I got Shakur Stevenson at number 9. Number 8, I got George Cambosis Jr. at number 8. Number 7, I got Earl Spence Jr. at number 7. Number 6, I got Jermail Charlo. Number 5, I got Artur Beterbiev. Number 4, I got Canelo Alvarez. And number 3, I got Josh Taylor. All right. So let's go into number 2. I think a lot of y'all are probably going to expect who number 2 is, but number 2 is well deserving, man, and you can't do nothing but give it up for number 2. And number 2 on this list is none other than Alexander Usyk. Alexander Usyk is number 2 on King Davis pound for pound list. Alexander Usyk is a guy who collected all the belts at cruiserweight. Okay? He collected all the belts at cruiserweight, but he wasn't done yet. He wasn't done yet. Alexander Usyk decided he was going to move up. He was going to move up in weight to heavyweight. Okay? The most dangerous division in boxing, because there's no weight limit at heavyweight. You could be 200 pounds or you could be 300 pounds at heavyweight. Okay? Alexander Usyk's last fight versus Anthony Joshua was versus a guy who was at least 50 pounds heavier than him. He fought a guy that was at least 50 pounds heavier. And not only was he able to win, but he was able to win convincingly. And is now one belt shy of becoming the undisputed champion at the heavyweight division. Alexander Usyk was undisputed at cruiserweight, and now he's on the verge of being undisputed at heavyweight, which would make him a 2-division undisputed champion in the 2 most difficult divisions in boxing, between cruiserweight and heavyweight. Alexander Usyk is number 2 on King Davis pound for pound list, man. So let's go and move on to number 1, man. And y'all know who number 1 is, man. Y'all know exactly who number 1 is. I did a poll a few days ago. I did a poll asking everybody who they thought they number 1 pound for pound fighter is, man. And I got about 100. Let me see how many people that voted on this shit. Let me see how many people. I'm going to check it right now and see where it's at. I got at least about 150 people that voted on this, right? I got about 150 people that voted on King Davis pound for pound, like who they thought pound for pound was. Okay. 168 people, my bad. And out of the 168 people, 87% of the people chose Terence Crawford as pound for pound number 1. 11% chose Canelo Alvarez, and 2% chose Alexander Usyk. You know what I mean? And normally I'm a dude who I don't really like to ride with the majority. I ain't one of them dudes who like to ride with the majority, but I'm riding with the majority this time. Terence Crawford is pound for pound number 1 on King David's pound for pound list. How do you not have Terence Bud Crawford pound for pound number 1 on your goddamn list? I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. And I'll never get it. Terence Crawford, this is Terence Crawford's 3rd weight division. Okay? And one thing about Terence Crawford, one thing that you could say about Terence Crawford that you can't say about any of these other dudes, okay, that have gone up and down in weight or whatever. And, one thing that you could say about Terence Crawford that you can't say about any of these other dudes is in every weight division that Terence Crawford went to, okay, from 135 to 140 to 147, Terence Crawford has proved that he's the best at that weight class. Has he been able to collect all the belts? No, because of political reasons. But he's proved, given the caliber of opposition in those weight classes that he's had, that he was the best at those weight divisions. When he went up to 140 pounds from 135 pounds, he beat everybody that was in his way. He beat everybody that was in his way to become undisputed. There was no 60-40 talk. There was no side of the street talk. There was no easy route talk. He beat everybody that was in his way to become the undisputed champion at 147 pounds. 140 pounds. And then when he went up to 140 pounds, instead of everybody at 147 licking their chops in anticipation for a smaller dude coming up in weight, everybody decided that they were going to run the other way, that they were going to go in the opposite direction, that they were going to do any and everything but get in the ring with a Terence Bud Crawford. So what did Terence Bud Crawford do? He fought everybody that was in his way. Again, at 147 pounds. Everybody that stepped up to challenge him, from a Kell Brook to an Amir Khan, to a Sean Porter, who was said by a lot of you dudes, said Sean Porter had the best resume at 147 pounds. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of you dudes said that Sean Porter had the deepest resume. Right? If I'm not mistaken, a lot of you dudes said that Terence Crawford was going to lose to a Sean Porter. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of you dudes said that Terence Crawford would struggle against a Sean Porter, or he wouldn't look good against a Sean Porter, and he stopped a Sean Porter, doing something that nobody at 147 pounds has done or even gotten close to doing with the Sean Porter. Stopped him. But the facts of the matter is that Terence Crawford, prior to even stopping Sean Porter, was always the pound for pound number 1 fighter in the sport. He was always the guy that beat everybody in his path. He was always the guy who had quality opposition on his resume. Not necessarily world champions, although there's plenty of those on his resume, but quality opposition on his resume. Despite what a lot of these quote-unquote Earl sexuals like to say, right? He was always, as far as accolades, undisputed at 140, picked up a belt at 135, and got the WBO at 147. If he moves up to 154, and he picks up the belt that way, now we got a 4-weight division, once undisputed champion. Terence Crawford by far is the pound for pound number 1 fighter in the sport, given the skill set, the fact that Terence Crawford has the ability to box in different ways. He can fight off his back foot. He can fight, he can counter punch you. He can pot shot you. He can fight on the inside. He can fight on the outside. He can use angles. He can use movements. He got legs. He's strong. He can hold you on the inside, wear you down. He can shorten up his punches. He can fight orthodox. He can fight southpaw. As far as skills is concerned, who's more skilled than the Terence Bud Crawford? I will wait. As far as the willingness to fight the best competition, Who out there who's been looking for the smoke more than a Terence Bud Crawford? I will wait. Terence Bud Crawford, pound for pound, number one. To me, it's no contest. To me, it's no competition. To me, it's no debates, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Terence Bud Crawford is number one pound for pound on King David's list. You know what I'm saying? So there you have it. All 10. All 10. Tank Davis number one, Shakur number two, Cambosis Tank number 10, Shakur number 9, Cambosis number 8, Spence number 7, Charlo number 6, Benavidez number 5, Canelo number 4, Josh Taylor number 3, Usyk number 2, and Terence Bud Crawford number 1 on King Davis pound for pound list. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna open up the goddamn chat. Before that, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read some of these comments and then I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody want to come through and chop it up? You more than willing. If not, I'm probably gonna close the show. You know what I'm saying? But D-Ray Promotion say Diamond, yes sir. Appreciate that, fam. LL Bean J said, damn right, Crawford number 1. Absolutely no contest. D-Ray Promotion says 87%. Absolutely 87% out of 163 people said Bud Crawford was number 1 on this goddamn list. You know what I mean? Bandell says, can't argue with your pound for pound list at all, King David. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Put a lot of thought into my list, man. You know what I mean? Put a lot of thought into it. You know what I mean? D-Ray Promotion said, who was 11? I got some honorable mentions on there, man. Let me get an honorable mentions again, man. I got Devin Haney as an honorable mention. 1 fight away from being on the list. Triple G is an honorable mention. 1 fight away from being on the list. Arthur Beterbiev. No, not Arthur Beterbiev. I'm sorry. Dimitri Bivol. 1 fight away from being on the list. Keith Thurman. 1 fight away from being on the list. Jerome Boots Ennis. 1 fight away. David Benavidez. 1 fight away. Jamal Charlo. 1 fight away from being on the list. But another guy that's 1 fight away from being on the list and really should have been on the list. I was really debating whether or not he should be on the list, and that's Demetrius Andrade. Demetrius Andrade, at the end of the day, is 1 fight away from being on the list. Demetrius Andrade was on my list. If I had an 11, Andrade would probably be number 11 on that list. If I was to answer D-Ray question, Andrade will be number 11 on that list because at the end of the day, although you could argue Andrade's resume is a little light, okay? Even though he's fought quality competition, because a lot of people feel like quality competition in big name is the same thing, and it ain't the same goddamn thing. Dudes don't know shit about boxing. Just because you got a big name don't mean you're a quality opponent. You know what I mean? Right now, Joe Calzaghe is a big name, but if he got in the ring right now with somebody, he wouldn't be a quality opponent because the nigga's 97 years old. At the end of the day, George Foreman is a big name, but if he got in the ring right now, he wouldn't be a quality opponent. If he got his ass knocked out, he wouldn't be. If he got in the ring right now, he wouldn't be a quality opponent because the nigga's 176 years old. So quality opponent and big name aren't the same thing. And for me, Andrade is right there among that top 10. He's 1 fight away from being on that top 10. There's talk about Andrade fighting a Benavidez. If he gets a win with a Benavidez, not only is he in the top 10, but he probably enters that top 6, top 5 range for me. You know what I mean? Let's look at some more of these comments right here. Effed up and hit too early. Nobody at Buzz level never ran into politics until 147. Absolutely. He hit 147. All of a sudden, we're hearing about sides of the streets and easy routes and all these different things. But before all the political shit, any and everybody who decided they wanted to step into the ring with a Bud Crawford, they got in the ring with him, okay, and they got fucked up royally. You know what I mean? Bandel says no honorable mention for Ortiz, but 1 for Boots. I have a problem with that. You know what? I'll mention Ortiz in there. Ortiz is an honorable mention. He's another guy. 1 fight away from being 1 fight away from being on the pound for pound list. If Ortiz was to get in there with Earl Spence Jr. and be Earl Spence Jr., he's right there. He's on that list. If Ortiz was to even get a win versus a Boots Ennis, I would have him in my top 10. I would have him in my top 10 with a win like that. So that ain't no problem, Bandel. That ain't no problem at all. Fresh BX in the building. Salute to you, Fresh BX. You dropped some kind of emoji, bro. I can't see it, though. I can't see it. I can't see it, Fresh BX. D-Ray Promotions say, AJ about to be 3-time champ. Absolutely. But, you know, heavyweights ain't going on my list. Heavyweights ain't going on my list, man. You know what I mean? Other than Usyk. But the only reason that Usyk's there is because Usyk was a cruiserweight. He's a cruiserweight that went to heavyweight. He was undisputed at cruiserweight. But other than that, I ain't putting no heavyweights on there. Heavyweights don't belong on there. On no pound for pound list, really. You know what I mean? Amada says, hell no. What you hell no on, Amada? What you hell no on? You know what I mean? But let me drop this goddamn link. Hold on, man. I got y'all. Let me drop this link one time for y'all. Anybody want to chop it up? You want to give your list, whatever the case is, you're more than welcome. There go the list. There go the link. Let's get it in. But yeah, man, you know, there's a lot of guys, man, who are teetering on that list. Devin Haney's another one. I was talking about Devin Haney earlier, man. Devin Haney, if he gets that fight with Cambosis, you can't deny Devin Haney on that pound for pound list. Devin Haney is a pound for pound fighter. If he gets that win over Cambosis and becomes undisputed, there's no denying it. He should be on everybody's list. D-Ray Promotion say, I'm just saying that it would be a great win for AJ. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It would be a great win for AJ if he was able to beat Usyk. And I think he can beat Usyk, man. After after Usyk beat him, I was kind of pissed off with AJ because I didn't like the way how he fought. You know, AJ had a clear height and size advantage, and I don't think he fought the way that he should have fought somebody like a Usyk, somebody who's noticeably smaller than him. Although Usyk has more skills, that's more of a reason for you to fight like a big man, for you to fight on the inside, for you to, you know, use your size and your strength against him. You know, but he didn't do that in the fight. You know what I mean? So I was pissed off with him. But to me, if AJ can make the necessary adjustments, he can make the necessary adjustments in order to beat somebody like a Usyk. Because I just think that size and strength disparity is just too big for somebody like Usyk to be able to take. To me, if Usyk got in there with a Tyson Fury, man, I think Tyson Fury would beat him because Tyson Fury would be able to use his size and would be able to use his strength against somebody like a Usyk, you know? But I mean, if Usyk got in there and beat Fury, man, that would just be wow. That would just be really something special right there. But we got somebody up in the building, man. Bold is in the building. Bold, what's going on with you, fam? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? How you been, man?
Been chilling, man. What's on your mind, fam?
Nah, I was hitting you up, man. I just seen that you were live and whatnot. I was trying to watch some of the playback and stuff, but I think I only got to the part where you said like honorable mentions and stuff like that.
Yeah, man. Honorable mentions. I actually can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hold up. Bo, you there?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, yeah. I was doing the honorable mentions, but I actually got my list down below, man. In the little ticker below, I got my list down below, man. I was giving my pound for pound list, man, and I'll just run it through you or run it down for you real quick. I got Tank number 10. I got Shakur Stevenson number 9, Cambosis number 8, Earl Spence number 7, Jermail Charlo number 6, Arthur Beterbiev number 5, Canelo Alvarez number 4, Josh Taylor number 3, Usyk number 2, and Bud Crawford number 1. So that's what I'm working with right now, man. And I gave my reasons all in the playback, but you know, just based off of hearing those names, what you think about the list? You know, your thoughts, you know, all that.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, it's your list. Everybody got different criterias and stuff like that. So it's not. And then, you know, a pound for pound list is it's a suggestive list anyway. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's whatever you got on your list, that's who you believe is your top 10. And other people might have something a little bit different. Like I watched a video, I just watched it earlier today. I think Paula Malignaggi had did a video on his top 10 pound for pound list. He had Terence Crawford number 1, but I'm looking in the comment section, and it seemed like the Canelo fans was just like, oh man, they were just up and like crying over Paulie's list and whatnot, saying Paulie is a hater. That's Paulie probably mad because Canelo never recognized him. I mean, I was just like sitting up here laughing at these comments and shit. I'm like, damn. I'm like, this is Paulie list, and Paulie gave his reasons why he has Terence Crawford ranked higher than Canelo.
Wow. That's Canelo fanboys are funny, man. They, for them, if you're not exalting Canelo Alvarez as the best fighter that ever lived, like they got a problem with it, And it's like you want all this recognition and all this respect for Canelo Alvarez, but I mean, the things that this dude does, the facts that he's not fighting the best competition in and around his weight division, the fact that he's doing the cherry picking in the way that he's doing, the fact that he's instituting weight clauses and testing positive for clenbuterol and all these little things in order to get edges on people. You don't hear about Bud Crawford doing none of that stuff. Bud Crawford, not only does he fight the best competition in and or around his weight division, but he fights them in their prime peak. He fights guys undefeated. He fights guys coming off of their biggest and best wins. He fights dudes that call him out. Have you ever heard of a dude calling out Bud Crawford that he hasn't fought or not willing to step in the ring with almost immediately? Virgil Ortiz, they asked Virgil Ortiz about Bud Crawford. He said, "I'm ready for Bud, but I'm not quite ready for him. But if they give me the fight, I'll take it. Like dudes don't even want to say his name because if you say Bud's name, chances are you're probably gonna get that fight. If you calling him out the way how people like Andrade call out Canelo viciously. Andrade did a video 6 and 7 years ago calling Canelo a bitch. Can you imagine somebody calling Terence Crawford a bitch openly on camera and all this in front of the public, and Terence Crawford not fighting him? Can you imagine that?
Nah, not at all.
Is that
and I'm glad you mentioned the clenbuterol part, right? Because another thing I know that in the comment section, right? So when the Canelo fans got mad, one of the people replied to one of those Canelo fans and was like, "Well, it's not like Crawford ever popped for clenbuterol." So immediately, a whole bunch of Canelo fans responded to that comment by trying to put in Floyd Mayweather. Like, oh, Floyd Mayweather took illegal IVs. And I'm just sitting up here like, man, like the top 10 pound for pound. Paulie never mentioned Floyd Mayweather name at all. He's talking about the current top 10. As soon as somebody said, well, Canelo popped for clenbuterol, they immediately mentioned Floyd Mayweather with IVs. I just started laughing.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, the deflections, they're endless. You know what I mean? Because, what they do is, you'll talk about something. You'll be like, oh, well, Canelo ain't fight this dude. Or what about what Andrade's doing? Well, hold on. We asking you about Canelo. He didn't fight these dudes. What the hell they got to do with these other people? It's just a deflection tactic that a lot of these dudes do in order to justify, decisions that fighters make in order to duck, man. And I'm just hip to the shit at this point in time. It's the same thing to me. Like when I hear people talk negatively about certain fighters, like Andrade's a good example. Andrade, Haney, Crawford, these guys are real good examples because when you hear somebody just say, "Oh, they're trash, they're garbage," it's like, okay, they're trash and they're garbage. You know what I mean? But why are they trashing garbage as undefeated fighters who, fought in multiple weight divisions and that sort of thing? Are they trashing garbage because they want certain fights with certain fighters that you're trying to protect, or you're trying to justify them not fighting these guys? Because we know they haven't fought with nobody, which I classify as duck language, and I'm gonna have to do a whole goddamn video about that. But the you ain't fought nobody shit is really just duck language to me, man. I don't respect people that say that, because when you say that about a world champion, it's ridiculous shit to me, because we could say that, we could make that argument about everybody, but yeah, man. I mean, those are my thoughts about it. But go ahead, what you were saying.
Yeah, especially like you can also make the argument, like for Canelo to say that about Andre, it's surprising that he says that about Andre, but he ends up fighting Caleb Plant, and Caleb Plant literally fought nobody. If anything, Andre has a better resume than Caleb Plant
and Billy Joe Saunders.
Yep.
And Abney Byram.
Yep.
And Canelo's probably last 6 opponents. But but then here's how you know it's duck language, right? Because what fighter do you call a horrible fighter? You know what I mean? Like, who even says that? I want to fight you. You're a horrible fighter. But no mention of the actual fight? Like, what? Where they do that at? Like, I don't even understand how you justify that. I don't understand how fans get behind that. I mean, shit, what if people talking about this Yanbeck dude, right? People talking about him, oh, Andrade ducking him, blah, blah, even though it's some bullshit. What if Andrade said, oh, Yanbeck's a horrible fighter? I mean, would that justify him not fighting him? No, but the narrative is always different when it's Andrade, or when it's Haney, or when it's one of these other guys that you want to see lose because you're trying to protect somebody.
Well, the reason why, like, the only people that saying that Andre is ducking some Johnny Beck is they are Canelo fans, like Canelo extremists. I ain't gonna say like the average Canelo fan, but the Canelo extremists.
Oh yeah, fanboy.
Yeah, because the thing is that they want to run interference, kind of like how the Spence fans be running interference, for Spence when it comes to Crawford. So like, because Andre is trying to fight Canelo, they want to say, well, Andre ain't fighting nobody. But then when Andre makes some moves up to go try to fight Canelo, then they say, oh, he's ducking Janet back. But what's so funny is right before that, they try to say Andre was ducking Zach Parker. Yep. Like, so it's just like, it's like, it's damn if you do or damn if you don't. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, the way they look at it, they try to make it seem like Andre's only trying to fight Canelo. Nah, Andre been trying to fight the top competition in the middleweight division. I mean, he already done stepped to Triple G. Triple G don't want it. Munguia basically took the Canelo playbook and decided to go the other route. When Andre got the belt, same thing Canelo did when he was at 154. He went the other way until Andre got stripped of the belt. And then you got Charlo. He's trying to repeat the words of Canelo by trying to call him a horrible fighter and stuff like that. So basically, these guys are avoiding Andre, and I don't know if they really blackballing this guy. Man, I kind of feel bad for him, because the man is just trying to, get the top fights, and people are not trying to give him the fights. So I think this move that he's doing, and then the rumor I hear, I don't know how true it is, but apparently after the Zach Parker fight, they want to possibly do a fight with David Benavidez, which I think will be a good fight. I mean, I know David Benavidez has no problem fighting Andre, but we're just gonna have to see what happens if this does take place.
Yeah, it's it's sad that Andrade even got to do that in the first. Why got to do that in the first place? Why does this dude got to move up 2 weight classes to get a fight with somebody? You know what I mean? Like, his situation is very reminiscent of the Rigondeaux situation. You know what I'm saying? How Rigondeaux had to move up 2 weight classes to get a fight with Lomachenko. And it's like, bro, like why aren't these dudes fighting them? You dudes want to say this dude ain't fighting nobody, this dude ain't fighting nobody, but you're not criticizing the dudes who aren't fighting them. You don't have no smoke for them. And why I don't respect a lot of these dudes, and that's why they fanboys. Because okay, you can sit there and say Andrade ain't fight nobody, but at the end of the day, if he ain't got nobody to fight, who he gonna fight? But let me tell you this though, Bo, and I just found this out from another channel, man. Just found this out in regards to that Andrade situation with Yanabek. Let me tell you this. Apparently, Andrade has not yet vacated the WBO belt at 160 pounds. He hasn't vacated yet. He's moving up to fight Zach Parker. So the WBO is allowing him to move up to fight Zach Parker in an eliminator. Okay. And after that eliminator, at that point, he can decide whether or not he wants to go back down and fight Yanabek, or whether he wants to stay at 168 and fight whoever the champion is at 168. If it's Canelo Alvarez, if he takes the fight, or if he vacates, or whatever the case is. So technically, the Yanabek fight can still happen at 160 pounds. He hasn't even officially moved up as of yet. You know what I mean? So, I mean, what do y'all say to that? Is he still ducking? He still might fight Yanabek. And Yanabek ain't shit special, really, at the end of the day, man. You know what I mean? But that's a whole nother conversation. But you know, but what you think about that, though, Bo?
Yeah, I was gonna do a video on that. With that information. So, like, basically, Janet Bad supposed to be fighting. I'm not sure who for interim 160. So I did know, like, he didn't abandon the actual belt at 160. I don't know who I was talking to on somebody else's podcast, and the person was like, "Yeah, well, you know, Andre, he vacated the belt." And I asked the person, I was like, "Are you sure he vacated the belt? Because I didn't see any article of him vacating the belt." And the dude was like, "No, I know, because I know Andre." And I was just like, "All right." And
No,
then when I saw that something came out, I think it was off a tweet from somebody. I'm not exactly sure. And they said Andre didn't vacate the belt. It basically said exactly what you said. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So Andre basically, he's setting himself up. So when he went, like, let's just say if he does beat Zach Parker, right? Apparently they say he has 10 days to decide whether he's going to go back to 160 and fight the winner of the eliminator for the WBO, or try to make the fight with Canelo. But
right.
we already know what Canelo's going to do. He's going to vacate the belt, and for some reason, somehow, they're going to justify it and have Canelo do some way. Because basically, in Canelo mind, he's going to be like, "Well, she already won undisputed. So, I mean, what's the point of me, keeping the belt around?" I mean, that's basically how they're going to look at it.
Yeah, which is sad, which is just, but Canelo, and you know the thing about him, man, you know, but this is what I'm really liking right now with the boxing situation. I'm gonna do a video about this too, man. But this is what I'm really liking about the boxing situation right now, because right now you got Better Beef right now. He's about to unify with Joe Smith Jr. Okay, they working on that fight, so that fight, I believe that fight's gonna get done. So if them guys can unify, and we got Better Beef with 3 of them belts, and we got Bivol with that other belt. And then you got Andrade, who's Canelo's mandatory. And then you got David Morrell. You got Andrade, who's Canelo's mandatory with the WBO. You got David Morrell, who's Canelo's mandatory with the WBA. You got David Benavidez, who's Canelo's mandatory with the WBC. You know what I mean? Like, the walls are closing in on Canelo. So it's like, okay, if you Canelo Alvarez, like, you're going to have to fight somebody. You're going to have to. You know, 168 to 175, or what, you gonna move up to cruiserweight? You gonna fight Breedis or one of them dudes at cruiserweight? Because right now, how it's looking, you're gonna have to fight one of these guys that we want to see you in the ring with sooner rather than later. You know, either that, or maybe you pull a Floyd Mayweather and you retire for 2 years or some shit and wait for people to get 2 and 3 years older. I mean, he could do some shit like that, but how it's working out right now, I'm really feeling it right now. Better Beef with 3 of them belts, and Bivol with that 4th. Andrade set up in that mandatory spot. Morrell in that mandatory spot. Benavidez in that mandatory spot with the WBC. I mean, sink or swim now for Canelo Alvarez. The cherries are slowly but surely going away. and there's nothing left but top quality competition. You know what I mean? But I like what Andrade and them are doing where, they talking about making this fight with Benavidez. I think that's an awesome fucking fight. Benavidez Andre fight. And I'm happy to hear that my guy is getting ready to finally get finally get a fight that he deserves, with a Benavidez. And I believe that belts are going to be on the line if Canelo does vacate, which I'm pretty sure he will, because he's either going to have to fight Benavidez and Andrade or vacate. So that means, because the agreement for Andrade and Benavidez to fight was an agreement that the WBO and WBC made. So we may see a unification fight at 168 between Benavidez and Andrade for them two belts, meaning they would collect those two. So we might see my guy collect two of them 4 belts and maybe be on his way to undisputed at 168, a real undisputed, not a fictitious one like the one we get with Canelo Alvarez. So, I think that's just real good news, man. It looks really good. It's shaping up, and this was another video that was coming too, because a lot of people talking about this Yanabek stuff, and you know what I mean, and he's ducking this, he's ducking Yanabek, but now y'all starting to see the play, because the play is to get the big fights, not the fights that nobody cares about, not the fights that he's not going to get credit for, whether he wins or loses, not the fights that you guys are going to count as another nobody, but the big fights that you guys are going to acknowledge as a big fight, the fights that's going to land him on a pound for pound list. And that's how I actually talk to people now. Like, when people bring up that Yanabek stuff, and people want to say, it's crazy the Andrade slander that I get on a daily basis, right? Or that I hear on a daily basis, because they be like, oh, Andrade ducked Derevyanchenko, and he ducked Yanabek and all these little goofy dudes. And I'm like, you know what, man? If Andrade fought Derevyanchenko, which the Derevyanchenko situation, for those of you who don't know, Andrade was, they set Andrade up for a fight where he only had like 3 weeks for a camp. So he didn't take the fight on 3 weeks notice. And if you even go ask Derevyanchenko's trainer, he'll tell you that Andrade didn't duck him. But anyway, but you talk about these dudes and you're like, oh, he ducked this dude, he ducked this dude. But it's like, would any of these dudes get Andrade on a pound for pound list, in your opinion? Absolutely not. So what are you saying when you make these straw man arguments about him being or ducking these dudes, when whether or not he fought these dudes or not, you wouldn't give him credit for? Like Derevyanchenko, that's a dude that Charlo beat that people still don't give Charlo credit for, a Derevyanchenko. So if Andrade fight him, you think Andrade's going to get credit for him? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But let me read some of these comments real quick, Bo, and then I'm going to get back to you on this thing here. Everybody fears Andrade is in the building. Salute to you, fam. He says, I haven't been on all day, but apparently Hearn did an interview saying that Andrade versus Benavidez is on deck. Yes, sir. We just talked about that. D-Ray Promotion says, somebody asked Lil Mike about Bud Crawford. He said, I am 140. Absolutely, right? Mikey ain't want no smoke with no goddamn Terence Crawford. Danny Garcia moved up to 147, if you recall, when Bud was entering that 140-pound weight division. That was right around the time that Danny Garcia decided to get the fuck out of Dodge before he can get that fight with Terence Bud Crawford, but people always conveniently forget that. Fresh BX says, everybody fears Andrade. Yep. D-Ray Promotion says, the only fight I seen of Plant was in the street. Absolutely, man. Don't nobody know these dudes. And I said it to these other dude the other day. I was like, look, man, Billy Joe Saunders, Caleb Plant, Avenue Durham, Colin Smith, you wouldn't even know who these dudes were if Canelo didn't fight them. You wouldn't know. Maybe you might have heard, because Benavidez and Plant had some smoke, so maybe you might have heard about them through that, but you wouldn't know who none of these dudes is. Those are just facts. Everybody fears Andrade says, been telling these fanboys that was his angle. Absolutely. But they don't want to hear that. They rather go around and hold each other's nuts and, say, oh, Andre's ducking, Andre's doing this, Andre's doing that. Knowing full and well that it doesn't matter whether or not he fights this Yanabek dude and shit don't do nothing for his career. And Andre's looking for the bigger and better fights. And he's looking for a Canelo fight, And then I got one dude hit my comment section up. And here's go the other thing, Bo. One dude hit up my comment section and dude was like, oh, Andre should have moved up a year ago. Wait, hold on, bro. What you mean he should have moved up a year ago? Because a year ago, wasn't Andrade trying to negotiate with Billy Joe Saunders, trying to get a fight with Billy Joe Saunders when Billy Joe Saunders decided that he was going to wait around on Canelo Alvarez instead of fighting Andrade on the way up?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did. He did. Yep.
And stalled out that whole fight. So that's why he didn't move up. And then all the other belts, Canelo announced that Canelo had picked up the belt from Colin Smith and then announced that he was going to fight Billy Joe Saunders and Caleb Plant. And them dudes just waited around for Canelo. So how was Andrade supposed to move up during that year that Canelo was there? So, dudes like making statements without, they just like hearing, really they like hearing the sound of their own voice is really what it comes down to with me. My guy, Everybody Fears Andrade is in the building. I'm going to let you in, fam, but I'm going to read the rest of the comments and then I'm going to get to you. Everybody Fears Andrade. I'm going to let Bo respond first, but let me finish reading these comments real quick. D-Ray Promotions in the building said, I want Boo Boo versus David Benavidez rematch. Absolutely. Yeah, man. I mean, that'll be a nice little fight, man. Whoever wins that, man, they get nothing but the utmost respect from me. Andrade wins that fight. He's top 5 pound for pound for me easily. Benavidez wins that fight. Same with him, because these are the best fighters at 168 pounds. Not no Caleb Plant, not no Billy Joe Saunders, not none of these other dudes, man. Period. D-Ray Promotion says, everything I want to type, King David say. Absolutely, man. I'm on top of it today, fam. And here's a comment from you. Another channel I watched brought up a good point about the WBO rule. Chris Algieri moved up immediately, got a shot against Manny Pacquiao. Yeah, man. It's always convenient when it's a lesser fighter. It's always when it's some C level or D level fighter. Oh, there's no problem. There's no politics. There's no side of the streets. There's no 60-40s. We don't hear about any of this stuff. You know what? These guys, they're not terrible fighters. Terrible fighters. No. Nobody called Jeff Horn a terrible fighter. No, nobody said that. That was ready for the smoke. Absolutely. Chris Algieri's not a terrible fighter. Man, he was ready for that. Andrade says Falcoa. Okay, Falcoa, that's who was gonna that's who Yanabek is gonna fight in that eliminator, Falcoa. I don't even think Falcoa would fight Andrade, so whatever. Yanabek probably win that fight, but we'll see. D-Ray say, what up, homie? King, yes, sir. We in the building. Gerald Fields say, do the sanctioning bodies advise Canelo Alvarez to fight or even hold him to a mandatory as he fight and drop the belt? Because Canelo Alvarez drops belt. Absolutely, man. Dude drops belts whenever he feels like dropping belts. And there's no criticism for it. Dude applied for the franchise belt, moves up and down these weight classes. There's no reason to even become a Canelo Alvarez mandatory because it's almost a guarantee he ain't fighting you. It's funny that people want to criticize Andrade for not fighting a mandatory, but we can't get Canelo to fight any mandatories. What's the last mandatory that Canelo fought? I will wait.
Well, remember they made up one with Yadirim, right? That was the made up one, even though Canelo requested.
That was for a vacant belt. He fought.
No. Well, apparently Yadirim was supposed to have been the mandatory for Canelo, but basically Canelo requested that fight because Yadirim, remember, he was coming off a 2-year layoff and a loss. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, he just somehow.
He became mandatory.
He became a mandatory, even though he really wasn't even a mandatory. That's the funny part of the whole situation.
Because that's what's messed up. And I'm sorry for cutting you off. That's what's messed up about that situation is that with Abney Yildirim, I always call him Yildirim. That fight with Darrell, and people forget that the whole sequence of how that happened. Yildirim was supposed to be his first fight at 68. He requested that, and the zone blocked it. They said, no, dude, we ain't paying you $30 million for you to fight no Abney Yildirim. You better go fight Callum Smith. But then they went and put the WBC belt on the line with it.
Yeah, that's what they did. I just remember that. They did. They gave Canelo that WBC belt, right? And then they made Yildirim the mandatory to justify him getting the belt.
Right, because that was going to be the first fight so they can make him the WBC champion. And that was with like the slick little move that they pulled to keep Benavidez frozen out.
Right. Absolutely. Facts. Those is facts. But Canelo Alvarez is so great. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. You wouldn't need to do that if you was the fighter that all these people say you was. You know, you don't hear about Bud Crawford doing any of this stuff. You
Never.
know what I mean? At all. You know, but for some reason, you know, Canelo Alvarez does it, but he's such a good fighter. He's such a great fighter that he needs to make people give people weight restrictions, and he needs to take clenbuterol, and he needs to get free belts from the WBC and all this crazy ass shit, man. But I'm gonna finish reading these comments. I'm gonna go to you, Bold, and everybody fears Android. I'm gonna go to you, man. I want to get your whole spiel on everything, fam. Let's see here. D-Ray Promotion say David Benavidez should go to 175 for me. No, he need to stay at 168 so he can fight my guy. You know what I mean? WBC, we bet Canelo. Absolutely. Absolutely. Fresh BX in the building say Zach Parker got a common opponent with Yanabek and stopped him quicker than Yanabek. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Zach Parker's and you know that's another thing with a lot of these dudes I ain't gonna mention, man. Zach Parker's at a higher weight division. That's really a tougher fight. So what are we talking about here with all this ducking? Like I mean, what has Yanabek done that Zach Parker hasn't done? I wait. Really? So I mean, a lot of these dudes, I don't get where they come from with this shit. D-Ray Promotions say subscribe and share it on all platforms. Appreciate you, D-Ray Promotions. I appreciate you, man. Hey, man, if you're new to the building, man, be sure to subscribe. Be sure to hit that like button one time for your boy, man. So we can continue to keep this show going, man. But Bo, let me go to you, fam. What you think about what we was just talking about, man? Give me your spiel, and then I'm gonna go to everybody fears Android.
As far as the what do you mean, like for Canelo?
I mean, you know, just pick up on whatever it is you wanna touch on, whatever it is.
Now, as far as Janet back, right? Would I like to see Andre fight Janet back? Of course, I would like to see that fight. But the one thing you said holds a lot of weight. If he beats Janet back, everybody gonna say he beat another nobody. So to me, that's why I believe that Zach Parker is a better move, because it's like Janet back. Who has he fought to be positioned as the boogeyman, according to, well, at least according to the Canelo fans, you know. So him beating Janet back is not going to make him closer to the pound for pound list, because at the end of the day, people are going to be like, he beat another nobody, and that's just the sad part about the whole boxing situation.
Facts. Absolutely, man. I 100% agree with you, man. 100% agree with you. Everybody fears Android. On you, man. What's on your mind? What you got to say? Holla at your boy,
Man,
man.
it's the first time, I've been on a panel to be able to like kind of express how I feel instead of being in the comment section about things. If you go back, dude, this is all documented about how far this guy's been going to chase this fight. We talking about what, 8 years at least that has been documented, but it's been almost a whole decade. When you say somebody hasn't done enough or who he beat, and then we go and explain, well, this guy fought this person who fought this person. This person hasn't even won a belt outside of a regular belt. And you give excuses, oh, well, Canelo just wanted to fight him. Like, are you scared of the fight? Like, this is the problem with boxing in general right now, is that stop protecting your fighters, your favorite fighters. When it comes to Andrade, when it came to the whole Yanabek situation, I was like, hey, let's see the fight so it could shut people up. Right?
Right.
When it comes to Zach Parker, I'm like, I want to see the fight. If he loses, cool. If he wins, cool too, because I know what position is putting him in. But to go and make Yanabek, to put this much pressure on Yanabek, like he's this Andrade killer with 11 fights, wasn't fair to him. And it was a lot of fake love. That's what I told the dude in the comment section the other day. I was like, y'all wanted to see him lose. And now that he's moving up to position himself to beat Canelo's mandatory, y'all are upset about it. And y'all are trying to say, oh, he's ducking again. Since he's been with Matchroom, give me a situation where he's quote unquote ducked or avoided a fight. For the last 4 years, it's been consistent with him. Hey, Triple G sneaks in the ring. Big drama show, right? Charlo, $7 million offer, apparently. And you got Jermail saying, "Oh no, we blackball, we black carded you," right? Canelo moves up to 68, and then moves up to 75, back down and goes to 68. But they use Derevianchenko as, oh well, Derevianchenko priced himself out. Unification trust mandatory. Let's let that be known. He could have let them know back in May of 2019. Hey, Andrade is gonna be my next opponent. I'm interested in going undisputed. No questions asked. If you would have beat him then, this whole conversation would not be happening. But the fact that Canelo fans continuously make excuse after excuse after excuse for this fight not happening, and you try to say, "Oh well, Canelo wouldn't look no different than Caleb Plant or Billy Joe." Billy Joe was touching him up until he quit. People forget that.
Right.
Yeah, he was.
Until he was touching him up. People were like, "Oh, it wouldn't look no different." And then also, I'm sorry, I'm going off on a little tangent.
Now go ahead, do your thing, bro. Cook.
But people forget when y'all bring up, because I saw this, it was a tweet over the weekend that went viral about Andrade, the whole thing that we see in comment sections. He's fought no champions over the last 13 years. And then when you bring up to them, well, in the fights that he was supposed to have against champions, they vacated. It happened in 13, and that's what led to Vanez. And then with Cotton Dakwa, Billy Joe popped hot. Right? And then he tried to make the fight again with Billy Joe, and Billy Joe moved up to get the vacant belt at 168. Right? So
and then I think he tried to make it at 168 too, right?
Yeah, he tried to make it at 168. And Canelo, I guess this is at the point when he was having like this, the last few months with Golden Boy, and he was struggling to get deals made. And Billy Joe was like, I'm gonna go fight Andrade. And Canelo, the rumor is from Andrade that Canelo overpaid Billy Joe to be able to block the fight. So when people say, "Oh, he could have moved up already," that's why he didn't move up. And if you look back at that situation, Leah Williams and Billy Joe, they both trained at the same gym, the Ingle Gym. So they were boys. So what Billy Joe was trying to make Andrade do was vacate the belt. Give Liam Williams easy roll to that WBO belt at 60. But now that it brings up a whole other bunch of questions about, okay, what would Munguia have done? Because at that point he was probably about a couple of months. No, at that point he was a year in as far as being mandatory. And that's another thing that people forget is Jaime Munguia in this whole situation. And he's getting an entire pass at 25 years old. If you're giving Jaime Munguia a pass at 25 years old, 43 fights, why are you on Tank Davis's nuts about him being 27?
Ooh. Tell them about themselves.
Because like some channels say we keep it honest and objective. I'm keeping it honest and objective. Mm-hmm. Like you can't go and criticize one fighter and say, "Oh, he's not fighting nobody. He's not fighting elite competition." But then you go and say you cool with Spike O'Sullivan and Gabe Rosado. Gabe Rosado, no disrespect to him, I know he's cool with the Andre family, but the man's got 14 losses. What would he have done for Andre's career? Realistically. He's in a gatekeeper position. He would do nothing. But at this point, I just want to see him move up. If he gets past Parker, cool. And if it leads to Benavidez, cool too. But I've been telling people that for the last week. I've been saying that longer than that. I'm like, when they say, "Oh, he ducked Benavidez because he said he ain't got no belt." From a business standpoint, what makes more sense? Him going against Benavidez, who I think he's second in the WBO and first in the WBC. He's got to go against Lemieux. But what makes more sense from a business standpoint? Him to fight Benavidez without a belt, or him to fight for unification? Like, just think about that. But I'm gonna let you go ahead, man. I'm gonna go on mute up.
Hey, Andrew, I was gonna say, man, like another thing, man. I be seeing you in these on these pages, man. You be going at it with them Canelo fans, bro.
Yeah,
because they be thinking, "Oh, you gonna back down?" Well, I don't care. I'll be getting attacked, and I'll be like, "Oh, you being biased." I never go outside of my. I will go and base my statements on what's happened.
Yep.
Right. I'm never going outside of that. I've never said that Andre, like when somebody says, "Oh, well, this happened with Charlo." Well, okay, yeah, that happened. I don't agree with it fully. Like, I'm the type of person who's like, yeah, get your money, then you're gonna earn it on the back end. But whatever. The fact of the matter is, there's still articles out there on boxing scene saying he tried to make that fight with Mel afterwards, like months afterwards, and he couldn't make it. Same thing with Lara. When they say, oh, he went to go fight Colque, he was trying to position. There's an article about that. Oh, somebody said, oh, well, we supposed to believe his management? Well, we supposed to believe. I'm like, and I said, by that same logic, are we supposed to believe Derevianchenko's manager when he said, oh, Andrade pulled out the fight? That's all. You know, like, I just try to keep it real. Like, yeah, I like to do, but also I believe in fairness. You know what I'm saying? I believe, like, if you've earned your fight, you've let this man literally build his whole legacy around chasing you. And Canelo fans should be like, you know what? Instead of being like, nah, man, he don't deserve to fight. Be like, you know what? You need to get this motherfucker out the way now.
You know, man. You know, and that goes to show you, like, if you had, sorry to cut you off for a second, but if
go ahead, man.
That much confidence in Canelo Alvarez, I mean, that's a no-brainer. Like, if it was a dude running around chasing Terence Crawford and Andrade and some other guys, man, I'd be like, man, you need to shut him up. You know, get him
exactly.
in the ring.
And I said the same thing about Yanabet. I was like, man, this man talking about he gonna slowly beat you down. You better go take care of that.
Exactly.
He fell off.
I think he fell off.
Yeah, man. Nah, because I saw you in a couple pages. I went on, what was it? True Sports.
Yeah, True School Sports.
Yeah, yeah. Man, you be having them Canelo fans hot, dude. Yo, because I be reading the comments, right? And it'd be like you went and some other person. They be making them Canelo. Y'all be making them Canelo fans hot, man. Because them dudes get so mad. They be trying to put up clown emojis and everything else. Like, you said one thing about Canelo, man, they get all in their feelings big time, man. I'll be like, damn. Like, they be acting like they Canelo, like, wife or something. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa. And here's the thing, and here's another thing, and I know this is a sensitive part that I don't like to talk about, but it's a part of boxing, unfortunately. I'm not hating on Canelo because he's Mexican. Okay? Let's put that out in the air right now. All things considered, dude, I'm married to one. Who gives a fuck? Right? So how can I hate on a Mexican fighter when I'm with one? I want to see this man fight the best. He needs to fight the best. He's taking the easiest routes to his fights, bro. And people don't realize that. If you cool, somebody said, oh, Makabu had the nerve. I felt insulted when this guy said Makabu deserved the fight. I was like, he didn't even pick Breidis. At least you could say Breidis in his to back him up. He wanted to be at WBSS. He's fought Usyk. You know what I'm saying? He lost, but he still fought a current heavyweight champion. Right? To hear these excuses that come from these Canelo fans, I'm trying not to call them fanboys.
You can call them fanboys. You can call them fanboys. They're fanboys.
All right, these fanboys, dude. It's. Here's the thing, too, and I ain't gonna say the dude's channel name. You know who I'm talking about, though.
You can say his name, bro. I don't care about that shit. You can say his name.
IBFP, stop kissing this dude's ass.
I got videos about that dude.
Oh,
yeah.
I got a whole series, man. Where
I get it. Make your money. But you don't do. This man is like the number one Canelo Protection Agency member.
Yeah.
And then when I be reading the comments, and these dudes be turning into a racial thing. And I'm like, you do know dude's apparently black, right? And y'all talking about, oh, it ain't no black fighters that's gonna beat Canelo. We don't know that. Like, here's the thing about boxing. Until these dudes get in the ring, we literally had a barbershop talk about what could happen. These fights need to happen for the good part of the sport. They're about to have a unification bout in MSG in April between Serrano and Taylor. I've been calling for that fight for a couple years, right? I've been saying, yo, this fight needs to happen. I know Serrano was tripping about money. It is what it is. It's about to happen, though. Jake Paul is running this shit right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
He
yeah.
running this shit. And your number one pound for pound is allowing it to happen because he's not fighting the best competition. His shit is turning into WWE. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's turning WWE. I'm like, I don't even when that Caleb Plant fight that night, I woke up in the 8th, 9th round, literally at that point where he did that little weak ass comedy. You know what part of the fight I'm talking about. And Canelo just kind of walked off and shrugged it off. You know, it's just you should want to see this man get tested. Instead of being like, oh, I don't want to see him get beat because it's gonna make him look bad. You should want to see him fight Benavidez. But that's another thing. I feel like he doesn't want to see Benavidez get his spot. Because if Benavidez beats him, then yeah, he's Ecuadorian and Mexican American. But he automatically becomes like the number one recognizable face in boxing, beating him. I'm done.
Appreciate your spiel, man. Absolutely, all facts, man. As always, man. And I see you in these comment section too, man. You be giving these dudes work. Sometimes I'll see you and I'll be like, okay, he got it. I'll be like, because I'm a keyboard warrior too. I'll be going ham on their ass too. So
you know what? I'm not gonna fully take credit for it. One of my guys runs a channel. They wrote a website in the channel, Three Kings Boxing, and Prodigy of Boxing Talk.
I see like the pictures. Like I thought they were just like always posting pictures, like I see on Google and stuff. So they actually got a page.
Yeah. Prodigy of Boxing Talk is the page. Dude, they just did a video on Andre moving up on Friday. And that's how I found out about the whole situation. I'm like, wait a minute. Then I started, going and looking back and being like, and, going to compare what people are saying in comment sections. I'm like, hold up, this don't make no sense. I'm like, so you've been avoiding this dude for 8 years on record. Like, I'm the type of person, I'm a nerd. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to look up shit. I'm going to be like, all right, man, what's true, what's false?
Yeah.
They always say there's, 3 sides to a story.
Right.
One person's side, another person's side, and the actual fucking truth. And I keep seeing the actual fucking truth come out. I can take a screenshot and make a narrative out of anything. I can say, oh, Boo Boo pulled out of this Derevianchenko fight. But then I can go and also bring up how HBO blocked that same fight a few months later. He still does.
Man, I could make a video of these narratives they be pushing about Andre Duck. Like that same dude had a nerve to try to say Andre Duck Lara when fucking who's a Showtime dude, Steven Espinoza, debunked that himself. He basically said Lara turned down a fight twice with Andre. Ooh. Because Andre went overseas to fight I forgot who he fought. I think it was Cocaine. Yeah, with the promise of when he comes back, he's supposed to fight Lara. But by the time he got back, Lara already turned down the fight twice. And then, Lara had the nerve to go out and tweet and say, oh, that's why I beat you in the amateurs. But he didn't want to fight Andre then. Lara. So, like, Steven Espinoza already basically exposed Lara. But that same dude had the nerve to come out with a video. So, well, Andre Duck Lara. I was like, nah. Like,
hell nah. Hey, and it's crazy like that people even say that. Like so y'all forgot about the 2 years Andre was calling out Lara with the WBO trying to unify with them belts? Like, are we gonna all act like we forgot Andre calling Lara out to unify and Lara going the other direction? You know what I mean?
Right. And there's even a tweet that Lara had put out around that time. He said, I'm gonna put you in a box, Merry Christmas. and even Andre's dad, he was like, I wanted that fight. He was like, I wanted to beat Lara's ass after what happened in the amateurs because Boo Boo was 17 when they fought. All this stuff is easily found on YouTube. Like, we in the internet where we can search for anything. It shouldn't be no reason for these narratives. But I'm not gonna call people casual fans. I don't, you got people who just research more than others.
They fanboys. What it is they're fanboys of other fighters. They look to protect other fighters, So because they're trying to protect other fighters, they make up these false allegations and these false talking points. And and then you have a cult following or other fanboys who use those same talking points, and nobody thinks to do their own research like you and really look for the truth, or just was around during that time where they could see what was happening. Because I was literally around doing videos around that time and literally observed all these things happening, so that's just what it is. But let me go to my guy AOA in the building, man. He been quiet, he been on mute, you know what I mean? What's on your mind, fam? Talk to me. Welcome to the show, by the way.
What's good with y'all? I was just jumping in. I know y'all said my Andre. I didn't know what is that the topic, Andre, or?
Well, the topic was actually my pound for pound list. You know what I'm saying? I gave my pound for pound list today, but we kind of like, diverted over to Andre, so that's where we at right now. But okay. I mean, you could touch on Andrade, or you could talk about the list, or whatever it is you want to talk about, bro. I ain't trying to restrict you.
Cool. Oh nah, yeah. I jumped in a little bit earlier. I heard you talking about Devin Haney, I think it was, being close to the pound for pound. That's when I was saying hell nah earlier.
You said what? You was supposed to what? Say that again?
I posted a comment, hell nah, he ain't close to the pound for pound list. But just
Andrade?
Nah, Devin Haney.
Oh, Devin Haney. Why you say that?
I mean, if he become undisputed, that's a different conversation. But if I put him in my pound for pound, it's just eye test. Unfortunately, it's not all his fault, but he ain't had the fights to be pound for pound to me. You look at him fight and go, he could be a pound for pound contender, but you gotta have a resume too.
Well, I mean, if he beats Cambosis or he beats even Lomachenko in his next two fights, I mean, that easily puts him on the pound for pound list to me.
Facts. That's what I'm saying. He got to get one of them fights to do, or even if he ain't gonna fight Tank, but if he fought another elite quote unquote person, I'd agree. But
this is modest, ain't it? This is a modest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You got a different name on here, but I know the voice. But go ahead, cook, fam.
Oh no, I was gonna always give you a hard time with Andre.
Yeah, I know. You on the wrong panel right now, because everybody on this panel right now got them Andre receipts for you. So just be careful with what you say.
But the misconception, I always tell you this. I don't got a favorite fighter, but the two fighters I root for when I watch them fight is Andre and Bud. But that don't stop me from. I try to be objective, cause y'all all bringing them good points. But y'all, I don't know if y'all skipping over points on purpose, cause the same way you can find receipts about people ducking Andre. Andre got a bunch of videos when he said he didn't want to fight Lara. When he did, I don't consider it a duck. I mean, he said he was injured, and they offered. Talking about Sergey. They offered him a fight on short notice, and he coming off an injury, or he had an injury at the time. Let me fix my words. So I mean, whenever it come to Andre, I just look at it like he got a bad draw. Like if he beats Lara, obviously, or if he beats Sergey, that puts him in a better position to fight Triple G. So it's like with the Charlo fight, I mean, it's whatever. To be honest with you, that really sealed his fate, though, if you think about it, because ever since then, there is no PBC fighter that's fought him. Like I heard y'all talking about the Lara stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the Lara stuff after the Charlo fight? Like ever since the Al Heyman and them kind of decided, now he blackballed. He won't get a fight with a PBC fighter, I'm sure. So it like I was saying earlier, dwindles his options. And Triple G not gonna fight him. But even with that, I think he should have moved up the middleweight a long time ago. Like he stayed at 54 too long. I know he was saying because of his management too, but he was at 54 with all the PBC guys. You're not gonna fight them. So moving up earlier to put yourself in a position to become a mandatory. And I think that was everyone fears Andre. I disagree with you about the Gabe Rosado fight. Gabe Rosado is a more known name, at least in the States, than Zach Parker and Yanni Bey. So no, it doesn't. That's not a fight that's gonna make him pound for pound. But they do that fight in New York. That's gonna be a big fight. They do that fight if somewhere on the East Coast, because Gabe from the East Coast, Andre from the East Coast, and if nothing else, Gabe he sell a few tickets, and that's a recognizable name. Andre put on a show against him. If nothing else, it looks good, and it's gonna be a watch fight. So from a business standpoint, shit, that's a winnable fight. it's not as if he got a fight on the table right now that's bigger than that. It's gonna do more for him. Yeah, he can move up and fight Zach Parker, but at that point, it's just more for his own accomplishments, to be a 3-weight division champion. But it's not as if Canelo gonna fight him. I mean, how much more proof we need to see that Canelo ain't gonna fight him?
I think
it's 50-50 with Andre and his luck, because it's things he could have did different. I mean, that's of course it's hindsight 2020, and then it's also people don't want to fight him, and he blackballed on certain avenues. He can't get that Canelo fight.
But real quick, let me mention something you said about him being blackballed. Because here's the thing right now, right? You didn't catch this part because you came in a little late.
Yep.
But there's talk of right now a David Benavidez fight on the horizon right now for Andrade. You know what I mean? David Benavidez has and I'm going to do a video about this. He's expressed interest in the Andrade fight. And he likes that fight for him in the very near future. And Eddie Hearn actually is on record saying that they're trying to work out a situation between the WBO and the WBC in order to get both of those belts on the line. If anything, when Canelo inevitably vacates those belts. So Benavidez is a PBC fighter,
but I don't believe it though. I don't believe it until I see it.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Because you can say blackball, you can say all these different things about him being blackballed and all that. But at the end of the day, none of the Charlos, they've never verbally expressed interest in fighting Andrade like Benavidez has. Same thing for Triple G. He's never verbally expressed any interest in fighting Andrade. So anytime somebody brings up promotional issues, I always got to go back to that, because at the end of the day, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and you might be right. Maybe he is blackballed, but I don't know that, and I can't tangibly see that. But what I can tangibly hear and see is what's coming out of guys' mouths, and Charlo, both of them, because Charlo, the little Charlo or Jermail, he was complaining about how Andre pulled out of that first fight, but when Tony Harrison pulled out of that second fight with the injury, and then he decided he was going to fight him, but Andrade pulling out of a fight, that was a big problem. I mean, which one is it? Is pulling out of a fight a big deal, or is it not a big deal? Because if it's not a big deal, then Andrade should have been an opponent for you. But if it is a big deal, then you shouldn't have fought Tony Harrison. You should have let him ride off into the sunset. If
KD, you just reminded me of something. And Jamil is actually on record. There's a video somebody posted on Twitter about a week and a half ago of him saying, I would have pulled out the fight too if I was a champion and I was getting paid less than the challenger.
Do you feel me? I mean, that's
and
nobody even knew who Charlo was at that time. So you can't even say he was a big star or anything like that. Nobody knew who he was. He was up and coming. He hadn't even been a champion yet.
And it's the thing too. There was no contract even signed for them to fight. Now I know I hear the story of, they said Andre waited 10 days before the fight was supposed to happen, then he pulled out. Like, nah, if you go to the article, a month before the fight even happened, Demetrius Andre Pops came out and was like, yo, there was no contract ever signed, and they complained about the whole money issue. He like, I'm the only champion on the whole card, and I'm getting the least out of all the fighters on the main card.
But too. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I always go back and forth about that. As King David has said before, that's duck talk to me. When people get to talking about contracts were signed, it wasn't, because every other fight that's talked about like that, I've heard promoters, I've heard coaches, I've heard managers say, well, the fights don't get signed to right before the fight's about to happen. Then you hear other people say it gets signed a little while before the fight. So whenever I hear that, that's like you using that as a barrier to why the fight ain't happen, because you got too many fighters and too many promoters saying mixed things about contracts being signed. Like it's an inconsistent thing, if that makes sense. Like it's always people saying something different about it. But just to touch on the point she was making real quick, I definitely understand what you're saying about Benavidez. I don't know if y'all remember, Benavidez was trying to leave PBC. He was trying to go to ESPN, and what is it, Lukowitz that he with? Who's his co-promoter with PBC?
I
That was a person talking about him and Caleb Plant got to wait a couple years so they can make it a pay-per-view fight when they're supposed to unify. I can never remember his name. I think it's Samson Lukowitz, but they was trying to leave PBC, and there was something in the contract that didn't allow him to, so he had to stay over there. So I don't think David Benavidez is scary and ducking people. I don't see Al Heyman unless it, like Sean Porter got that fight because of Kenny. Like they're not PBC slaves, right? But David Benavidez is too valuable. Like that's Sean at the end of the road, or Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder. That's big money. So that's the exception to the rule. It's just I haven't seen enough consistency with Al's top fighters. He gonna go let him fight Andre when he doesn't let anybody else fight Andre. I think David Benavidez do want to fight. I'm not saying he's scared or he ducking, because I personally don't think fighters are scared of each other. But I don't have faith in the PBC. Like I don't think that, especially with what's his name, Tom Brown saying, why would we pay Andre anything? We rather see Jermail fight. What's bull? He looked trash against the Mexican dude.
You talking about Castaño, the Argentina dude?
Nah, big Montiel.
Yeah,
He talked. So you rather make a fight with Montiel than Andre? That's what I'm talking about. Like they ain't got no interest in fighting.
That's because they try, like you said, yeah, they might not be scared. You know, a fighter might not be scared to fight each other, but what they are scared of is losing that O. You don't want to risk losing that O against a high risk and low reward type of fighter. You know, if you're trying to save up and try to go for Canelo only, because that's what they're doing with Jamal Charlo. They like, well, shoot, man, we're gonna try to get this Canelo fight with this, you know, with Jamal Charlo. Now, if we risk Jamal Charlo fighting Andre, it's a good damn chance that Jamal Charlo could lose this fight, and that might mess up the bag. And that's probably how they thinking.
And that's why I was saying he seemed blackballed to me, because he did used to be high risk, low reward. Now when you get an offer $7 million, and then it's a rumor that they even bumped it up to $10 million. Now I haven't seen that, you know, in a credible source, but that's what they were saying. They even bumped it up to $10 million for Jamal to fight.
Well, so, not high risk, low reward in a case of money. Just more like a popularity, right? So let's just say, you know, Andre, he smokes Charlo, right? People gonna be like, who the hell is Andre? Like, you know, that's what the casuals gonna say. Damn, who the hell is Like, you want to fight Canelo and you couldn't even beat Andre? You know, that's what they be thinking right then and there in their minds and whatnot. So that's what it is. It's just Andre. He's a high risk for a lot of fighters. That's why
you gotta be a super casual. You gotta be a super casual to say that though. Like, I mean, from when they was at 154 and they was talking about unifying at that time. I mean, these dudes came up in the same era. You know, it's not like Andrade is just an up and coming dude. You know, and nobody knows who he is that watches boxing, and you know, like Youngbeck. You know, it's not like or Boots or something. It's not like he was a Boots at the time. I mean, at the time, Andrade was a nobody. Charlo was a nobody. I mean, you can even argue that the star power is pretty much the same. I mean, really between the two. I mean, didn't the Charlos do one pay-per-view and it flopped? It did under 100,000 pay-per-view buys, and with both of them on it, it was something like that.
Yeah. They fly. I think they only did like 80 G's or whatnot. But yeah, the fighters know who's the real deal, because, like you said, they came up in the same era, and if anybody know Andre when it came to the amateurs, they know Andre was that guy. Mm-hmm. So like they really know who he is. But from a business standpoint, they thinking like, you know, especially with the PBC, right? Because PBC, you know, especially at that time, was trying to make a name for themselves. You don't want to risk somebody fighting somebody like Demetrius Andre, who was with, what was it, Rock Nation, I think, or some other company. They'd be like, damn, we done lost to a dude from a smaller promotional company, and here I am, PBC, and we trying to, you know what I'm saying, promote and act like we got the best fighters out there. Now, if we lose to a guy named Andre and he's not even signed to us, that might mess up our bag in the future.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely like, you know, a risk to the bag at the end of the day. I mean, I don't think anybody would debate that, but you know, I mean, But what's the alternative? I mean, you look at Jamal Charlo's career right now. I mean, look what you've done. You're a 2-weight division champion. Yeah, you still undefeated, but you don't get the respect that you deserve from the fans anyway. You know, as far as the competition that you've been in the ring with, I mean, you almost lost to a Montiel in your last fight. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, like, why not just fight the guy who you're gonna at least get some credibility for beating if you beat him, which I doubt you beat him, but rather than risk it all versus some cherry pick who got the skills to beat you and almost did in his last fight. So, you know, I mean, that's why I feel like these dudes go wrong. You know, it's like when cherry picking goes wrong, like, dude, just you get more respect for fighting the guys that we want to see you fight, you know.
So let me ask the panel a question, because I heard a couple people say this. If Canelo fights Charlo, is that a cherry pick for Canelo?
I think it's good timing on Canelo's part coming off of that last fight. I think it is damn good timing on his part because Maul looked like absolute ass. He won. He won, but I don't think it's the same as the Williams Andre fight where people say Andre struggled. You know, but then you go and look back at it, and you're like, man, he was uppercutting this motherfucker's head off the entire fight.
And Williams is dirty too.
Right, Williams was dirty fighting. Yeah, choking him. Yeah, he's choking him, all types of shit. I think that the thing with Maul is, honestly, I think he respects Canelo too much. Like, I saw somebody say the other day, oh, man, that's why he's getting the fight, because he's been respectful. I'm like, what the fuck? and that's the thing about Canelo fanboys is, like, y'all want to go and sit here and fillet this man and want other boxers. Y'all want people to sit there and just be like, yeah, just pull it out. Now I'm just going and just take care of you right here, like Caleb Plant did in the damn fight. You like my skills? Like, come on, man. Like, you can have respect for someone, but at the end of the day, this man's trying to take your fucking head off. You know, I just think, I don't know, man. Like, I think at this point, Maul, I don't know if he can find that hunger again. You know, like when he's on an IG Live with Prograde, and he's like, and then somebody asks him, oh, well, what do you think about Benavidez? He's like, why would I listen to the fans? I'm rich. You know, and it's shit like that. It's like, okay, well, you rich. Like, so what should we expect out of you from this fight? And I think that's an honest question to ask. Like, is he going to kind of be like enamored with stepping in the ring with Canelo? I mean, I hope for the sake of boxing, I hope he does win. Because it would be nice to see somebody actually win against Canelo. I know they'll have a run back. You know, it is what it is. I mean, at this point, Canelo's kind of trapped. After, you know, Makabu looked like shit. I see KD dropped off again. After Makabu looked like shit on Saturday, they couldn't really be like convincing of, yeah, you know, he's a good fight for him. You got 68. You got 3 guys at 68 who can fight you, realistically. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna say, man, you know, when it comes to Jamal Charlo, man, I just think that dude is just, you know, to answer your question, this is what I was gonna say, because you asked if a Jamal Charlo fight was a cherry pick, and I'm gonna say yeah, because it's not. It's yeah, but it's not like a super bad cherry pick, but it's still a cherry pick, and here's why I say that. It's a cherry pick because for me, if you're not fighting the best competition available, you kind of cherry picking. You know what I'm saying? That and this goes to even Teofimo Lopez when he lost to Cambosis. A lot of people was like, well, that's not a cherry pick, because we saw what Cambosis did in the ring when he got in there with Teofimo Lopez. You know, George Cambosis is a solid fighter, just like Jamal Charlo's a solid fighter. But at the end of the day, the tougher fight was the Devin Haney fight for Teofimo Lopez. That was a tougher fight. That was the bigger fight. That was the fight that he should have taken. in this particular case with Canelo Alvarez, the fight that he should take should be against David Benavidez. So, I mean, and if you want to challenge yourself, really, then you fight Dimitri Bivol or Artur Beterbiev. Jamal Charlo, a dude moving up in weight from 160 to 168. I mean, that shouldn't be your top priority if you're Canelo Alvarez. That's why I call it a cherry pick. You know, it's not the worst cherry pick that you could possibly do. Like, it's not a super duper cherry pick. You know what I'm saying? But it is still cherry picking when you're fighting, when you're taking the easiest of the fights available to you. It's still cherry picking to me.
And Canelo, and to kind of expound on that, Canelo has a history of dragging dudes up and fighting them like he did with Amir Khan. You know, like, what did Amir Khan do? Once again, when y'all talk about, oh man, who he fight, who he beat, he ain't beat nobody. He didn't earn. What did he do to earn the Canelo fight?
Right.
What did Amir Khan do to earn that Canelo fight? I don't think he was even a champion at that fucking point.
Definitely
I had been a champion, right? So
nah, he didn't. It's not what he did to earn a Canelo fight. It's basically is Amir Khan as a name that people recognize.
And that's fair enough. That's a business part of it, and I can't disagree with you on that. Also, Fresh BX, I'm gonna go and expound on something you just said in the chat about Andre being on the Olympics, and people also.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to that. Everybody fears Andrew. I'm gonna go to that in a second. Let me Amadis, did you want to respond to anything that we just said before we move on? I'm gonna read some comments. Did you want to respond to anything that was said?
Well, let me. Can I just give my take?
Oh, go ahead, Bo. Yeah, go give your point. Then I'm gonna go to Amadis real quick.
Yeah, my thing is, I don't see Charlo as a cherry pick. I think Charlo is a solid opponent. I think at 160, Charlo, to me, it just seemed like he fights to the level of his competition. Now, has Charlo been saying some suspect stuff? Of course. Like, to me, I believe he ducked Andre. I believe he also ducked David Benavidez. But as far as fighting, like, he did fight Deryevchenko, right? As far as the level of competition, I believe Deryevchenko is a better fighter than Juan Montiel. He basically came to fight that fight with Deryevchenko, whereas though when he fought Montiel, in his mind, he probably was like, man, this is another easy payday. And then got a surprise when that fight actually happens. Like I do agree. I don't think he is the best out of the top fighters, but at the end of the day, he still is a very, to me, I think he's better than Billy Joe Saunders. You know what I'm saying?
I disagree.
You don't think so?
No.
But I mean, my personal opinion, I think he's better than Billy Joe Saunders.
I think he's better than Billy Joe Saunders for sure too.
I don't at all, actually.
I think he's better than a Caleb Plant. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he poses more of a threat. Yeah, I think he poses more of a threat than a Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant.
I don't think he would have quit in that same situation that Billy Joe was in.
You damn sure wouldn't have been asking him if he's a good fighter. You think I'm a good fighter? You think I'm okay? Or am I good? He wouldn't have been doing that sucker ass shit.
Yeah.
I lost all respect for Caleb Plant after that. To me, he gets his ass whooped by everybody to me after that.
See, David, I'm consistent with this. I don't know if you remember, I always give people a hard time about Big Charlo.
Mm-hmm.
One, Canelo's best attribute is body punching. I don't know if y'all remember when Deverenchenko was fighting Charlo, he hurt him to the body a couple times. Charlo also, he won the fight, but this is a Deverenchenko that came off a year layoff and a loss in a hard fight to Triple G. So it's the best version I've seen of Deverenchenko was when Danny Jacobs fought him. That was like, he's always had a hard fight. So it's not even like we could pick a fight and go, well, he had an easy fight. He's the guy, I guess, PBC kind of uses to throw in there. Maybe he could steal a belt from another promotion, but that's not the point. But just when y'all saying that Charlo's better than Billy Joe Saunders and he's better than Caleb Plant, the difference between those two versus Charlo's to steal from Floyd is up and down. And at 60, he hasn't displayed the power that he did at 54. but it's because to me he's really a 68 pounder, and they fight once a year, so he's not in shape year round. So he cutting weight and losing power. So by fight night, he don't got the power to keep a Canelo off him. I personally think Caleb Plant to beat him rather easily because they struggle with boxers. So if nothing else, Caleb can move and he's slick. Like that's the Charlo's weakness is guys who either throw a lot of punches or who are good movers. And I haven't seen him in a fight where he's won a fight on his back foot. I haven't seen him where he had to box and be side to side and show wrinkles. It's always straight up and down. And if he can't just knock a guy out, he struggles. That's not a guy. So you say he's better than guys who show wrinkles. Like, you say what you want about Billy Joe Saunders, his resume is better than all of those guys. Now that probably ain't saying much because most of their resumes ain't super thick anyway.
I don't know how I don't agree with that. Billy Joe Saunders resume better. How's his resume better?
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Because Charlo's best win is still J-Rock, right? So in hindsight, you go, J-Rock became a unified champion.
So who's right? Billy Joe Saunders' best win? David Lemieux?
Then Charlo beat.
No, he called David Lemieux a bum, so I ain't counting that. Andy Lee.
Then Charlo also beat what's that dude? The same dude Canelo fought. What's that dude he fought at 154? I thought Charlo beat him pretty easy, unanimous decision.
Austin Trout.
Austin Trout, yeah. So he beat Austin Trout.
Right, and that's a fight where a lot of people thought Charlo lost. So that's what I'm saying.
A lot of people thought Canelo lost.
Are you talking about, right? Are you talking about Jamal Charlo or Jermail? Because I know Jermail basically got that fight was a lot closer with Jermail.
Jamal was a fight. I actually thought Trout won that fight. But David, you're in a roundabout way making my point. You're talking about Canelo fought him how many years before? So you're getting a lesser version of a Trout, and then you're struggling.
It wasn't that much longer before. It was probably maybe a good 2 years. It wasn't that long much after.
You ain't see what happened to Trout knee in that fight, man. You fights like that. I'm sure everybody in here had a fight before. If you had a good fight, it's certain punches that you might have got hit where if you got jumped, I don't know what you've been through, but it's certain events that took place in your life, and you remember them punches, or my hand ain't quite the same with that one time I broke it, or whatever's going on. But after each fight you have, it ain't the same. So
you saying I don't know, just Trout wasn't the same after Canelo?
I don't think any. I believe what the fighters say. Every time you have a fight, you leave with less of you. That go for every fight though. So yeah, more depending on what type of fight you had, of course, it's gonna take more out of you. But my point just being, Trout, that was a Trout that beat Cotto. That's a more prime Trout. Trout is another fighter. You look at his resume, he fought everybody.
Trout is a very consistent fighter though. He's not a guy that just fell off for the most part. Like all the fights around that time, at least, all the fights that Trout was in, they were all like close fights that went the distance. I think the only person that really beat the shit out of Trout was Lara.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody else, he was in the fight. They were all competitive fights. So
no, I agree. But what I'm saying is, just about like when y'all naming people on Jamal's resume, Andy Lee is better than. So I'll give you Derevyanchenko. I don't think Derevyanchenko is Andy Lee, but okay. If you say Derevyanchenko, I'll give it to you. If you say J-Rock, I'll give it to you. Literally everybody else is worse than Andy Lee. They're worse than Eubank. They're worse than Lemieux. They're worse. Not Trout though.
What has Eubank done? Lemieux? What has Lemieux done? None of these dudes really. I mean, honestly, we got to put all these dudes in the same category. They all belong in the same category, really. So I don't. That's why I'm like. I mean, if you want to say their resumes are about the same, I'll give you that. But for you to just say Billy Joe, because I mean, if you want to look at accolades, Jamal's a 2-time 2-weight division champ. Billy Joe Saunders is a 2-time 2-weight division champ. I mean, but I honestly. Jamal fought some real killers at 154 and J-Rock. To me, and also you made the reference about J-Rock. Caleb Plant. To me, Julian Williams is a better boxer than Caleb Plant. To me,
I don't know. I think Caleb is slicker, but Julian is better mid range, of course, inside. But Julian, not to make excuses. See, Julian and Tony Harrison, I don't know how deep into they background and stuff y'all are. They lost. They came up in the gyms like James Toney did. They sparring every day. I don't know if you noticed, but J-Rock and Tony Harrison, once they start getting touched, it's not just they don't have a chin. It's but since J-Rock was 10 years old, the man sparred every day in Philly gyms. Tony Harrison came up in the Crunk gym. They spar every day. So you taking away from it. It is what it is. You signed a dotted line. That's nobody's problems. But they got worn down in the gym more than in the ring. Because you watch them fight, you go, their skills is top notch, pretty much. I'm gonna tell you like this though, Modest. Like here's why I'm making the comparison between J-Rock and Caleb Plant, because both of them are pretty skilled boxers, but both of them lack power. Both of them are fighters where they don't have the power to keep anybody who's pressing them off of them. That's why guys like Canelo and Charlo are able to press them until they can get the knockout. So to me, if Charlo went in there with a Caleb Plant, although he may not have the power that a Canelo has, I mean, Caleb Plant ain't got the power to keep Charlo off of him, you know. So I mean, that's a fight that more than likely, in my opinion, will end up with Caleb Plant getting stopped. You talking about Charlo at 54 though? Even Charlo at 60. I mean, we don't know what he looked like at 68. So yeah, that may be a little but at 60 though, and this is I think people missing. When you talking about all his power and his knockouts, that was 54 Charlo. Charlo at 60 struggled for the most part.
Right, but you said overall resume. So you gotta include the 54, right?
Right. And that's the only part of it that if we talking about 60 with it, we ain't talking about nothing. I'm throwing in J-Rock from 54.
Derevchenko is still a good opponent, you know. I mean, we can't discount that either.
Right. That's what I said. So you got Derevchenko and you got J-Rock. If you want to say Trout, that's fine. What I'm saying to you is that to me, when I like Andy Lee, I don't know. Again, some people don't. Y'all all seem like y'all actually know boxing though. So I'm not saying it to y'all, but a lot of people you bring up fighters. I'm sure y'all have experienced this. You bring up a fighter, they say they garbage, and then you ask them who they fought, they don't know. But what I do know is that same Matt Corrball that gave Jamal hell that I thought Jamal lost to, Andy Lee smoked him. He knocked him out. Right. The same Peter Quillen, right? That Danny Jacobs smoked in one round. Now, whatever you think about Peter, I know that. To me, Andy Lee, you know, got a PBC robbery. So I'm gonna go. If you ask me, well, if we're gonna play triangle theory, if I drop Andy Lee and Charlo's resume and see who he would beat, with J-Rock's chin, and he's knocked out people with better chins, he probably knocks J-Rock out because J-Rock's got to get mid range to inside to get off on Andy Lee. It's not a good spot for him to beat. Of course, I'm just shooting off, but I'm just saying. When we talk about the resume, well, he top heavy and then they get real thin real fast. Billy Joe's ain't super deep either, but it's 6-7 names there versus just them 3 names. So it's when you say, well, theirs is better based off just a couple names, and then the quality of fighters that Billy Joe beat, whatever you think about him, that's what I'm saying. All these resumes are thin, but whatever you think about him, well, he would have the better resume if you look at, okay, he beat these guys, and then who did those guys fight? So Chris Eubank he's fought better competition than anybody on Charlo's resume. To me, because he moved up to 168 and fought in the Super 6. So he's fighting against, what's my man name that lost to Frotch twice? He just retired a couple
George Groves.
George Groves. Like that's what I'm saying. We start digging into the resume and who guys actually fought.
I hear you that they fought him, but I mean, if you talk about Chris Eubank, he lost to all those big fights those step up fights that he got into. So did
Derevchenko.
All right. I mean, but again, that puts us right back where we were before. They're all in pretty much the same category. So I don't know how you would say.
But no, because Derevchenko Charlo only got 3 good wins. He got Derevchenko, he got Trout, and then he got
Julian Williams.
Julian Williams. So if we Xing out Derevyanchenko, now he down to 2. And that's
Matt
my
Korobov
point.
was a good win too.
Who was?
Matt Korobov.
That was a very controversial fight.
Yeah,
though.
that's controversial. Like I wouldn't have used that example. I'm saying because he lost the fight, but I mean he won on paper, but that wasn't a good out. He got beat up most of the fight. To me, he ate left hands for the first 8 rounds.
Well, I mean, he got the dub, you know what I mean? So he still
he got it. Yeah,
he got the dub. He got the dub.
He got it.
He got the dub. So I mean, you know, because I already know that if I ask you about Canelo's resume, you're gonna bring up Lara and you're gonna bring up Triple G, which are also fights that are controversial and he got beat up in.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So he got the dub. So but I mean, those fights alone to me are better if we're comparing those are Jamal Charlo's best fights, and we compare those to Billy Joe Saunders' best fights, which are Chris Eubanks, David Lemieux, and you said Andy Lee.
Andy Lee, yeah.
Anybody else?
I'm sorry, what?
Anybody else who you could think of on there?
Who was Andy Lee?
On what you call it resume? Billy Joe Saunders.
Billy Joe Saunders.
Mm-hmm.
I had him. We've been. Oh, he fought. What's my man name? That's at 60. He was undefeated too when he beat. And that's the other thing too. Do y'all put stock in when you beat somebody? Like meaning I beat this guy when he's undefeated.
I mean, yeah, I give that some level of precedence. Yeah.
Like for me, it depends on, because anybody can be undefeated. Like Steve Rose was undefeated and Steve Rose. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what I mean though. Like the guys who we like for perfect example, when Charlo beat J-Rock, is undefeated. So that's the point I would use if I was bringing up the J-Rock point. Like when he beat him, he was undefeated. Yeah. Now J-Rock hadn't fought anybody, so we didn't know that was my point. That's also the point about the win. At the time he beat J-Rock literally fought no one. So he shouldn't have, and IBF is weird with their rankings, but he shouldn't have had a Charlo fight at that point. Because Charlo at that point had fought the better competition. Same thing with Lubin. Lubin, why is he in the ring with Jermail? And you taking a giant step up. So yeah, you actually look more talented, but experience play a factor. He's been in tougher fights than you. He's more war ready. So you throwing him in there, and then you get knocked out by making a basic mistake, which proves the point of you wasn't ready to be in there yet. So it's, I mean, we are just giving our opinion, of course, but when I just don't get how people are so high on Jamal when he only had 2 good wins, really. I mean, like, Jermail was different. Jermail fight everybody except Andre, but other than Andre, he fight everybody.
We fought K9 Bungers too, man. That's a solid win. But that's a good win. Don't do that to K9. K9 was the guy at that point. He wasn't.
I like K9. He is C-level fighter at best though. He had that belt because of opportunity and who was available, and who was in the weight division at the time.
Let me read some of these comments real quick, man. I'm gonna get right back to you. So Daryl Field say dope channel. Say dope channel. D-Ray Promotion say Real Talk TV. Yes, sir. My guy Mango Juice 07's in the building, man. Shout out to my guy Mango Juice 07, man. I got that link open for you too, Mango, in case you want to hit that one time for your boy. But Mango Juice 07 says Andre whoops every middleweight champion from 154 to 168, and they Mandos. He too good for his own good, literally. Ooh, okay. D-Ray Promotion says a modest A. Do you have any criticism for Bud Crawford, pound for pound king? Okay, I'm gonna go back to you on that, Amadeus. D-Ray Promotions also says why Mel Charlo said no real brothers in Rhode Island, because that nigga a hater. That's why he said that.
Ain't no real niggas in Rhode Island, nigga.
Yeah, that's what he said. Ain't no real niggas in Rhode Island. He really said that shit. But that's all more duck language at the end of the day. It's just, what that got to do with him wanting to fight you. It's like everything but let's fight, and that's where these dudes go wrong with that shit, because, and dudes like me, I just see through the bullshit. You want to sit there and say, I ain't no real niggas in Rhode Island. He trying to fight you though. That kind of make him a real nigga, right? But we'll let that go for right now. Fresh BX say, they say Andre blackballed Lara was a part of the team. Louis DeBagas, PBC, Al Heyman is it far-fetched to believe PBC ain't really want Lara fighting Andrade either? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a great argument, Fresh BX, because people want to have it both ways, and you can't have it both ways. If you're going to say that Andrade is blackballed, or if you're going to say that it's the PBC, that's the reason why Jamal Charlo is. And I don't really hear too many people say this about Jamal Charlo and Jermail Charlo. I think everybody unanimously across the board agrees that them dudes ducked Andrade. But if you're going to use that argument and say that it's the PBC and that they're blackballed, but then you want to turn around and say Andrade ducked Lara, it's like, how does that work? If he's blackballed, then he can't fight anybody with the PBC. So how could he have ducked somebody that he couldn't fight anybody anyway, based on that logic? You know what I'm saying? So that's an excellent point, Fresh BX, man. He said Samson, either Samson. Okay. Fresh BX Mango Juice said 100. Okay, so they saluting each other. Dude said, Fresh BX said, man, people don't even know Andre spot on Olympic team was in the same weight class Jamal was in the amateurs. They know who's who. That's an excellent point again, Fresh BX. Absolutely. They was on the same Olympic team. Jamal Charlo know what's going on with Demetrius Andrade. When Andrade pulled up to that man at his press conference, he was stuttering and stumbling. Y'all remember that? I think I'm going to have to play it before this is over. I don't know. I mean, I don't pick my fights and everything, but let's fight, you know. D-Ray Promotions, ring that bell. Yes, sir. Ring that noti bell one time for your boy. Mango Juice 07 says, how can Andre be so unpopular when his opponent's managers know who is or isn't on his resume? Oh, my God. Y'all cooking in the comment section. Damn. Y'all cooking out there. Absolutely. He ain't fight nobody. He hasn't fought nobody. Oh, he ain't fought nobody. So that means you're intimately knowledgeable about his resume in order to make that statement, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to. Am I safe to assume that? But you don't know who he is. He's unpopular. You don't know who he is. He's a terrible fighter. Nobody knows him. He has no fan base. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you could give me all the names on his resume. Interesting. Interesting. Absolutely correct, Mango Juice. Got the emojis over here. He laughing. Fresh BX say, nah, J-Rock not better than Caleb. He agree with you there, Modest. I say, but man, Caleb ain't impressive to me, man. Caleb, I mean, to me, they the same type of fighters to me. They got good boxing skills. They both, you know, they both have the same issues where I think J-Rock chin a little weaker though. Like J-Rock kind of got a weak chin because we done see him cracked a few times and put on his face. And Caleb seemed to have a pretty solid chin, considering he did go 11 rounds with Canelo, given the fact that Canelo was walking his ass down for 11 rounds. So, you know, I could see your point on that one, Fresh BX. Gerald Fields say, the hell with the pound for pound list. Where does Canelo come in on the most pay-per-view sold? Because if he the face of boxing, then boxing should be embarrassed. You got Jake Paul doing 1 million pay-per-views on a regular basis, but Canelo's the face of boxing, huh? But, you know, I mean, Canelo's the guy who's selling the most pay-per-views right now. I mean, to me, the fact that Canelo Alvarez did, what was it, 600,000 or something like that, or 800,000 against Caleb Plant, to me, that's astonishing. The fact that he did that. I don't know if they made that shit up. I don't know if somebody put JK at the end of that sentence. I don't know if it was April Fool's. But for him to do that many pay-per-view buys versus Caleb Plant, that's impressive. You know, to me, that's like the equivalent to Mayweather fighting an Andre Berto, somebody that nobody knows who the fuck that is. You know, he carried that pay-per-view on his own and still managed to generate over 500,000 pay-per-view buys. That's a pay-per-view. That's kind of like a pay-per-view star, in my opinion. You know, not this Earl Spence shit where this nigga this dude did 250,000 pay-per-view buys and now he the big fish. I mean, nah, that ain't no. You know what I mean? Fresh BX say they don't know what to do when they don't know what to do when they get hit, in my opinion. Absolutely. Fresh BX also say Charlo was a huge favorite against Korbov. Absolutely, man. He definitely was. And my guy Troy Soros is in the building. Shout out to you, Troy, in the motherfucking building. Salute. And if anybody's new in here, man, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe one time for your boy, man. Make sure y'all do that, man. Please, please, please. Let's help the channel grow in this motherfucker. But Troy says, tell Cub Charlo to come to South Providence, Rhode Island, talking that shit, and he will find out real quick what kind of brothers are in Rhode Island. Okay, but my boy Troy say he about that smoke, man. He about that action. You know what I mean? So,
I've been to Providence a lot of times. Providence is actually that city is wild. I mean, it's a party town.
he said it's wild,
but it's also wild too. I used to go to Providence all the time when I was in the military, and they be bogging out there.
Yeah. I mean, if you can go to almost any city in America and you're gonna find a hood, you're gonna find a place where you can't be going around talking that shit. For that weird ass nigga to say some shit like that, I mean, it was all cap at the end of the day anyway, but it's like, yo, you can get hurt out here talking like that, man. But it is what it is, man. But let me go to y'all, man. Based on them comments, man, y'all got anything y'all want to add? Like any rebuttals?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of touch on what Fresh BX had said about the Olympics and the whole thing about Yanabek and how they try to discredit Quigley. Do I think Quigley, you could say his best win was against, Shane Mosley Jr. Yeah, okay. But Yanabek and Quigley fought each other in the Olympics. So when y'all throw out these...
Yeah, they did, yeah.
So when y'all, go and say, Andre's fighting bums.
Ooh.
Like, he's fighting against somebody who was an amateur. And not only that, y'all say, these are the things about their narratives. Y'all say, he don't even fight people that's in the top 10. In the WBO rankings, once again, if y'all go on these fucking websites, y'all find out. Quigley was ranked 10th. He wasn't. I can literally go back to November and show you who was the top 10 at that point. It was Munguia, Yanabek, and Falcao were the top 3. Everybody else, it was like Dingum and a bunch of other names I'd never heard of before. He beat Williams and he beat Quigley. That's 2 of the top 10. Who else is he supposed to fucking beat?
And wasn't Williams a mandatory?
Yeah, he was a mandatory.
That was his last mandatory.
Which is crazy, and that's how the corruption in boxing. Because normally you only got to fight 1 mandatory a year, and they ordered Andre to fight another mandatory within 10 months.
And another thing about Williams too, right? See, the same thing they try to say about Janibek, right? This dude is the real deal. They were trying to say that about Williams before Andre fought him. Then when Andre beat his ass, all of a sudden Williams is a nobody.
Thank you very much, sir. I was just gonna say that. Thank you very much. That was Williams, big shit now. Now Williams he gonna win. He gonna win. And you know what happened? As soon as the fight was made, this is funny about these fanboys, because as soon as the fight was made, I remember in my comment section, I was like, "You going for Williams?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm going for Williams. Williams is gonna beat him." I was like, "Okay, all right, you want to put some money on it?" Nah, man, I'm just capping. I know Williams is gonna lose, man, but he's my guy. I'm like, so y'all niggas don't even believe that he gonna actually win. Y'all just want him to fight him. Y'all just want to keep Andrade in these little obscure fights that y'all gonna criticize him for fighting anyway. So I was like, man, give me a break, man.
You know what's crazy about the whole mandatory thing is that Parker's been mandatory number 1, whatever, since 2020. They haven't mandated him. So you mean to tell me Andre gets 2 mandatories,
right,
back to back, right? Like almost damn near immediately,
within the same 6 months.
right. Went from he fought in April, then in November, late November, early December, they mandated Yanabek. So you mean to tell me they could go and mandate him, but they can't mandate 168? And here's another thing, and I'm sorry for cutting you off. Here's another thing. If it was Zach Parker, y'all go and say, okay, whatever. Let's just watch it. Canelo is speaking. Like El Campeón. That's all it'll be. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all are cool with those type of fights. Y'all okay with adding the Yoda bomb?
Yield the bomb.
Y'all cool with that? Dude, I'll never. And that's the thing, when you go and look over resumes, I'm always like, okay, well, who's this person's best win? And you could say Lolinga Mock. Do you don't even know who he lost to a couple of months ago? Jack Cullen, who just lost his last fight against some French dude.
Mm.
So
Troy,
when you go ahead.
nah, I was just gonna read a comment. Go ahead, finish what you were saying. I'm gonna read this comment real quick.
Oh no! All I'm gonna say is you gotta, when you go and criticize these fighters, say they ain't fought nobody who he beat, and I can easily go and say, well, his best win, Caleb Plant's best win is against Figgin. What was his name? Figgin Boots.
Figure butt.
Finger butt. Yeah, finger butt. Yeah, finger butt. Finger butt. Truax and God, I'm drawing.
Well, he did
Kentucky.
beat
Who's Kentucky?
Colombian dude.
Who's Kentucky?
Yeah.
Who's Kentucky? Thank you. Him. Right. Those are his best 3 wins. You know, you go and look back at all these guys who we fought at 68, and you go and say, oh, he beat 3 undefeated champions. Yeah, he did. We can go and say, I mean, okay, on record, we can say Callum Smith beat John Ryder. He lost that fight. Right? He got his ass whooped. Anybody who watched that fight knows. But here's the thing: Canelo fans do not watch boxing; they watch Canelo, and then they go to everybody's channel and they go and repeat what these channels say, and then they go in our comment sections thinking they know what the fuck they're talking about, and they don't.
Facts.
Big facts. Troy Soro says Williams was number 2 mandatory because the number 1 mandatory, no cojones, Mugia did not want to fight Boogeyman champ Andre. Shaking my damn head.
Yeah. Mugia took the Canelo Alvarez playbook.
You
Canelo did
feel
at
me?
154.
Thank you, Bo. I'm about to do a video comparing Mugia to Canelo because they following the same script. They doing the same things. Go ahead.
I don't even think it's him. I don't think it's him. I think it's Golden Boy because it's literally the same. Oscar did the same thing.
And that's what I was about to say to you.
We're not gonna fight Andre because he's got a name. But as soon as he got stripped, y'all went for that same belt.
That's what I was gonna say. Like,
exactly. Facts.
But just to touch on real quick, when y'all was talking about the Andre and the mandatories, y'all peep what's going on, right? The WBO was in who pocket? Bob Arum. Who is Andre signed to? Eddie Hearn. Every time they get into it, one of them trying to fuck the other one. So I feel like Bob put that in, like, order that mandatory, because I want that belt up off. Yeah, they're not gonna fight Yanni back. I want that belt up off of Andre, not because of Andre, so I can fuck over Eddie Hearn. Same thing with the Lomachenko Luke Campbell fight. Bob Arum was tight that fight was on his own, because Eddie Hearn gonna put the bread up. Same thing with Bob Arum and Frank Warren. You know, they work together, so they put that bread up together to get that fight. Fuck the fight they just outbid. Tyson Fury, Dillian White. They put up $40 million. That's not a $40 million fight, because Eddie put up 32. That's that. But that's the politics getting into it, though. That's, you know, a different conversation. But it's deeper than just Andre versus Yanni Beck. It'd be promoters be having pissing contests and shit. But
yeah, and you know what's crazy is that if you look at the rankings, Top Rank has, I think, in the IBF and the WBO, they got Falcao. I think Falcao's number 1 in the IBF, and number 3 in the WBO, and Yanibek is number 2. They're trying to circle around and collect those 160 belts.
Yep.
I don't know if people noticed it. Like, I was like, wait a minute, because I was looking at the rankings. I usually look at them at least once or twice a week, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I see what he's trying to do. He was trying to force Andre's hand. Smart move. It's business.
It is. It's business. But this is what I disagree with you though about. This is when I typically get on your nerves, King David. When it comes to Canelo, that's where I get into arguments, because nobody in the middle with him. It's either they one extreme or the other extreme. To unify that division, what was it, 10 months? Oh, how do y'all know the exact timeline? 12 months, something like that year?
Somebody
about 13, 14 months or something like that.
Okay.
This is my issue when people criticize it, right? Charlo now is considered a cherry pick, but he wasn't. They're privy to, first of all, depending on who you believe, he already turned down the fight. So that's why I understand people saying he ducked him when he was offered the fight, but that's who you choose to believe, which is fair. But David Benavidez, only reason he get a chance to fight Canelo is because he piss hot, can't make weight. So, but then you turn around and go, well, Canelo ducking him. Well, he had a belt. To be honest with you, he had a belt.
He didn't piss hot. I don't remember him ever pissing hot.
What didn't he get popped for coke?
He got popped for cocaine.
Coke, yeah. I mean, it's considered illegal drug. That's what I mean. So let me fix my terminology. He's on coke and then couldn't make weight. So that's your fault. Like, I'm not gonna get mad at Canelo for not fighting you when you was in prime position and then you effed that bag up. Him fighting.
Smaller thing, yo. Before you continue,
yep.
Canelo wasn't even thinking about 168 before what's her name got stripped of the belt. When David Benavidez got stripped of the belt, Canelo raced to the 168 division to start, going for that undisputed route. When he had a chance just to go undisputed right there where he was at 160, he only had one belt to go, but he decided to go the 168 route the minute David Benavidez got stripped.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Let me add to that real quick before you go ahead, Amadis. But to add to that too, it's like the WBC, if you're a sanctioning body, how do you give somebody a belt? Somebody who's fighting for a completely different belt. I mean, he fought Callum Smith for the WBA. So the WBC just says, you know what? WBC belt on the line too. Instead of handling it like a regular sanctioning body and putting the belt up so the two top fighters in that weight division can fight for that belt, which the two top fighters, even though Benavidez was stripped, was David Benavidez. And I forget who was next. I believe it was it Avni or Durham? I don't think it was, because he had just lost to Anthony Durrell. It should have probably even been Anthony Durrell.
Anthony Durrell, yep.
So it should have been Anthony Durrell or David Benavidez. So Avni or Durham didn't even really belong in that conversation to be considered as a champion or even a guy who would have been a contender for the belt at that time.
You're right. Nope, I agree with that. But I disagree with you too about David Benavidez. This is about the point I'm about to make, actually. David Benavidez being the best based off of what? Because
he was ranked second in the WB in super middleweight rankings, right?
Yeah. Well, he was literally the champion. He was the guy who beat Anthony Durrell,
which was the guy.
Which was the guy.
Bo, and you know what, Bo? I'll be right there with you, bro. You be saying exactly what I'm about to say, because Anthony Durrell was the guy at 168. He was the guy who inherited that weight division, and Benavidez beat him. So that made Benavidez the guy. Anthony Durrell.
Anthony Durrell, who struggled against Yildirim?
He might have struggled against Yildirim, but who was better? Who was better than Durrell at that time at 168?
I think David Benavidez.
Well, I mean, we saw that, other than David Benavidez, right?
And Caleb Plant.
Nah.
And Caleb Smith. I don't think I might difference of opinion. I don't think highly of Anthony Durrell.
You don't think Anthony Durrell would be Callum Smith?
Not that version of him. We talking about the timeline and when they all became champions, no? Maybe 3-4 years earlier when he was, more closer to his prime, but he ain't looked good in years either. So that's what I'm saying. If Canelo fights Anthony Durrell and Anthony Durrell don't look good, you know how it's gonna go. Well, he was old. He's past it. He just struggled against this person and that. So it's just saying nobody was doing nothing. Everybody was sitting on their hands, like how y'all talking about how Jamal sitting on his hands waiting for Canelo. Well, PBC, y'all got David Benavidez. Y'all got two champions. What was it, like 2-3 years they was champions at the same time? Why aren't they fighting each other? So then we can figure. So if y'all say David the best, well, I think he beats Plant, but he beat Plant, by the way. Well, then he proved it though. Instead of us just being anecdotal and going, well, he looks like the best, and he looks whatever. If we get the fights, we don't gotta, argue and go back and forth. Unfortunately, but we do. But I'm just going. Nobody separated themselves. Nobody fought another champion. Nobody unified. Nobody did anything. We had 4 champions not doing nothing, and then Canelo comes up, and y'all giving him the opportunity to do the bullshit he do, and then everybody else crying. But my thing is, let's stop worrying about Canelo and let's put pressure on the other fighters so they can't sit around and wait for the sweepstakes.
Well, remember,
I gotta fight each other.
Yeah, most of these dudes had just came up on belts, so most of them hadn't been champions longer than 6 months.
David Benavidez has been a champion, and Plant was a champion for a couple years together.
Plant was,
yeah. Plant won that. Plant had to have won that belt in 18 or 19.
Yeah, I think he won it in 18. When was it? That was in 2020, like right before the pandemic, when Plant had said they trying to get me when I'm weak. I think that was like in February. February 2020, if I remember right, because I remember that press conference. Him just sitting there, he's just like, yeah, they trying to catch me when I'm weak. Yeah, he tried to delay it as long as he could, because I think he would have honestly, if it would have came down to it, it would have been in order. It would have been Yildirim, Smith, because he was still in the zone, I think, at that point.
Okay,
so Yildirim, Smith, Billy. I think you could have probably flip flopped Billy Joe and Smith, because I think that was at the point he was going through that whole thing with the zone and Golden
with Oscar. Yeah,
right, with Oscar, and then Plant. I don't think Plant was supposed to be last. I think but also part of me thinks that that was his way of kind of being like, okay, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man. Sorry. I think that was his.
I don't know. I just I'm indifferent when it comes to Canelo, only because while everybody complaining about what he's doing, nobody else is doing anything. So while
but this is the thing though, nobody can move like Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Because when you got money like that, you get to move however you want to move. Whereas though somebody who doesn't make as much money, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of politics. See, Canelo creates a lot of politics. That's the big difference.
While that's true, but so my thing is, I don't know if you remember me saying this, King David. While I'm not gonna hold it against you, I'm not gonna give you credit either. That's how I feel about Andre. I'm not gonna hold it against you that Canelo don't want to fight you, but you did have opportunities to fight other people. So it works both ways.
Such as who?
What you mean? He pulled out against Devin Haney. He said it himself. He had an opportunity. I agree. I wouldn't have took. I probably would have been mad about taking less money too. But the fact is, at the end of the day,
the Dervinchenko was about him not having enough time for camp.
Right, but Andre's not in the position. We sit here talking about one of the 5 most talented middleweights, right? How he can't get a fight. Reality of it is, there's been too many accounts, like Bud. There's been too many accounts of fighters taking fights on short notice because they got to. And so he's unfortunately an Olympian, a two about to be probably three-weight division champion, is in a position where he got to take risk and do things he shouldn't have to, but you kind of do if you want certain opportunity. You got to take that fight on short notice.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that for 2 reasons. I'm honest, right? 2 reasons I don't agree with that. First, what champion has to take fights on 2 weeks' notice? I mean,
Andre.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, it's if I'm Andre, I'm not doing that either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the champion at the end of the day. Like, why am I? I'm supposed to be the one to call the shots. Go ahead.
Can't have it both ways. So he
can't have it both ways. But we wouldn't ask any other champion to take a fight on 2 weeks' notice, 3 weeks' notice. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't even be a question because they would be the one dictating everything. So, I mean, if you're talking about Andre fighting like a Canelo, somebody who maybe was a big star who could control certain things and maybe was a champion from other weight classes and things like that, okay, maybe that'll be a different conversation. Maybe when that opportunity comes up, then you can say, well, okay, well, he needs to jump on this opportunity, even though he's the champion. He needs to take this opportunity because he can build his profile drastically by taking this fight. But if you're talking about somebody like a Derevyanchenko, somebody who's never been a champion, somebody who probably would never even get credit for anyway for beating, although it would be a good fight, if I'm Andrade, I'm not taking a fight on 3 weeks notice, or I'm going to have a full camp for this dude, because first of all, I'm not going to get credit for a win from him anyway, whether I get the win or whether I don't get the win. And then second of all, it's not no real big money on the line that we're talking about, so it's like, why me, the champion? Why do I have to make these sacrifices in order to get in the ring with the dude that I'm not even gonna get credit for anyway, or get any money from anyway, or doesn't have a belt anyway, So, that's my logic when it comes to that whole Derevyanchenko thing. Like, I mean, I need a full fight, and it was the same with Charlo. Charlo, he pulled out of the fight. Okay, he pulled out of the fight, but he's getting paid less than the challenger. But and at the same time, why me, the champion, getting paid for somebody who's a challenger, somebody who don't have a belt, somebody who don't have no big name? Because at the time, Charlo didn't have no big name. Nobody knew who the fuck that dude was.
Neither one of them had a big name. That's true.
Yeah, all they knew is that they were tough guys coming up, and they were with the PBC. If you're Andrade, I don't think you could have foresaw, all this shit that happened here now. But, at the time, I mean, I get where he's coming from with it, But when these dudes were given the opportunity to fight Andrade on different occasions, they all, for one reason or another, and we can speculate what the reasons were, whether it be fear or whether it be something else, they didn't take the fights. And that was with both Charlo and Derevyanchenko. And Lara, you know what I mean?
But like that would have been well, besides Lara, that would have been their highest paydays too, because the offer was what, $7 million?
Yeah,
for Jamal, yep, facts.
$7 million.
This is where I disagree with you. He's in a unique position, right? So he has the. I just don't. You can't have it both ways. You're either gonna take the risk of him moving up. Let's say he move up and fight David Benavidez. David Benavidez is what that's gonna do for him. He's not a champion, and David. This is my thing about David
to become a champion.
He's gonna become a champion. Andrade ain't fighting him without no belt on the line. Trust me, I already know. Unless there's a belt on the line, I don't think Andrade's even interested in the fight, because when Andrade was asked about a Benavidez fight, Andrade was like, well, does he have a belt? Because at the end of the day, that's what Andrade's looking for, the belts. He's looking for that legacy. He's looking to cement his name, in the history books, and that comes with the belts. So I believe that 2 belts are going to be on the line when they actually meet up at 168.
And Andre has to have a belt because of what we're talking about. Yeah, he has to have he has to, because nobody's gonna fight him. They don't want to fight him now, and they damn sure not fighting him if they ain't winning no title and they ain't getting overpaid to fight him. Exactly,
and that's why he didn't move up to 168 a year before, because there was no path to a title at that time. Because I talked about this a little earlier, but there was somebody who was like, Andrade should have moved up to 168 earlier, but there was no path to him for him to move to 68 and actually be able to get a fight.
But see, I disagree with that though, because he was on the zone, and the same way the 60 pounders were on the zone, half of the 68 pounders, which is my point earlier about them sitting around waiting, were on the zone as well. So he could have taken the WBO
I did kind of touch on that of when, I don't know if you remember, I think that was 2018. Maybe that was after the Rose fight, where he snuck into the ring to call out Triple G.
Yep.
And Triple G never even uttered his name after that. So I think that was his whole reason of signing with the zone. And I've got to find it. And one of these days, I'm going to do a video and try to debunk all this shit about him. All the stuff that people say, he ducked this guy, he ducked that guy. When he first got signed, Eddie Hearn promised that he was going to get Triple G a Canelo. Like, promised. And if you watch the documentary they just had on this channel, they said they were in breach of contract at least 3 times, meaning they must have promised him one of these fights and they weren't able to come through.
Oh.
I believe it's a Triple G fight. They promised him.
I'm assuming so.
Canelo and
Because-
Triple G were on the zone at the time, so I'm pretty sure probably both. Honestly, none of them wanted to fight him.
I think that was his whole point of signing with him. Like, yeah, you can say, because people try to say, oh, well, he made the comment about him being happy making, money fighting the Luke Heels of the world. Like, yeah, I'm getting paid $3 million a fight to fight somebody like that on a Jake Paul undercard. I'd be happy too. That'd be enough to keep a man sane, just like Crawford.
Exactly. Same situation.
You paying me $4 to $6 million a fight, and I'm fighting Jeff fucking Horn. Okay.
Right.
I'd be happy with it too. But at the end of the day, it gets to the point where you going and you telling people, you pulling to people's press conferences, and you saying, all right, dude, come on, let's do this. And somebody calls you horrible and people go along with it because half these people don't know about the man. And yeah, like, do I say that he's blameless in this? No. That's me being honest and objective. We're gonna talk about it honestly and objectively.
That's your boy favorite line.
We're gonna keep that same energy. All right, let me stop clowning. But he pulls up to dude's press conference and dude tells him get the fuck out of here, and then his fans start repeating that same shit. And you're like, okay, he tried to get the fight with Triple G. He tried to get the fight with Charlo. He turned it down. He tried to get this fight with Canelo. Canelo moved up. Like, what the fuck else does he need to do? And then y'all say, oh, he ain't fighting nobody. He's fighting a Liam Williams, but he goes and he's ducking Jonabeg. It's like, y'all ain't even being consistent about it. Like, he's trying to get these fights. What is he supposed to do? Like Fresh BX said, what is he supposed to do? Be like Rashidi Ellis and be inactive? Rashidi Ellis ain't fought in what, damn near 2 years?
I forgot all about Rashidi.
The dude he beat has fought more than him.
Shit.
So it's politics and boxing are crazy as fuck.
And we see what happened to Gary Russell Jr. He ain't fought in 2 years, and what happened? He come back and get upset.
Right. And I mean, that's another thing, about Gary Russell. And I'm actually gonna dip out because I gotta act like I actually, have employment. But with Gary Russell, he was trying to get them big fights. I remember and people don't remember this, when he did a video where he pulled up on Leo Santa Cruz's dad. And Leo didn't want that fight. And it's like, yeah, it's the same thing as Andre. You could say, hey, nobody really knew him, outside, like, yeah, he fought Lomachenko and lost. But he was trying to get these fights and nobody wanted to fight him. So if he did the same thing as Andre, he would have stayed active and been fighting, outside of his mandatories, taking voluntaries and mandatories, y'all would have criticized him for that too. So let's just be consistent when we look at these fighters who are actually out here saying, I want this fight, I want that fight, and they aren't being full of shit and just having Twitter fingers about it. Like, I don't think these fighters are scared of each other. Like Adam has said, I don't think these fighters are scared of each other. I think it's a thing of risk versus reward. Like, what is this going to do for my career? But if I lose, is the money worth me getting my ass whooped? And on that note, y'all have a good one. It was good talking to y'all.
Hey, before you go, everybody fears Andre, man. Make sure you give everybody your channel and drop the link to your channel in the chat box.
I ain't even got no channel. You know what, bro? I need to start uploading videos because, like I said, I can go in the comment section and easily tell people this happened, that happened, and there's nobody can use Google for some reason. I don't know why.
Hey, you need to start a channel, man, because like I said, I'll be seeing you in these comment sections going ham on the news, man.
You know what? And that's the thing, like how I am now, like I'm gonna honestly, dude, this is my personality. I'm real laid back. But when you start talking about, oh, you just dick sucking this dude and blah, 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 and I'm trying to have a conversation, like a formal conversation, like we just, sitting in the barbershop, and you saying, oh, you sucking this man's dick, he ain't fought nobody, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, but these dudes ain't fighting nobody either, and he gave them the fight.
Exactly.
That's
I can agree with you for sure.
And yeah, like I said, some of this was his own doing back at 54. But since he signed with Matchroom, you cannot make a fucking excuse of why he hasn't gotten a big fight, one big fight, to go and say, well, if you didn't fight Lara, if you didn't fight Charlo, if you didn't duck out of Derevianchenko and Korobov, and then you go back and you like, well, yeah, they kind of was fucking him over on that. But when he was with Star and Banner Promotions, all of this is documented.
And that was so strange for him to sign with that promotional company. Because coming out of the Olympics, he could have signed with anybody.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, like Star and Banner Promotions, like shit, the four of us could put together a damn purse bid. And probably do better than
No respect.
But that Rock Nation deal is what did more damage.
It did. I'll agree with you on that. Like
it's the politics. Al Heyman got bad blood with Jay-Z because of Beyonce and them. But some back in the day shit they was promoting. Remember, Al Heyman is a music guy. He's not a boxing guy. So anybody that had anything to do with Rock Nation, he was dubbing them. So that hurt more than him being a star band. And then he got in that lawsuit, can't get a fight now because you know, so that did a lot.
He sat around. You know, he sat around trying to deal with that, and he lost years. He practically damn near lost his prime.
His prime, yep.
But like I said, I mean, I hope that, you know, this year we do see that Benavidez fight. You know, I'm not overlooking Parker. That's the thing about me when it comes to boxing. I don't feel like you should overlook an opponent because we just saw Kiko Martinez knocked off. Fuck out of Kia Galahad. You know what I'm saying? I thought Kia Galahad was a lock to win that. Then he comes out in that 6th round and within 10 seconds, gone.
Yeah,
so that's the thing about boxing. Like when people say, oh, well, he ducked Johnnebeck for Zach Parker, who? And I'm like, you didn't know any of these motherfuckers 3 months ago. So why are you acting like you this huge boxing fan just because you heard from the IBFP about Johnnebeck? That's the thing. And see, now I gotta go back. God damn it. See, that's the thing about Johnnebeck is that I've known for months. I was like, "Ooh, he's next." I knew it. I was looking at the rankings. I'm like, if Mungi ain't gonna fight him, he's next. And then you didn't hear a word about him. You didn't hear about him before Brant. I heard about him before that fight. And then when he fought Endom in that weekend, they were saying, I think Aram said, this is going to be for the mandatory. Whoever wins, we're going to petition. You didn't hear anything then. You can go and search this on YouTube. Nobody was talking about him then. But as soon as they mandated that fight, oh shit, this is going to be Andrade's most dangerous fight. He might lose. You know, so it's like, did you really care that he beat Johnnebeck, or did you just want to see Andrade lose? We need to ask ourselves that.
I do want to see that fight, though.
I want to see it too, and there's a possibility it might still happen. But I mean, but like I told someone, from a business standpoint, where does it make sense? What does it make sense for him to do? Stay at 160 and he fights Johnnebeck. He gets no credit for it, right? Or he goes up to 68. He puts himself in line to fight Canelo. We know he ain't gonna fight him. Like, let's be honest. I can say that as a fan of Andre, he ain't gonna fight him, right? So, but I know from, if you listen to interviews with him and his dad over the last month and a half, they've been bringing up Benavidez more and more. And even his dad did an interview a couple weeks ago, and he was like, I know we're gonna have to run into him. It's inevitable. He's like, I respect him. I'm not calling him out, but I know we're gonna have to lock heads with him, and I hope we both get paid well for it. So the people who say, oh, he ducked Benavidez, he's not ducking him. It's a thing of business. You know, he's going to fight him. He's going to fight him for a belt. It is going to do numbers because y'all want to see him lose.
I wanted Andre to fight Jacobs. I know they was talking about all that French, they homies and all that.
Yeah,
I think he would have beat Jacobs too.
Danny Jacobs is number 7 and number 8 in the WBO, I think.
But I think that's the thing too that people aren't really realizing is that, you know, they're on the zone. Him and Ryder, Jacobs and Ryder on the zone too. So that might be the next fight, depending on if, you know, they decide to go along with it. And you know, like that's a possibility.
Yeah, that's the thing about the move to 168. Like a lot of people are like, oh, you know, he's trying to, you know, he's not gonna fight. Canelo's not gonna fight him. He already said he's moving up. But it's like, first of all, you know, if he's Canelo's mandatory and he don't fight him, I mean, you know, you guys are gonna justify that shit, fine. But he's not moving up to 168 just for Canelo. There's more people who would be more willing to get in the ring with him at 168. Because we've been waiting around at 160 and none of these dudes want to get in the ring. Triple G don't want to do that. And you know, man, I'm finna do Triple G. I'm on his head in a minute. Triple G and Jaime Munguia. I'm gonna do a Jaime Munguia and Canelo video together, comparing them two. Because Jaime Munguia is another dude with 40 wins. He got like 40 wins on his resume. Okay. Nobody on his resume worth a shit. You know what I mean? But 40 wins on his resume, that's the same way Canelo came up when he fought Mayweather. You know, and they're gonna try to boost him up to he gets one credible win. Jaime Munguia is pound for pound number 2 behind Canelo. Mark my words. You know?
He don't got no path to that though. It ain't nobody gonna get against the ring that's gonna get him.
All he needs is one solid win that people can kind of get behind. Okay, if he somehow manages, honestly, I feel like even if he beats Yanabek or something like that, because that fight could happen. If he beats Yanabek, I feel like dudes are probably gonna put him on their pound for pound list, you know. But if he gets one solid, and he's also, I feel like Triple G will fight him too. So if he manages to beat Triple G, forget about it. Forget about it. Dude is the GOAT behind Canelo. Canelo's number 1. He's number 2. Mark my words.
What I was going to throw into you too, everyone, for Andre. I felt like Demetrius should have been with the 168 because of everything you're saying. Because of King David point, you're more likely to get a fight at 68 than you are at 60. Talking about the other fighters up there.
I think, you know what? I think that, and once again, people don't remember this because this happened about a week and a half before they mandated the Yanabek fight. They petitioned to the WBC to do the mandatory, to make him mandatory for Maul's belt. Yep. And Suleiman said, I forget what fight that was that weekend. I can't remember, but he was, he did an interview. He said, no, we're not going to mandate that fight.
Yep.
And so it's like at that point, he's exhausted all of his options at 160. I think that was his last ditch effort. He was like, okay, Triple G ain't gonna get at me. I tried to get Maul one last time. They ain't gonna mandate it. I tried to go about it the right way. Fuck it. When that's the thing, that I always tell people on YouTube is that you can't just watch your favorite channels. Like, watch the interviews of some of these promoters. As much as I say that Eddie Hearn's a bullshitter, I'll watch his interviews. Like, you gotta see what these promoters are saying and see what the fighters are saying. Don't just watch your favorite channels because you'll really see what directions they're deciding to go to.
And not only that, but people always say that he should have moved up, but they forget that about a year and a half ago, Andrade tried to move up and fight Billy Joe Saunders at 168. He tried to make that fight happen.
But I'm sorry to cut you off. That's what I'm saying about the Canelo. Go do something. So that's what I'm saying about go to 68. 68 was wide open.
Billy Joe Saunders was at 68. He tried to move up and fight Billy Joe for the WBO title.
But he wasn't the only champion. Is my point. Like I'm saying, for all of them, it ain't just Andre, it's Charlo, was playing at the time. It's all of them. Everybody who's sitting around waiting for Canelo. All of y'all do something. All of y'all fight each other. Why is everybody stuck on Canelo?
But that's not Andrade's fault that these dudes want to wait on Canelo, because Billy Joe waited on Canelo. Caleb Plant waited on Canelo. They wasn't fighting nobody until they got Canelo in the ring. That's on them. That ain't on Andrade. Andrade tried to move up to 168. He tried to fight Billy Joe. He tried to get that belt.
I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. I'm talking about all of them. Like everybody who was sitting around. So Billy Joe, so it's easier. He's already in the WBO to move over to fight Billy. Go get in the WBC rankings. Go get in the IBF rankings. Go do something. Like, yes, politics. So we gotta always be mindful of that. But I got this for everybody though.
But Amadeus, in order to get in them rankings, you got to drop your belt. And you already know how it is when you get in them rankings. And you got to fight your way up to the top. And even when you do that, you still got to wait a year or two before you can even get that shot at the champion, in which case that's still not guaranteed, because you have people like Canelo who don't mind vacating belts and who don't mind applying for franchise belts and not fighting their mandatories.
Yeah, but I'm not just focused on Canelo. What I'm saying is
I'm saying
2 years
whoever
ago.
the champion is at that time.
Yeah, 2 years ago. Because I'm talking about Andre should have moved up a couple years ago. Because you've been trying to fight Jamal, Triple G, and Canelo for the past 3, 4, with Canelo 5, 6, 7, 8 years. But you've been trying to fight these people, and the fight's not happening. So, all right, go do something else then. Like, don't let your career be what Jamal ducked you, Triple G ducked you. What were you doing during that time? So what you're saying is true. Yeah, he was trying to get those fights, but the Akavov fight. What's the other guy he fought right before Akavov? Danny Jacobs fought him.
Keeler.
Keeler. No, the dude before that
Keeler,
though. Danny Jacobs fought him.
It was Cotton Akavov, then
Sulecki. Then he just fought the guy
Williams, then Quigley. That's the order of him at 160.
All 5 of them fights are interchangeable. Are interchangeable fights if you move up and going up to 168. Because Eddie Hearn got some pull. So in one of them sanctioning bodies, he gonna be able to get you a fight and get you up one of those rankings. Probably not WBC, but you got a better chance than any one of them other sanctioning bodies. Get you a fight in there at 168, and then now you're a 3-weight division champion. But during this time, though, Canelo's not trying to unify the division. David Benavidez still got a belt. So you sitting around essentially like I'm talking about, but I'm not just singling out Andre. I'm talking about all of them. Y'all all sitting around when y'all all could be doing something. Create your own legacies. Fight each other. Go jump up. Shit. Go to 68. Go test the waters at 175. So that sounds crazy, but that's attempting to be great instead of you just sitting around and doing. That's what I mean by me saying, well, it's 50. That's why I say it's 50-50. You still have a choice. If you're saying, well, that's not the smarter choice, well, I would agree. But sometimes you got to take risks too. You can't have it both ways where, well, these guys just ducking me. Well, did you try to go to 68? Or are you trying to just go up for Billy Joe who don't want to fight you? But it's 3 other champions up there at the time.
Well,
are you trying to just go?
Well, you talking about a hell of a risk because I don't think people realize like the level of sacrifice and risk that goes into doing what you're talking about doing. When you're talking about vacating your belt, or you're talking about dropping your belt, moving up to 168, and you're talking about potentially getting a fight with one of these guys who are supposedly supposed to give you credibility should you beat them, and now you're waiting years in order to get that shot, and you're fighting guys with no belts. So now your payday is compromised, right? Because as a champion, you get that bigger bag because you're the champ. But once you get that belt, you're not the champ anymore. So now that payday is compromised in the sense where now you're the challenger. You got to give up the bigger payday to the champion. So there's like a whole lot of things to consider in a move like that. And then at the same time, nothing is guaranteed. So like the equivalent of what you're talking about to me would be like, it would be like these days, shit, getting married. You know what I mean? Like, honestly. But I'll give you a better example. The equivalent of what you're talking about would be like, you know, starting a restaurant or opening up a business or something like that. I don't know if people realize it, but businesses have a 10% failure rate or a 10% success
I know what you mean. Yep.
You know, so it's like, you know, I mean,
I think you said, I know you don't like Eddie. I think you selling Eddie a little short though. So while he can't guarantee a Canelo fight, whenever he needs to play the same games that Bob Arum and Al Heyman plays, he gets fighters that have no business fighting for titles and get title shots all the time. I'm giving him a little faith due to his track record. He could have got an IBF. Here had his elimination fight somehow, even though he wasn't ranked, or with the WBA because at the time they didn't get exposure, so they just as cricket. Like
I give you that, but it doesn't happen like clockwork though. Like it's not like automatic. You know what I'm saying? Where he moves up and all of a sudden he's in position for a title shot. Like you see, even this situation with the WBO, like he has to fight this Zach Parker dude when he's a WBO champion. But we all know that with the WBO, when you're the super champion, you should be able to move up and fight, become mandatory for the champion right away. But because he's not even a super champion, and that's another thing people don't realize. Andrade isn't a super champion, so he doesn't even have luxury of moving up and fighting the mandatory right away, even with the WBO, which a year ago we knew the WBO was off limits because Billy Joe Saunders, the champion at the division, clearly wasn't going to fight him. And we all know what happens when Canelo gets the belt. So I mean, in any situation, if you go to WBC or the IBF, you move up and okay, Eddie Hearn got the powers. He got the powers. He got the juice. Well, fine. The juice still takes a year or so to get into effect because you're not gonna just leapfrog all these other dudes that were all in position. There's no justification for it.
Well, it happens all the time, though.
But when does Andrade
I don't know,
held the
but
WBC?
you know what? I don't know if you were in here earlier when I brought up the point of what Chris Algieri did. He moved up from 140 to 147, and they immediately gave him that title shot against Manny.
But
So
you know
I mean,
why,
you can
though?
say it could be some politics at play, that some protection, going on. Like, I get it. I get the business part of it, and they're gonna do everything they can to bubble wrap this man to keep him from any risk. I get it. It's understandable.
Talking about Andre?
Yeah, with him moving
Okay.
from 60 to 68.
Yeah.
So when people say like, oh, well, he should have done it, a year or two ago, it's like he might have not all been automatically installed as mandatory, because they would have probably done the same thing as like, nah, dude, we're not gonna let you leapfrog Zach Parker. You still gonna have to fight him. So
Which by the way, I'm fine with that. I don't know, maybe because I, more of a fan of previous eras of boxing. I never agree with being able to just move up and you automatically get to fight champion. But that's just opinion.
like I said, I knew that these were his moves. Was either stay at 160 and you got Yanabek, move up to 68 and you got Parker. Because I knew he wasn't going to be able to leapfrog him. It's just the way the business is. But like you said, like, could he have made a move, dropped his belt, and tried to get into another sanctioning body to try to move up fast? Yeah, but at this point, time ain't on his side.
Which I agree. But what I'm saying is, what options does Andre have? Realistic, like even us talking about David Benavidez. I don't think, I said it earlier, I don't think that fight's gonna. I believe PBC fights happen when I actually see it on TV. That's how I just feel about their fight.
I think honestly, at this point, it's got to come from fans. It seems like,
I agree.
It seems like Canelo fans are trying to, be like fantasy book those two against each other so they can cancel each other out, just like they tried to do with Marlon and Andre.
Right.
So it has to be legitimate fan interest in that fight of those two, wanting to see these two go against each other. I want to see the fight. I'm never gonna say, oh man, he shouldn't fight this guy, he shouldn't fight that guy. I want to see the fight. If he loses, I'm still gonna be like, hey, I got to see what I wanted. I'm never going away from that. Like that's the thing. If you ever see me say, oh, he shouldn't fight this guy, then I'm massively fanboying. You know what I'm saying?
Because people put too much stocks and losses instead of who you lost to.
Yeah, you know what? He had an interview where he just said that he was like, it's kind of like the Floyd Mayweather effect. And once again, I don't like to bring up race in boxing, at least like in public, because people try to twist your words and shit. Oh, why are you bringing up race?
It's a big part of boxing, though.
It is, but unfortunately, with Mexican fans, they're gonna stick with their fighters. You know what I'm saying? Win, lose, or draw. You know what I'm saying? And I think like with black fans, we're a little bit more fickle. Sorry, my wife just busted into the room saying, "Why you making an assumption about Mexicans?" But I think like with black fans, we're more or less like, oh, he if he's 30, 31-0, he's more like Floyd. And I mean, you kind of see it with Tank. He's trying to keep him. I think his competition is decent, but if he unleashes him on the rest of these motherfuckers, I don't know if y'all want to see that. Do you really want to see him unleash Tank upon Devin, and he washes him? Upon Loma. I'm kind of going off on a tangent, but unfortunately, that's the Floyd Mayweather effect of, oh, he hasn't lost to nobody, so we gotta keep, we can keep supporting him. I don't give a fuck if a fighter loses. It's how he loses. You can be in a good fight and lose. It isn't like, Billy Joe, who was beating the fuck out of Canelo, and then all of a sudden he quit, and he was like, got my money, I'm out.
But see, when people was not that y'all doing that, and people was trying to tell me that Caleb Plant did better than Billy Joe, and then you watch.
I highly disagree with that.
Right, because to me, Caleb fought to survive.
Exactly right.
Of course you last longer. Of course you're literally not trying to. You're just throwing jabs. You're not throwing any power punches. You're not trying to negate him coming forward in any way. So it's like, you're not doing better just because you went longer. That's not how that works.
Exactly. Yeah, he was mainly just throwing one punch at a time. And I don't know if you've ever gone on CompuBox. I mean, I know some people was, I don't believe CompuBox, fuck them. But Andre is, in a lot of categories, top 3 to 5 in all of boxing. Yep. As far as not getting hit, power punches, punch output. They even had that before the Quigley fight. They showed like what categories he's ranked top 3 to 5 in. And it was like 4 different categories that he's ranked top 5 at least. And who's right there, right behind him? Canelo Alvarez.
Yep.
So when people try to say, oh, well, he isn't a viable opponent, and I'm like, well, look at his CompuBox numbers. And yeah, Fresh BX, you still in here? Go on the CompuBox website. I was trying to put that in the other comment section when you asked me about that a couple of weeks ago. It's on the CompuBox website. He's like, I think, 3rd or 4th, and I don't know how updated it is, behind Billy Joe. But he was like 3rd or 4th and least hit out of all of boxing. And, if you're trying to be on some analytic shit like baseball or basketball, we can look at that. Like it is like I said, I don't think he's blameless at all. He made some fucked up decisions at 154. Could he have fought certain guys at certain points and just been like, okay, I'll do it on short notice? Yeah, but it's all in hindsight.
That's true. It's all hindsight.
But at 160, it's no excuse for this shit. After almost 4 years, and he went to the zone for the sole purpose of getting these fights. And you mean to tell me, okay, Camille Cesar-Marita was a mandatory, whatever. But Steve Rolls, Derevianchenko, Rocky Fielding, Avni Yildirim. Yeah. I mean, like I said, $3 million a fight is enough to keep any man sane. But I think at this point, he's really like, I just want to get my legacy right. And when people say, why is he making this move to 68? I don't think people realize, like, that's going to be a stain on Canelo's legacy of, you let this dude create his legacy chasing you. Like, while he's been chasing you, he's collecting belts.
Is it anecdotal with Andre for you? Because this is why I'm saying that. I think for me, they're all interchangeable. So if you ask me, well, who do I think's the best out of Billy Joe, Charlo, Eubank, like just all the 68 and 6, Callum Smith and all that? Well, yeah, I test Andre probably 1 or 2. But what I mean by is it just anecdotal, because that's my point earlier. None of them did nothing. So they're really interchangeable in terms of resume, in terms of what they're doing for Canelo's resume.
You can, when people say, oh, who he fought, who he beat, and like you say, you see me in the comment section saying, dude, none of these motherfuckers beat anybody.
Yeah, and that just be my point. Like it's not as if one is head and shoulders above the other.
Yeah, and that's me being honest and objective and saying none of these guys are beating anyone. And even Andre said it at the Canelo press conference. You a champion, but you fought with nobody. And he said, you fought with nobody either. He's like, what the fuck? He said it the wrong way. What he should have said
didn't let him finish when he was at that statement. He was saying, who have they fought? And Canelo said, who have I fought? Like he didn't understand. He didn't interpret it the right way.
Right. But also, I mean, it's kind of like a 2-part way, a roundabout way you can go about it. Canelo has caught people at the right times in their career. Like Cotto. He was 35, 36, I think, when he fought him. You can make an argument about that.
That's a fact.
Triple G,
Mosley.
Right, Mosley. It's a lot of these guys when they say, "Oh, he's fought X amount of champions," and it's like, yeah, but when did he fight them?
But
you.
I got one for you though.
Go for it.
Name me a top fighter in history post, I guess, Ali in them era who didn't do that.
Who fought as many champions as Canelo has?
No, who didn't catch people at the right time?
Shit, that's a good question.
Because they all that's just my thing. They all do it and have all done it. Even Floyd did it, Pac did it, Sugar Ray Leonard did it. They all did it.
Yeah, but what separates Canelo is them dudes always ended up fighting at least one or two, or at least probably about 5 prime opponents. You know what I mean? That they could really hang their hat on. To me, Canelo Alvarez's like prime fight that he could hang his hat on was probably the fight versus Triple G, but most of the people thought he lost in both of those fights.
So let me ask you a question then. What's the purpose of him wanting to see him fight anybody? Because if I run off names of people he fought that were considered pretty good in their prime, you go, well, they wasn't shit. I'm not saying, I'm talking in general. That's what most people say. Like he beat Danny Jacobs pretty clear. Besides when Danny Jacobs got knocked out, I've never seen him get beat that clear before. Right? I thought he lost to Lara, but he did fight Lara when nobody else wanted to fight him. Like he has fights in there where you go, okay, that if nothing else, I can give you credit for that. I'm not saying it's a Duran or something. I'm not over exaggerating, but it's the acting as if he didn't fight anybody, and then when he beats the undefeated 68 guys, they wasn't shit. So then there's no point in watching him fight anyway. If he does fight people that's halfway decent, and then honestly the fights aren't really close for the most part, or even though I think me personally, I thought Billy Joe was up on the cards, but he's beating guys and stopping guys, or he's beating guys and he doesn't get the credit anyway because the judge is in his favor, which could be true, or the guys didn't fight anybody, so he might as well do what he's doing anyway because he won't get that same credit.
Right? Yeah, you can say he ain't winning for losing, and that's a fair argument.
Well,
and I used to say the same thing about Floyd. If people get mad at that,
because when you have guys in your division that you're willingly not fighting, like. I mean, no, you can't say that about anybody else in history that they guys in and around who?
Yeah, I can. Floyd didn't fight Paul Williams or Anthony Margarito.
Paul Williams was at 154. Paul Williams was at 154. Floyd Mayweather was a natural 147-pound fighter. So
Floyd ain't no natural 40. That's people don't give him enough credit. He's a natural 35.
He's really more like a 140-pounder.
Yeah, but You see what I'm saying? When I'm making a valid point, well, whatever you're saying, all I know is that Paul Williams wanted to fight him. Tony Margarito wanted to fight him. I think Bob Arum blocked it, but Cotto wanted to fight him when he was undefeated. Floyd didn't have those fights at that time. Same thing with Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard wouldn't fight Aaron Pryor. And he waited for Marvin Hagler to get old.
But here's the thing: you can name me 1 or 2 fighters that every fighter hasn't fought. But for Canelo, I could name about 5 or 6 people that he hasn't fought in and or around his weight division.
Go ahead.
Benavidez, Bivol, Beterbiev, Andrade, both Charlos, easily off the top of my head.
So I got you with that one. He offered Charlo a fight. Charlo's own brother said Charlo's own brother said he turned it down, right?
Okay, but let me ask you this though, right? Let me ask you this. If that's the case, how did Charlo end up with Canelo's belt if he turned down a fight with him? Because you don't turn down a fight and then get a belt. That's not how it works. Because if that was the case, everybody would have belts, turning down fights. I mean, that would be the new wave. So
that's essentially what he did with Triple G.
Essentially what he did with Triple G.
Remember he threw the belt in the air when they was trying to force him to fight Triple G. Then he circled back, what is it, like a year or 2 later to fight him?
He definitely did duck Triple G that first time. Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
And then he turned around and fought Triple G when he was 36 years old, which nobody really talks about.
The only blatant duck to me is Andre. Like when it works both ways. So okay, you're saying he ducked Charlo, but then Charlo ducked him. So
I don't agree that Charlo ducked him. I don't.
If you turn it down to fight with somebody so this is a duck to me. Charlo, you cannot fight off of PBC. So you calling out Triple G to me is a duck because you're not gonna fight off PBC. When you got the Benavidez, you have too many people over there because you can go right up to 168 and go get some big fights. So by you calling out Canelo, who, depending on who you believe, they say turned the fight down. You calling out Triple G, but y'all don't fight off of Fox and Showtime. So realistically, we as fans can go, we want to see all them fights. That fight's not happening. But then when it's time for you to fight David Benavidez, he got to get COVID shot. He too young. This the same dude that you trying to convince me want to fight anybody. This is why I'm not high in Jamal, because his energy is, he don't really want nothing with nobody who seem like a real threat.
Well, here's the thing. Well, Jamal is definitely a cap artist. I agree with you 155%. Jamal is not my favorite person in the world, and anybody who listens to me will tell you the same. But one thing I will say is that you don't end up with somebody's belt when you turn down a fight with them. Jaime Munguia has been the mandatory for Jermail Charlo and Demetrius Andrade the last 2 years. He's still beltless. You know what I mean? Because obviously he doesn't want the fight. So when people don't want the fight, they don't end up with the belt, and that's the thing. That's the thing about that whole story that doesn't add up, and it'll never add up. And then also, when you take into consideration the fact that Canelo applied for the franchise belt, so now when you take the franchise belt into consideration, that's a belt that you have to apply for. That's a belt that you have to apply for, and literally the whole purpose for having that belt is so you don't have to fight mandatories. So, I mean, if you look at the belt means I don't have to fight mandatories. And he applied for that belt as Jamal Charlo became his mandatory. So you can say, Canelo offered him a fight all you want, but that doesn't explain why Jamal Charlo ended up with the belt. And it also doesn't explain how he ended up with the franchise belt.
The context of that, though, is that the fight was offered after Jamal got the belt. The 160 belt with WBC.
It was after Jamal got the belt.
It was after Jamal got the belt. And unless I'm tripping, and one of y'all please correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say the only person who actually applied for it, I guess he took it, so it counts against him. But Bob Arum came out his mouth and said, we applied for that for Lomachenko. I believe Suleiman originally said he created the belt specifically and only for Canelo so that he can go up and down the divisions and fight some bullshit, so he can fight any of anybody who has WBC belt in or around the weight classes, so he can make the best fights without having to fight mandatories and all that type of stuff. So they created that belt so that Canelo, because remember Canelo cut the WBC off for a year, and they love Canelo, so they was bending rules and making up literally a belt for him to have him as a champion. End result is he still got a belt that you can't even unify at the time. So you're right about that. But the offer to Jamal is post all of this. So that's what I'm saying, for you to keep getting on the internet and acting like I want the Canelo fight. We didn't even know. We would have never knew he turned the fight down, by the way, if his brother just wasn't on one of his binges and arguing with him. This is, when did Jamal become champion? 18 at middleweight, right? Something like 18, 19. So this is two years after the fact. We found out you was offered the fight and you turned the fight down. But then the original point was just about fighters in history not taking fights or whatever. I get what you're saying, but every fighter did it. So even the catch weights, Sugar Ray Leonard fought for a 68 and a 75 belt at 170 catch weight. Is an example of every fighter doing it. Who you want to rank as being the worst or whatever, that's always gonna be an opinion. But he's the face of the sport in this country or this part of the world, obviously. So we got to talk about him. But I don't even focus on it because it's okay. Canelo's there, but there's other fighters to fight.
Okay,
so
but real quick though, you mentioned that he made the offer after the fight, right? You said, okay, well this happened after it. But even if you're saying that didn't happen after it, then you're actually admitting that Canelo ducked Charlo. So I guess what you're saying that he ducked him and then Charlo ducked him back. That's what you. I think you did say that earlier, right? I think you said something like that.
I don't think it was a Charlo thing though. I think he was forcing his hand with the WBC in general. Cause to be honest with you, he don't need belts. Really, because everybody want to fight him. He's one of the few fighters, and you can argue Floyd didn't need a belt.
You say you don't need belts, but he was just talking about going up to cruiserweight to fight Makabu because he was trying to create legacy.
A division champion.
Because Makabu had a belt. That was his justification for fighting Makabu. You know.
Well, I think you taking. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying Canelo cannot have a belt, and everybody would still call him out. That's my point to that. But
my point was, even though you said that, right? It's supposed to be in Canelo's eyes. It's supposed to be priority for him. He's made it clear that legacy, according to his fans, right? He's made it clear that legacy is his priority, and that he's going after belts, and this is what he's looking to do. That was his whole reason for going undisputed at 168 and going up to fight Makabu and these sorts of things. So when you say, okay, well, he doesn't need a belt, I agree with you. Star power wise, he doesn't need a belt,
right?
But belts are supposed to be his priority, you know, according to him, according to his values and what he's supposed to represent as a fighter. But he's very selective about the belts he's going after, you know, and maintaining. And if belts are what your value system is, right, then how do you justify dropping your belt and applying for a franchise belt, giving up your belt to Jamal Charlo instead of fighting him? So if he can, so pretty much at that point, you already said, okay, so if this happened after that, he already ducked Jamal. So then when he comes back to try to make the fight with Jamal, maybe you're saying he turned down an offer with Jamal at that particular point, but I would raise a question in regards to that. What was
Fresh BX actually said something in the chat about that, as far as like the offer that Maul apparently got.
Right, exactly. What was the offer? Because I mean, anytime I hear about Canelo sending an offer, I'm like, well, hold on, let's examine the offer, because we know Canelo's famous for putting requesting smaller rings and weight restrictions and all these different little clauses that for most people would be unreasonable.
But Dave, that's my point about that. Then Pacquiao, his legacy shouldn't be what it is. Like they all have done it. It's not as if he's the exception to the rule and he's the only one adding unfair. When the fighter's in that position historically, they do not make it equal for you in that fight. And my thing is, as grown men, you don't have to sign that contract. So
right.
when Danny Jacobs was complaining about the weight clause, well, nobody told you to take the fight. We all know Canelo being some bullshit. So if
people don't want to hear them excuses at all. They like,
but you talk about life changing money too. Of course, they're gonna take that fight. It's like, you know, Canelo went up to fight Kovalev, right? Kovalev just came out of a life and death situation with Anthony Yard. And 2 months later, Kovalev actually needed that money because he was going through the whole situation with his ex-wife, going to court and stuff like that.
And he got accused of rape.
Yeah, so I mean, Kovalev like, well, shoot, I mean, this is going to be my biggest payday. I got to take this fight. Oh, okay, Canelo, you got this demand? Oh, I can't. You got a rehydration clause on my belt? Oh, okay, well, hey, I'll take it anyway. You won't pay me that money.
But that's what I'm saying. You if the money's worth it to you, well, as a man, we are grown men up here. You gotta be willing to be held responsible for your decisions. Like y'all all letting him fuck y'all essentially for the bread. So if you're taking that fight, while we fans can go, you want some bullshit for real, because it's this clause, is this with the gloves, is this with the ring. In the same token, well, nobody told you to take the fight though. So I don't want to hear that as an excuse later on by the fans or by the critics. Well, he did it. Well, nobody forced him to take the fight though. And
let me catch up on some of these.
On that note, fellas, I'm actually gonna hop off. It was good talking to y'all. I know I said that 40 minutes. I don't know if I said that 40 minutes ago. We want payday. The franchise belt is a goddamn $1 million man Ted DiBiase belt.
Yeah.
Then they
fuck y'all Canelo trolls. So now y'all hear my voice.
For the belt. That's the crazy shit.
Yo, hey man, everybody fears Andre, man. I really appreciate you for coming on.
All good, man. All good, man. I'll holler at you later,
man.
bro.
You're always welcome, man. Have a good one.
Sure. All right, you too, man.
Yeah. Let me I'm gonna catch up on the comment section, and then we're gonna switch gears a little bit with the convo, man. I'm gonna ask y'all because this episode is actually about pound for pound list. So I'm gonna ask you guys to give me y'all pound for pound list, and then we're gonna close on out. You know what I mean? But let me catch up on these comments real quick. I got Fresh BX first of all, he said Canelo fans do not watch boxing, they watch Canelo gospel. Everybody fears Andre said that earlier, and I'm gonna be using that one actually. That is a great line. Canelo fans do not watch boxing, they watch Canelo. You know what I mean? Dudes try to act like they know boxing. No, sir, you know Canelo. Probably know where every freckle is placed on his face and body. You know about that, but you don't know about boxing. Fresh BX also says Golden Boy on that. No black fighters. Hashtag free Rashidi. Absolutely. G Parker in the building. Okay, salute to you, G Parker. Yes, sir. He says, all right, back in this bitch. What we talking? You heard what it's about, man. I don't know if you're still in the building, but you see what's going on here. Troy Sword says, Fresh BX, you already know. Mango Juice 07 say Billy Ho threatened to get his ass kicked by Andrade if Cinnamon would have gave up that payday. You want payday? I know that. Yeah, man. And that was the thing, man. With Billy Joe Saunders, he was threatening. If you recall that situation, he was threatening Canelo to fight Andrade. He was like, listen, Canelo, if you don't give me the money I'm looking for, I'm going to fight Andrade. And we all know you don't want to fight Andrade. Like, that was literally a bargaining chip that Billy Joe used in order to force Canelo's hand. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So, I mean, a lot of people don't remember that. I remember that situation specifically, and Andrade was mad about that. Andrade was like, look, man, this dude using my name. He's calling me out, but he had no intention of fighting. He was just trying to negotiate with Canelo. Those are facts right there, Mango Juice 07. Fresh BX also said he signed with the Zone because they had a bigger bag. He also signed with the Zone on the condition that he would be the one of AJ's undercards. I don't think that ever happened. Was he ever on the AJ undercard?
Nope.
So they was in breach. So that's 2 breaches. Goddamn. We might see Andrade the Zone lawsuit in a little bit, like we do with Crawford and goddamn Top Rank in a minute, because these dudes are making big promises without delivering. You know what I mean? Fresh BX says, which never happens. Fuck Eddie. Okay. The continuation. Mango Juice 07 says Cinnamon ducked undisputed 160 versus Andrade in 2019. Absolutely, man. Dude didn't fight Andrade. I mean, the 2 fights at the time were Andrade and were Charlo. And Canelo chose not to fight either of them and move up and fight Kovalev, somebody that nobody wanted him to fight. Nobody was calling for a Kovalev fight at the time, And this is the cherry picking thing that we talk about with Canelo Alvarez. But I'm gonna give you a chance to respond to that, Amadeus. I know you're thinking of a master plan over there. But let me get through these comments. Fresh BX says, "Man, Mikey dared to be great. How that worked out with a loss to Spence and a loss to a no name." Absolutely. So Mikey Garcia, pretty much he pulled an Amir Khan / Kell Brook, which is this fake ass dare to be great type shit that these dudes do. In the case of Amir Khan decided he was going to move up 2 weight classes, and it wasn't a full 2 weight classes. I think it was like at 155 or 156 Canelo weight that he fought Canelo at. He decided that he had just moved up from 140, I think at the time. He was going to fight Canelo instead of fighting Kell Brook, instead of fighting any of the other champions in and around his division who could have actually made a name and it would have been much more competitive fight. He decided he was going to move up and fight Canelo, and that was him, quote unquote, daring to be great. But we know that that's a money grab at the end of the day. And then Kell Brook, who decided he was going to move up 2 weight classes to fight a Triple G in another dare to be great moment, in which case he lost and then came back and fought Earl Spence. And then Mikey was the third version of that, where he decided he wanted to move up and fight Earl Spence, which was another money grab at the end of the day. All that was. Fresh BX also says the WBO was ready to order BJ versus Andrade after Murray before Canelo. Eddie applied for an extension to wait on Canelo. He gets no passes. Wow, I didn't even know that.
Yep.
I ain't even know that. Wow. So Eddie, well, I mean, Eddie works for Canelo too. So I mean, I can see why he did it, but shit, that's some bullshit at the end of the day, man. So Eddie essentially helped Canelo block Andrade from the Billy Joe Saunders fight. Bullshit. See what I'm saying? Fresh BX, Caleb did better than BJ Saunders to me. I think BJ Saunders did better. That was more competitive, and we didn't get all that goddamn friendly banter at the end of the 11th round like that either. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna never forget that shit. That was the weakest shit I've ever seen in a fight ever before. Fresh BX said he said who did Rocky Fielding fight? Absolutely. Who did Rocky Fielding fight? Oh, that's what Andrade said when he was arguing with Canelo. He said Canelo was like, you fight with nobody. And he said, who did Rocky Fielding fight? But Canelo, you know, he skirted past that road. Canelo's actually a very smart dude. He knows how to deflect very well. I mean, the dude probably should play cornerback for the goddamn New York Giants. You know what I mean? Dude got some real good deflection skills, you know. Fresh BX also says, from what I heard, what Jermail said about his brother was taken out of context. As far as, and I do remember that now that I think about it, that was taken out of context. He actually didn't say, oh, he ducked the fight. I forget what it was, but it wasn't like he didn't say out of his mouth, oh, Charlo, or you turned down a Canelo fight or nothing like that, or he was offered he didn't. It wasn't like that how it was. But he says, turned down the Canelo fight. It allegedly came from his team, not him personally. Okay, cool. Okay. Bo, Ayo, Amadis. Bo, go ahead. You want to respond to anything that was in the comment section?
Nah, I think that a lot of them are on point, you know. Especially with the I didn't know about the with the Demetrius Andrade and Billy Joe Saunders when it came to Murray. I didn't realize. I didn't know about that one.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Eddie got an interview talking about it. He pretty much was saying what you was starting to say, King David, about he got he worked for both fighters. Of course, if Canelo want him to do something, he's gonna of course do it in his biggest assets favor. So he said it on camera.
Yes, that's wild to me, bro. I mean, conflict of interest. I mean, wow. I mean, that's a slippery slope. Amadis, you want to respond to anything that was said in the comment section?
I mean, I for the most part, I agree with everything that was said. I don't give it. I just want to see fights.
Facts.
Most of the time, I ain't really. I come on your channel because I fuck with you, but I don't be on here arguing with motherfuckers about who they think, because I don't give it. I don't care. I don't got no fighter that they gotta get the special treat. I don't care. I just want to see the fights. I just hate all the complaining. Everybody just make excuses for the fighters they like. That's all I see from my perspective.
Right. A lot of fanboyism going on here in boxing, man. But we be talking some real boxing on here. We be going back and forth. So, and it all be valid stuff, man. I mean, I can't definitively say you're wrong about anything that you say, man. And I'm sure it's vice versa, man. We both make some pretty strong points, man. And I always appreciate it when you are able to come on here, man. You know what I mean? We can chop it up like this.
Just to touch too. Do you know the name of the what's his name? Gomez that worked with Oscar De La Hoya?
Gomez.
I think he essentially replaced.
Oh, you talking about Richard Schaefer? Was it Richard Schaefer?
Nah, it was Richard Schaefer and Gomez. They basically was running the company for Oscar. Oscar don't really do shit. Schaefer left, remember. I think Gomez is the one that's still there. And he was going into detail about the Charlo offer. And so when that interview, it's an interview, I think it's on the Boxing Voice. I don't know if you're familiar with that channel. When that interview came out, he was talking about it. Maul responded saying, well, he didn't turn down anything. His team, Oscar De La Hoya, then cleaned up and said, well, his team turned it down. I don't know if Jamal himself turned it down, but Tom Brown and them they rejected the offer. I don't know what was in the offer, but they was going back and forth talking about when Canelo was still a Golden Boy. How they offered him that fight.
Okay.
I mean, unless they try to lowball him or something, because I do realize like that does happen throughout history. I could go back as far as when Oscar De La Hoya basically I guess try to lowball Winky Wright, and Winky Wright didn't fall for it, so the fight fell through. And Winky Wright was kind of blackballed for a little bit until he ended up fighting Shane Mosley, you know what I'm saying, to get his name out there and stuff.
Yeah, man. I wouldn't put it past it, you know, a low ball offer or anything like that. I mean, we heard Earl Spence talk about he finna 80-20 a nigga when it comes to Terence Crawford. So, you know, when dudes don't want to fight, that's just another duck tactic that dudes use in order to get away from the fight. But, you know, we could speculate all day. But what I'm about to do is I'm about to switch gears real quick. You know what I'm saying? Then we're going to wrap up. Pound for pound list. That was the original topic of the show. You know what I mean? Modest, did you see my pound for pound list, man? What do you think about it, bro?
You still got it up?
Yeah, I still got it up on the little scoreboard under the thing, but I'll just run through it real quick, man. So I got Tank Davis number 10, Shakur number 9, Cambosis number 8, Earl Spence number 7, Jermail Charlo number 6, Artur Beterbiev number 5, Canelo Alvarez number 4, Josh Taylor number 3, Alexander Usyk number 2, and Terence Crawford number 1.
I got some of the people you got in mind. If I had to make one, I don't got one written down somewhere. I can kind of freestyle off the top of my head though.
Okay.
I think I wouldn't have Loma in it because to me you got to at least be a champion to be in it. But that's for me. Everybody's different. So I would have Cambosis at 10. I would have, let me think, Charlo.
Still there, Modest?
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, damn, did I lose connection?
Yeah, I thought he was thinking. I'm like, he must be thinking right now. I don't know. You still there, Modest?
Yeah, my bad. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I'm over here going through the list and shit. I thought y'all could hear me. I was saying I was freestyle. I ain't really have one written down. I was saying I think I put Cambosis at 10. I would put I would put Charlo at 9. I would put Juan Estrada at 8. I don't know if y'all really watched the lower weight division, but I put Juan Estrada at 8.
Yeah, sure.
I will put
getting ready to fight Chocolatito and beat his ass up again.
Nah, I think Estrada pulled out the fight or something like that. He
pulled out?
Yeah, something like COVID issues or something.
I believe he had COVID issues.
Oh, okay.
I will have Beterbiev at 7. I will have Josh Taylor at 6. I will have, who else I got? Inoue probably at 5. How many? No. I'll have Kazuto Ioka at 5. He 4 divisions, I think. I would have Inoue at 4, Usyk at 3, Canelo at 2, and Bud at 1.
Okay, I respect that. What about you, Bo? What's your list looking like?
I didn't even make up a list, but I would definitely. I mean, I definitely had Crawford number 1. I put Canelo number 2. I put Usyk number 3. I'm putting Josh Taylor number 4. I'm putting Inoue number 5. I'm putting. See, I have to sit down and really think about it.
Yeah, I'm sure I
Yeah.
would swap somebody else if I could think about it too.
I mean, I definitely have Estrada in the top. Well, number 6, I'm putting Jermail Charlo. Number 7, I'm going to put what's that little Filipino dude name? The
Donaire?
Donaire. I'm put Donaire on the list because his resume is deep
It
and
is.
he fights. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put. I did say anyway, right? Yeah, I had him at number 5. Yep. So what? That's 7. Okay, number 8. I'm putting man. I guess I'm at to put Cambosis on there. I mean, just
It hurt me too.
even though he doesn't really.
It hurt me too. I was saying earlier, I feel like by July he's gonna be off the list because he's either gonna lose to Devin Haney or Lomachenko, or he's gonna not fight them. In which case, I would take him off just by just deflection ducking type shit.
I know he got to win over Lopez, but he did beat Mickey Bay. I will give him that. But yeah, man, I think he'll lose those belts. Number 9, I got, man, I don't know. I have to think about number 9 and 10 because to be honest, I don't even know if I even want to put Earl Spence on there. I mean, yeah, he's unified, but he's been inactive too.
Yeah,
that's why I ain't got him on there.
I struggle with Earl Spence too, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. But I was like, you know what, man? Let me just look out for the Earl sexuals just this one time. Put them on there. You know what I mean? But I mean, if you look at Earl Spence, and I said it a little earlier, like, he's fought some solid dudes at 147. He has a pretty decent resume, and he has 2 out of the 4 belts. I think he deserves to be on there. Whether he should be 7 or not, I don't know if he should be 7. I mean, I was debating between 7 and 9 or 10, but I can't put him lower than Cambosis. Nah, I couldn't do that because Cambosis is he's really just a guy who won one fight, really, versus a guy who was really not even really proven to begin with. Teofimo beat Lomachenko, but just barely. You know what I mean?
I disagree with that.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I had it 8 rounds to 4 between him and Loma, and then he did beat Comey before that.
I don't rate Comey that high. I don't rate him that high. I just don't.
Make a fight, man.
Huh?
Go make a fight.
He could fight, but I mean, if he gets in there with anybody who got some real skills, he's losing. He's losing to Devin. He's losing. He probably lose to Ryan. Honestly.
See, and I think you think higher Devin than I do. I don't know if it's that Devin been at 35 too long, but some of these guys he gonna have to keep off him. I seen what's the Mexican boy he just fought?
Benavidez?
Nah.
Jojo
he just fought him.
Jojo Diaz.
Seen him hurt him. And Jojo's not a puncher. And I don't like that. So you telling me in a scenario where damn, see my mind. I'm tired. Who did Teofimo have in his corner when he fought Lomachenko? What trainer was it?
When he fought Lomachenko, he had his dad.
Nah, he had somebody come in and work with him. I can't remember his name. He real nice too as a coach. If you notice during the Cambosis fight, his daddy had no game plan. All he kept saying was, "Go fuck him up, bro. What you doing?"
Well, I mean, to be fair though, like wasn't T.O. was having complications from COVID or something like that. So I guess it was like, yo, you gotta get him out there real quick, but it didn't go to plan.
I mean, that's fine.
Weight too, I think, at the same time too.
That's fine. I keep the same energy. You took the fight. So I can't, it is what it is. Like I could say Lomachenko's shoulder was messed up.
But
I'm not gonna do that.
But for me, and people give Lomachenko a lot of, I mean, not Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez a lot of credit for Nakatani and Comey. But we literally saw Lomachenko just beat the shit out of these dudes, And so, I mean, the fact that Loma handled them so easily, and I think with Comey, I think he fought tooth and nail with Comey, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Who, Teofimo? Teofimo knocked him out in the second round.
Was the second round knockout? Who am I thinking about? Was it Nakatani?
Yeah.
Nakatani, yeah.
Yeah,
Nakatani arguably beat him.
That's one.
But see, with the Lomachenko fight, to me, I had it. If you had a 7-5, I could see that. I had it a draw. I think that Lomachenko took 5 of the last 6 rounds. And he was hurting Tio. He was hurting Tio too.
Half of that fight.
He was hurting. So technically, Tio won the fight by default because Loma didn't throw a punch to the 7th round.
Right.
But the moment he started throwing punches, he was beating Teofimo up. But that's what I saw.
That was the one fight to me. It's and this is why I when I'm doing like a pound for pound list, these are the things that I look at. Like for Cambosis beat Teofimo Lopez, which is a good win. Like that's a really good win. But that's one win. Like I also have to take into consideration for me. I have to take into consideration the track record of getting wins on that world level, And for me, Tio never had that really, not with Nakatani and Cambosis, because the best guys in that division were Devin Haney, was who's the other guy I'm thinking about?
It was Ryan, Devin,
Tank, right? Those are the guys. Even Linares was kind of at the time. Loma, you know what I mean? And he didn't get wins over any of those guys. He kind of got wins over those second tier guys, like those really tough, like journeyman contender guys, So,
do you think that Shakur's resume is better than Tio? Because I don't.
I'm not gonna say it's better, but that's only because,
It's about to change real soon on the Oscar Valdez fight coming. So
Tio beat Lomachenko, which is that's just a really good win, bro. Like that's just hard. If I take Loma off of Tio's resume, then yes, Shakur has a better resume than him. But that Loma win just holds so much weight, that I just wouldn't be able to make that statement, that his resume is better. But I would rate Shakur's a little bit higher. 1, because of his skill set, but 2, because of the consistency that he's had at that world level, but also dominating his opponents in the way, the shape, form, and fashion that he does. I would just rate him higher with one of those kind of marquee wins. Like if Shakur fought Lomachenko, which by the way, he's calling out Lomachenko right now. Would a Valdez win and a Lomachenko win? I mean, way better than Teofimo Lopez would have ever been in his prime, with his resume, should I say?
I think I might favor Shakur in that fight, actually.
Versus Loma?
Yeah.
I would favor him.
Shakur showed me what I needed to see in that hearing fight. My thing with Shakur was him initiating offense, not just sitting back and I literally am not going to throw a punch until you give me something to counter off of. He showed me a lot in that hearing fight. What I will say is Loma look hungry, man.
He look hungry, but
that's gonna be a good fight. They fight though.
If Loma and Haney fight, who you got in that one?
Loma.
What about you, Bo?
Haney don't look sturdy enough to me. He get hurt by non-punchers.
I should have known
what
you was gonna say, Amadeus, because you already was like, I don't.
Haney, I don't know, man. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at 35. I think he need to move up, honestly.
What about you, Bo? Who you got in that fight, Loma or Haney?
I know Lomachenko, he got 2 losses, man. But to me, I think Lomachenko is the best fighter in that division, like hands down. Even though I know he lost to Tio, yeah, I get that. But Loma, like to me, I think he's the best fighter. I think he'll beat Haney. I don't think he'll hurt. Like I don't know if he'll hurt Haney or knock him out, but I think he'll outbox him.
I think he'll break him down. I might be willing to bet on that too.
I might be willing to take you on that, man. I think he struggles against Devin Haney. I think the dudes that give Lomachenko the most trouble are dudes that have reach advantage and dudes that are able to fight on the outside
with power.
But Devin Haney got good power. He keeps people off of him. People talk about he doesn't have power, but you don't see nobody rushing in against him.
JoJo walked him down.
JoJo walked him down, but you saw his face after that fight.
Yeah, Lomachenko take a lot of punches. He don't, but he do. But it's because he fights on the inside, so you're gonna get hit. But
he definitely get hit, and he fights a lot on the inside. And
Devin can't. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The footwork of Devin Haney and his ability to be able to keep Loma at the end of his jab, that's gonna be the key to that fight.
And that's what I was just about to say about Loma. I think that if it comes to a boxing match, that don't favor Haney either.
I think it does favor Haney. I think Haney will be able to outbox him from the outside. He'll be able to maintain his distance. Because if Loma can't get that range on him, if Loma can't close the distance and be able to fight him on the inside, then how is he going to touch Devin? It's going to be like a little midget swatting at a giant. You know what I mean? Like the giant holding his head down and the little midget just, flailing away with his arms. That's to me how that fight's going to look.
But what keeps Loma from going inside is power. So
Devin got good power.
Devin don't punch harder than Comey. Devin don't punch harder than T.O. Devin don't punch harder than Alvarez either.
But if you pay attention to what T.O. was doing early in that fight, Devin would do that, but times 10.
But what if you remember during the broadcast, what Loma's dad was worried about was letting him wear himself down because he's too powerful right now. I don't understand that game plan either because I think that's some BS. But that's what he was saying. Like his power, they was waiting for T.O. power to go down because T.O. can one punch knock out somebody when he right. So his power is not as if Devin's power is comparable with T.O.'s. It's a big difference. But I agree with you though. Devin's a much better boxer than T.O. too. If you're talking about just pure skills, but I think Lomachenko's a better boxer than Devin. And his feet are better and faster than Devin's too.
I don't know. Devin got pretty fast feet, man. I don't know if I would say his feet are faster. I would say it's much closer than a lot of Lomachenko's previous opponents as far as his foot, because Devin has very fast feet. His ability to stay on the outside, to maintain distance, use his jab very well, give angles. He can give angles similar to Lomachenko. It would keep Lomachenko very off balance. Also, Devin has the ability to kind of change dimensions a little bit, and kind of like change speeds and change dimensions to his fight game to really like offset what Lomachenko does. I think he'll be able to pull out a win against Lomachenko. I mean, that would be a good fight, though. I'm not gonna sit here and cap and say Loma gets blown out or anything like that, but I think Devin Haney got a real solid chance to beat Lomachenko. And I think that's the next fight. Honestly, man, how I'm looking at this whole situation and this is a whole other topic, but this whole situation with George Cambosis, I feel like if Loma won that fight, Loma wouldn't fight Haney next, which is, to me, it's some bullshit because that should be the guy next in line.
You don't think so?
Right. I don't think so.
I think Loma would fight Devin Haney, to be honest with you, because Devin Haney had a chance, even though Loma gave up his belt to Devin Haney. Devin Haney had a chance to fight Lomachenko, and the first thing that came out of Devin Haney's mouth was, he ain't give me the fight, so I ain't gonna get him to fight. And to me, like at that time, if I was Loma, right, I don't know about the whole franchise situation and stuff, but we always said unification trump mandatory. Loma next fight was against T.O. for a unification bout. So when that whole franchise thing came out, I can't even really say he ducked Devin Haney. I just thought, the fight between him and Teofimo was supposed to be for undisputed. I mean, it was marketed in that way, but I guess when the whole franchise thing came out, to change the whole thing up.
And that's what I didn't understand about. It's just people not liking Loma. You could see the play the whole time. Loma's going to collect all the belts, and Bob Arum about to do undisputed. It was already in the works. So when Haney popped in the middle of that, well, Haney calling him out, but this fight, if you're paying attention to what's been going on in the division, this fight they're gonna do an in-house fight. And we just know that's how it's gonna go, but it's supposed to be for all the belts. So how can you duck one guy to fight the other guy who's more?
You got the thing though, Modest though, Haney was around prior to them making that fight. Like Haney was around chasing that Loma fight, and then he made the fight with Teofimo Lopez. Tio had just gotten Tio. If you remember the situation correctly, Tio was actually he had just got off of his fight with what's it called? Was it Nakatani? It was one of those fights. If you look
before
at
that
schedule,
it was before that. Teofimo was calling out Lomachenko when he was a little. How many fights
he was calling out Lomachenko even before he had a belt. Like he was,
but Tio had what 16, 15 fights at the time.
That's what I said. I think he's calling him out from 11 to 0.
So did Loma. Loma had they had around the same amount of fights. It's just that Teofimo, I think he was just coming out of the fight with Comey, and that's when they put the microphone in Lomachenko's face, and he was like, "Yes, of course, I'll fight Teofimo. It makes sense now. I mean, we go fight for undisputed."
Right.
Yeah, but the thing about it is like this, right? And I always say this when people bring this stuff up about Loma and Haney. If Loma had any intention of fighting Haney, then there would have been no reason for him to apply for franchise belt. And that's where this argument always go left, right? Because you could say, okay, well, Loma's going after bigger and better things, which honestly at the time, Devin Haney was a bigger name than Teofimo Lopez. So there was more money on the table. Okay. He was a bigger name than Teofimo Lopez. Haney was a mandatory at the time. Haney had a better record. You know what I mean? Why not fight Devin Haney, keep your belt, and then fight Teofimo Lopez and unify? So I mean, it's always one before two. So so just that in itself. But then when you add on to that, you're like, okay, well, you want to go and fight T.O. and you want to be unified, not undisputed, but unified because
exactly.
Right. But you say you want to be unified. Okay, cool. If that's the case, and you're like, well, I'm gonna beat him, then I'm gonna beat him. Why apply for the franchise belt, which we discussed earlier? It's a belt that literally helps you duck because it doesn't have mandatories.
And you can't transfer it. Well, you can now, but before, Teofimo should never been able to become, at least according to the original rules, he shouldn't have been able to become franchise.
Right. But, so that tells me that if Loma would have beat T.O. in that fight, he still wouldn't have fought Devin Haney after that. That's what that tells me. If
you remember what Eddie Hearn said, he was pushing for that fight because he wanted it to be on the zone. He was going to outbid Bob Arum. I put a lot of stock in the politics of it. Once that popped up, all of a sudden, it's like chain reaction. Soon as they got wind that Eddie Hearn was going to bid in the fight and get it on the zone, franchise. So now you still got to accept it. This is what I mean by you're a grown man. You got to live with your consequences. Lomachenko still accepted it, but Lomachenko's dad said Bob Arum is the one who actually applied for it and presented it to them. And Lomachenko was against it at first and then talked into it. So he still accepted it. But Bob Arum, it had more to do with, at least according to their side, Bob Arum didn't want to have to do business with Eddie Hearn because that's coming off of when Lomachenko got the belt when he fought for it against Luke Campbell, right? On the zone. And Bob Arum was livid that fight was on the zone.
That's interesting, though. That makes sense. But you know what? I mean, it still doesn't help Lomachenko's case.
Still don't.
Because at the end of the day, your promoter is you. That's your team. And if Bob Arum doesn't want to fight, I mean, we can speculate all day as far as why Bob didn't want to fight. And, okay, he didn't want to fight with the zone, but at the end of the day, these dudes wouldn't have gave Devin Haney his opportunity at that belt.
And that fight could have been ordered. The reason why it wasn't, and I think Bill Haney confirmed this, him and Suleiman was talking. I hate Suleiman. Him and Suleiman was talking about it. And Suleiman told Bill Haney to his face, well, if y'all wanted the Lomachenko fight so bad, why did y'all never petition for it when y'all could have forced the mandatory? And Bill Haney always outspoken. He didn't really have no comeback for that. So
Are you talking about why Devin Haney didn't petition the champion Lomachenko for a fight?
because he was a mandatory. So he said, "Why didn't y'all enforce our mandatory?"
He could have forced the mandatory,
and he didn't.
Well, to my understanding, I thought Devin Haney was in the middle of a tournament, right, for the whole tournament and then went out that tournament to become the actual mandatory.
Exactly.
But here's the thing, though, that whole argument don't make sense, because if Loma dropped the belt, how do you petition someone with no belt? And how do you petition somebody who applied for a franchise belt in which you can't petition to fight them?
Because you got to tell it in order, David. So that all happened, but it happened in a timeline. Before that 4-man tournament was ordered, what's your name again?
Bo, you talking about?
Bo, yeah. You're right. The 4-man tournament was ordered. Before that, though, I forget who was in line. Lomachenko beat somebody that was the mandatory, and Devin was ranked 2, right? I think he was ranked 2 before that 4-man tournament was ordered. It was a gap in time. That's what Suleiman was talking about with Bill. It was a gap in time that he could have applied to be the mandatory before that was ordered. So that's what everything is going. When you just tell a story and just throw all the facts together, it make it sound like, well, this happened for this reason, but in reality, things were happening in a chain reaction in a line. But I don't know. It just that when people just trying to make it seem like he ducked Devin, I don't see how you duck a guy to go unify the division. Like, and that's us acting like we don't understand the business. That's what I'm talking about earlier with Charlo when he called out Triple G. But if I say to you, show me a fight when his own promoters say they're not fighting off of Showtime, they're not fighting off of Fox. So to me, when I hear him calling out Triple G, that's a duck to me. But that's just me. Lomachenko's and Teofimo, we can say, well, he could have fought Haney, but the reality is he going to fight Teo, and Teo was in line technically first because that fight was already being set up anyway, and then Devin jumped in during the process of that because now I got an opportunity to fight you. Of course I'm gonna call you out. If you remember, he kept saying, don't go fight Teo. I want to fight Loma. I want to fight Loma. Don't go fight Teo. I want to fight Loma. That was the position he was taking. I'm your mandatory. How you not gonna fight me and I'm your mandatory? And you're gonna go fight Teofimo, and you can fight me, but you know, if you got to add all the context to the story. So Devin making it seem like Loma was ducking, when in reality, this is what was really going on the whole time. That's like when they kept using Crawford name. Spence not fighting Crawford. He told Crawford to his face, no, I got Sean Porter next, then I got this guy, then I got that guy. Then we'll think about you later. But y'all still selling the fight for Crawford Spence. That fight not really about to happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen either. And then at the time too, like Loma had not too long ago won the WBC, right? When he fought Luke Campbell. It was for a vacant title back in like August of that same year. Devin Haney was in that tournament, and then he becomes the mandatory of a couple of months later.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, the works was in for Loma and Teofimo anyway, because Teo was lined up to fight Richard Comey, which he got Richard Comey out of there, and then all of a sudden it's like, now we're going to set up this fight between Teo and Loma. But at the same time, that's when that whole pandemic done hit too.
Yep. And if you remember, Teofimo was originally ordered to be in that WBC 4-man tournament too, and he chose to go to IBF route. I think a lot of people missed that. He was originally supposed to be in that 4-man tournament too. So him and Haney would have fought.
Okay. Hey, everybody new in the building, man. Everybody make sure you hit that like button. And if you're new, make sure you subscribe one time. But again, the thing about this conversation, man, that just is crazy, because again, you mentioned it because you said, okay, you guys justify this and justify that. But again, when you got plans on fighting somebody, there's no need for you to apply for the franchise belt. I think that in itself is an admission of guilt. I can't go over the timelines with y'all because I'm not all the way. I don't remember it at this particular point in time. But when you apply for a belt, that is literally the reasoning for having the belt. and so you don't have to fight mandatories. That literally is an implication that you're not trying to fight whoever the mandatory is for the WBC, which at the time was Devin Haney. Lomachenko gave up his belt, gave it up, and applied for the franchise belt, which means that if he beat Teofimo Lopez, there was no Devin Haney fight afterwards because he's the franchise champion for the WBC, which is what they're promoting, what they promoted Teofimo Lopez to be after he won the belt, right? Undisputed champion at 140 pounds. They even took away the loss on Lomachenko's record, which I don't know, is unexplainable. I've never seen where they take loss from their record, in order to kind of promote this dude and make him seem like he's the best thing since sliced bread. Now, your timelines, I can't go against that right now. It look like I got some people in the comment section that don't like y'all timelines. So I'm about to read some comments in the second. But as far as him applying for the franchise belt right there, that tells me that Lomachenko had no intention, and I mean no intention of fighting Devin Haney. And to me that's like a duck. You know what I'm saying? When
you being real slick. You being real slick now. Because what you're saying essentially is, I don't care that you planning to fight Teofimo. You ain't fight Haney.
Okay, but I'm not. The thing is I don't. Okay, if you're telling me that was the plan all along, which I'm suspicious of in general, but if you're telling me that's the plan all along, fine. Okay, that was the plan. Fine. But it would be just like if Earl Spence said, just like how he said, oh, well, I'm gonna collect all my belts on the side of the street, right? And then I'm gonna fight Terence Crawford. And then Earl Spence decided he was gonna apply for the WBO franchise belt, right? So that way he could call himself undisputed without having to fight Terence Crawford. That's the same situation that it is with Lomachenko. Like, you're eliminating the reason why you would have to fight this guy in order to become the undisputed champion by applying for this franchise belt, and that's where everything falls apart for me in my mind. Because okay, fine, that was the plan. Okay, fine, it was the plan. But if it's the plan, why not fight Devin Haney and collect that other belt after the plan is complete?
Because Lomachenko don't have say over Bob Arum.
Not only that, I mean, but we gotta keep it fair, right? We always say unification trump mandatory. Now I do get the whole applying for the the franchise right now. Lomachenko was asked about that right before his fight with Richard Comey, and according to Lomachenko, he said he to his understanding he was thinking the franchise was like the WBA super champion.
He did say that.
Because I mean, if you think that the WBA, when they came out the WBA super champion, right? The WBA super champion at the time was the same thing as the franchise. You're not, you don't have to fight mandatories. And that's basically what Lomachenko was like. He said, I thought it was like the WBA super.
And I'm glad you made that point, because I used to say that as well. Anybody who held that WBA belt, you essentially don't have to be a champion because you don't have to fight mandatories. You could pick and choose who you want to fight and when you want to fight them. And you can't unify the regular. So you can only unify the WBA super, but you don't have to fight anybody. You just can fight whoever you want to fight. At least that's how it was. I think they're trying to change that now by consolidating the belts. But
the WBC just pick and choose and make rules up as they go. It's like they get an idea one day. Oh, let's do this. Like, doesn't that make sense? Oh, yeah. You know what? I don't like it no more. We're gonna take it away, and that's the problem with the franchise belt. They made the belt for Canelo. I feel like it was Canelo's idea. I feel like Canelo sent a text message to Mauricio Suleiman one day about, hey, what if we did a belt? And with the belt, I honestly feel like it was that, because it clearly wasn't thought out, clearly wasn't thought through
at all.
It didn't even introduced the belt in every weight class. It was only in one weight class for the longest, and then they introduced it in the second one. So
I'm sure if they could have called it the Canelo belt, they would have.
They might as well call it the Canelo belt.
Well, it was definitely with Canelo, because Canelo had a mandatory, right? Now Canelo, I guess his plan was, well, I want to move up, and who was the first fight? He really fought Rocky Fielding or something like that.
Yep.
And just so because he wasn't going to do undisputed with Andre, so the fact that he didn't do undisputed with Andre then the mandatory kicked in with Jamal Charlo, but he instead said, "Hey, I'm going to apply for the franchise, and I'm going to move up and fight a Rocky Fielding."
Hey, Bo, correct me if I'm wrong. I might be remembering this in the wrong order. Isn't that why Canelo and Oscar split? Because Canelo had the 3 belts and Andre's belt was left. Canelo had a mandatory with Deverenchenko for the IBF. Oscar, it was something in the lawsuit where Canelo was saying basically Oscar went behind his back and basically said, "We're gonna drop the IBF belt." Canelo got mad at him and said, I'm not fighting Deverenchenko and then having to fight Andre when I just had the belt, and we could have you basically made a decision on my approval, and that's the one time, like, if I wish that wouldn't happen, because then I can stand on 100%. There's absolutely no excuse. Canelo, you literally got all 3 belts, and then because remember he got stripped of the IBF, and then he went up to 168. I'm trying to remember all this. I think he got stripped because he didn't fight Deverenchenko, and then he said, "Fuck it, I'm going to 68," because the last belt was Andre, right?
Last belt was Andre.
That last belt was Andre, and that's what started the his own lawsuit and all that with Oscar, because he's like, "Man, fuck this shit," because he doing what he want to do, and I don't even need him in the first place. So I don't even, we end up hindsight realizing it wasn't even about his own. He just started the lawsuit with everybody so he can get from under Oscar.
Now, my thing with this is if he's accusing De La Hoya of making decisions without his knowledge, then that makes Canelo look bad, because apparently he basically said when his trainer manager was trying to make the fight with Macaboo, he's like, "Oh, I didn't know, but I just do whatever my manager said." But then when De La Hoya does it, all of a sudden he has a problem with it.
That's why I'm saying it had to be they was playing chess. They're trying to get from under Oscar. That's what it seemed like to me. Because you're right, that's the same exact thing.
Yeah. Well, all right, y'all, man. I'm about to go on here and wrap up the stream. I've been on here almost 5 goddamn hours. Oh my God, that's a full work shift, man. Let me read some of these comments real quick, man. Mango Juice 07 says Haney has the same effect on his opponent as Andrade. I would say quite as effective, but I do think that Devin Haney is definitely the kind of fighter that frustrates his opponents, gives them different looks, and has really good boxing skills. And I don't think he gets enough credit for his boxing skills, man. Devin Haney does, if it was that easy to beat Devin Haney, I mean, I'm pretty sure it would have been done already. And then the other thing is, his toughest fights in his career, I mean, Dust Point, Jojo Diaz and Jorge Linares, he beat him quite easily. Yeah, he got touched up in those fights, but he beat him quite easily. I mean, it wasn't really a contest like that. I mean, both of those fights, you probably would give at least 10 of those rounds to Devin Haney. But yeah, man, the Jimmer says not true. Aaron wanted to sign Haney to a multiple fight deal. That makes sense. These dudes playing politics, Bob Aaron was real tight about that, not being able to sign Devin Haney. And Devin Haney, man, and that's another thing that Devin Haney to me doesn't get enough credit for. His business acumen. Dude is young, but dude is making some real boss moves in his career. He's the highest paid lightweight, other than Tank. He's also a dude that is pretty much promotes himself. He has his own promotional company. He works in conjunction with Eddie Hearn and Matchroom. But at the end of the day, he's the promoter and he makes his own decisions. He can go his own route. That's what a lot of these dudes should be doing. Go ahead and partner up with the promotional company. I wonder how he was able to negotiate that deal.
He got his pops, man.
I mean,
one thing I will say though, I was looking at earlier today. I'm not sure if Devin Haney is the highest paid. I think the highest paid lightweight is Lomachenko. I looked at Lomachenko net worth. His net worth is like 10 million. I think Devin Haney is like 4 million, and Tank is only 5 million.
Interesting.
They've been pros. Nah, Lomachenko hasn't on there, man. I'm about to say they've been pros longer, bro.
But I feel like Lomachenko though, he's been just in the game longer. Lomachenko is he's had more than a few big fights. where he should have been paid at least 2 or 3 million for each fight.
Yeah, he's making, and then you got to think when it comes to top rank, right? They sign and got when you come out of the Olympics, right, and you're an accomplished Olympian, you're gonna come out with a bag. I mean, that dude Keyshawn Davis is already making millions of dollars, and that dude only had a few fights.
Yeah, they hit you over the head with a signing bonus when you sign with them. You know what I mean? You usually get endorsements. Usually they come along right with it as soon as you come out of the Olympics. Lomachenko's what, a two-time Olympian, two-time Olympic gold medalist, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, all the sponsorships from his country. I mean, he probably had a few million before he even had his first fight. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, so, and he's been doing it longer. He's been in the game longer than Devin Haney. But I mean, if you think about Devin Haney, you know, a dude that's kind of doing all these things himself, you know. Honestly, I kind of wish Crawford and Andre kind of handled their business a little bit like Devin Haney, man, because Devin Haney, he's getting to the bag. Essentially, he's getting the fights he wants for the most part. He's building his star power. He's building his profile. The dude has a real solid fan base for the most part. If he gets his fight with Cambosis and becomes undisputed, I mean, he controls that whole lightweight division. And now everything goes through Devin Haney, a dude who already promotes himself, a dude who's already in charge of his career for the most part. I mean, I just like the direction that Devin Haney's going. I wish Bud would have did that a few years ago, man. Honestly, we'll be having a lot of this shit. But yeah, let me move on to these comment sections. Mango Juice 07 says champions and mandatories want zero smoke with the boogeyman, Haney or Andrade. A lot of dudes are avoiding the Haney fight and Andrade fight. Absolutely. Fresh BX says Team Loma finessed the WBC. That's how. Haney was supposed to fight Campbell for that WBC. That Loma guy. Oh,
definitely was. He definitely was.
Okay. Then they finessed Devin out of his shot when he was Loma mandatory. See? And
Yes,
see, I don't be having all the facts like that. I'm just like looking at the franchise situation like, this don't look right. Because this dude wouldn't apply for no franchise belt if he was about that smoke, you know. But Fresh BX breaking it down for y'all real quick. You know what I mean? I wish I could have my boy on here, but I know he don't really do the lives. But you know, he breaking it down. Mango Juice 07 say Fresh BX, and I was mad as fuck when all that sneaky shit, political shit happened. Yep, absolutely. The Jimba says these statements are all off. The Jimba says Mango Juice says, well, state some facts. Absolutely. The Jimba says Loma already had an example of a franchise through Canelo. Okay. Mango Juice says, say something that isn't known already. Franchise number 2. All right. They're going back and forth for that, man. Comment section lit. First BX say Canelo wanted to fight Kovalev before he lost the belt. Before he got stripped. He was dragging his feet before the IBF mandatory. Always coming with the facts. Appreciate you, Fresh BX. Mango Juice 07 says, I meant Haney can't get unifications versus the top boxers in and or around his division as boo-boo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, it definitely seems, though, and you could argue, because I know how you go, Amadis. You could definitely argue that maybe they're not scared of him, that maybe it's political, you know, that because he's not signed to Top Rank or he's not signed to PBC, that they're just blocking him from certain fights. And then actually
Andre or Haney.
Both. Well, Mango Juice was actually making the statement about both Andrade and Haney. But
these situations different, but I get what you're saying.
I mean, there are similarities. It's different because Andrade is a little bit more flagrant in the fact that he's been around longer, and the fact that it's been years. These things have been going on with years, and for Haney, it's been more like months. You know, that's why I'm like, I think Haney was really like a student of the game. He really looked around and learned from everybody who was around him and what their situations was, and he kind of made the necessary adjustments early on to kind of get around certain bullshit. But it's very clear that for me, when I look at the situation of lightweights, these dudes are not keen on fighting Devin Haney. Teofimo Lopez did not want to fight Devin Haney. You know what I mean?
He was asking for $10 million.
Not even for 10 million, right? He did not. I mean, how do you explain that? You know what I mean? $10 million, even though your highest payday, I think at the time for Cambosis was what? I mean, not Cambosis. Teofimo Lopez at the time was what, $1 million, $2 million, if you recall correctly. It was $1 million, I think. I don't even think
I don't even think he made $1 million in that fight.
Which makes it even more worse. Like you're turning down what, $5 to $6 million from a Haney so that you can make what did he ended up making in the Cambosis fight? What, $2 million?
Well, he remember Triller.
So.
Yeah, remember Triller did the bid, so he was supposed to make like 5, 6.
Yeah,
and then Triller found out to be some frauds. So
because Devin Haney, that happened after the fact, and he didn't know that was going to happen like that, because Devin Haney put the bag on the table like, look, I got $5 million for you, or $6 million. I don't remember what the exact number was, but I got $5 or $6 million for you. Let's make the fight. You know what I mean? And he turned that down so he can go after Cambosis, which at the time I believe was only worth a few million for that fight that Bob Arum was going to pay for it. And then Triller came along and they ended up, juicing the bag up, but then he ended up sitting on the shelf for a year.
A year, right?
Go ahead.
No, so I was agreeing with you for a whole year, wasting a year of your career.
He wasted a whole year of his career because he was trying to avoid Devin Haney. And it's like, for what? This is the guy who has the belt, okay, the real WBC belt. This is the guy who's offering you the most money. Why would you do anything other than fight Devin Haney? Why you go into this fight with Cambosis? And this is why I call it a cherry pick, because it's noticeably an easier fight than the Devin Haney fight. Clearly, because you're turning down the bigger bag and the more credible fight in order to fight this dude Cambosis that you end up losing to. And Teofimo forever in my eyes will always be a clown because of that. You know what I mean? So,
but what you saying earlier about the business sense, from a business standpoint, from Lomachenko, you take your mandatory and you fight Haney. He got paid what, a couple million for Loma. He's gonna get paid I think 1.3 or something for Cambosis. Then you go get your bag versus Haney. Cambosis was supposed to be a light touch. Remember, nobody thought he had a chance. So I get what you're saying. Always when people are quick to say unifications trump mandatories, that's also with the notion that all of the sanctioning bodies agree to the unification bout or the undisputed bout. I believe, somebody again fact check me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to remember all this. IBF wasn't playing ball, and they was saying that this mandatory hasn't been met for X amount of time. So he had to fight Cambosis. I believe, again, fact check me. But I just want to go do my homework real quick. I ain't trying to get off King David. Canelo, that fight with Derevyanchenko, I think it was BX that said that, the zone wouldn't approve that fight. That's when he started looking at Kovalev. And then they turned around and said, well, we will approve the fight because Canelo's Canelo. Of course, they're going to let him get his way eventually. And then that's when the BS with Oscar De La Hoya happened. And then that's when he ended up taking the Kovalev fight, and then the lawsuit happened. So originally, they wouldn't approve the Derevyanchenko fight.
Okay.
Hey, I just did I don't know how accurate these numbers are, but they say Tank is the pay-per-view or superstar or whatever, and I'm looking at it.
That's funny.
And I see that not only is Loma worth more than him, Ryan Garcia, the one that been just talking about fighting and not fighting nobody, he's worth more than Tank.
Well, Ryan
and Devin is actually worth more than Tank too.
Well, Ryan Garcia is like an Instagram, like he make money on Instagram. He probably make more money on Instagram than he do fighting.
Yeah, that is true.
He's like, well, should I fight this year? I don't feel like it. You know what I mean? Like that's his mentality. Like he need a mile. He just going to retire. Ryan Garcia
to start a modeling career, some shit.
Yeah, absolutely. For real, do something like that. As for the Tank thing, that's very interesting that both Loma and Devin are worth more than Tank. That's very interesting. And you know what? This just goes to show you all this PBC talk, because we hear it time and time again, right? Big Fish, Earl Spence, BBC, blah blah blah. These dudes are making so much money, but when you check the receipts, I mean, it's nowhere to be found. All this money that they're quote unquote making.
But you know, Adrian Broner said they get paid in stipends, so
wow,
they don't even get all their money. You know what I'm saying?
that is crazy. Wow.
Dude, you don't remember that? You don't remember that Instagram post he made?
Do remember that 10,000 or something like that. He was getting a week or something like that.
It was 1,000.
It was 1,000 a week. Nah, it wasn't 1,000.
For man, I gotta go double check that. I could have swore somebody's getting 1,000 a week, and they had just made a $2 million purse or something crazy like that.
I think Adrian it was getting like 10,000 a week or something like that, or 10,000 something like that. I thought it was.
Either way, that's wild though. Because remember after the Pacquiao fight, they had a video of him going down the hallway with his check in his hand, mad as fuck.
Wow! And people want Bud to sign to the PBC? Are y'all crazy?
If you
to the PBC, what the hell?
That's why I be laughing at that joint, man. They, you know, they shit on Bud, and then they be saying, "Yo, Bud, you need to go sign for the PBC to get that fight." And I'm like, I don't even see that fight happening, even if he did sign to it. I mean, the Keith Thurman and Earl Spence fight didn't even happen yet. You got Gary Russell that been put on a shelf. You know what I'm saying? Just because he wanted to fight Tank and Leo Santa Cruz, so they shelved that dude.
Cause he started speaking out about Al. And if y'all remember recently Floyd was talking about how he beat Canelo easy and all that. That was after the Plant fight. So of course it's all speculation. I guess it depends on who your sources is. Apparently Al Heyman got control of some of Floyd's money, and now some of Floyd's money was put up to pay Canelo. And so because Canelo just dipped on him after the fight and ain't signed with the PBC, that made Floyd react like that and start bad mouthing Canelo. So it looks like from what people are saying, Al Heyman basically got control of everybody's money, and he pays them out in increments. Wow. And so that's why a lot of these undercards, or he can't pay the fighters. So the hoodwink is I'm gonna put everybody on pay-per-view, and then we're gonna just hope that the public pay the fighters. Wow. If you notice, nobody really getting over $1 million purse.
And not to mention, they PBC got too many damn fighters. Yeah. Like they've been shelving dudes. I was watching the Boxer Voice the other day, where the old boy Big Shot Shaw said he was shelved for years. Like he had to get out under that PBC joint. But he said he was shelved, and his father ended up coming out like, "Yo, why you're not putting my son in fights?" And then they try to blackball Big Shot Shaw. So I think he ended up getting with Lou DiBella and going over with Top Rank and stuff.
Yeah, I seen that interview as well. It's just it don't even make. That's why I don't side with no promoter, because really they all for the. But
it's a business at the end of the day. But they take it to the next level with all the fucking crookery that they fucking do. Fresh BX dropping knowledge as usual, per usual. He says, very knowledgeable people on the show. This was refreshing to listen to. A lot of the BS and most boxing conversations you hear on YouTube. Absolutely, man. You know, we try to keep it boxing on here, man, and try to come with the facts and real objective perspectives. But at the same time, man, we try to debunk a lot of the myths and the fanboy talking points at the same time too, because I'm super anti-fanboy, man. I mean, I might get me a whole fucking sweatshirt.
Because I really could not to cut you. I really come on here to message you, but to be honest with you, I don't even like talking to the Canelo fans because it's not even logic based. It ain't fact based. It ain't nothing. It's just he shit go, and that's it.
You know what I mean? It's exactly. It's the same talking points. It's to the point where the first sentence that comes out of their mouth, I can already tell that they're a Canelo fanboy. Like I'm like, okay, this is a Canelo fanboy I'm talking to. Let me go ahead and troll them back because they coming on here to troll any goddamn way. I already know what time it is though.
Yo, that's why I be having like with the dude Everybody Fit Andre on here. Yo, that's why like when I be going to certain channels, man, I be loving how he be going at these dudes, right? Because he'll put out something, then they try to troll him, and he just troll them back.
Yep.
And they can't stand it because he be giving them the business in the comment section and shit. I be like, damn. I be laughing my ass off and whatnot.
Yeah, he be giving them that work, man. It do be a sight to behold, man. Shout out to everybody fears Android, man. I be seeing them. It be refreshing because sometimes I go to a video and it'll just be a regular video, man. Andrade doing a interview talking about his family, like, hey, man, you know what I mean? We went to Disney World, and then you'll look in the comment section and it'll be like, doo-doo is poo-poo. It'll be some stupid ass shit like that, and I'll be like, what the fuck? You know, and then you'll see him in the comment section and you be ripping that dude a new asshole. And you know, that's we need out here, man. Just dudes right here that just at the end of the day, like as fight fans, man, we want to see the best fights. We want to see the best prove that they're the best. You know what I mean? Because to me, you can't call yourself the best if you ain't fight the best competition, you know? So I mean, that's just me 100%, man. You'll never hear me saying that Andrade shouldn't fight this person, or Haney shouldn't fight this person, or Bud shouldn't fight this person, or Floyd shouldn't fight this person. No, if they good competition, if they're a tough opponent, and they're gonna get some credibility for fighting them, yeah, then they need to go on and get him in the ring. I wanted that Yanbek fight to happen. I wanted Andrade to beat the shit out of Yanbek and shut dudes up talking about, you know, all this capping for Yanbek, like they did with Liam Williams, when people were doing all that capping for Liam Williams, and Andrade beat the shit out of that dude, and then I came back on here and I was like, well, what y'all got to say now? And I didn't hear nobody talking about, well, Andrade is a great fighter, or he should be on the pound for pound list after that performance. No, all we got was Andrade beat up another nobody. You know what I mean? So it's just like, you know, stop the cap, man. As I say on my other videos, stop all that capping shit, bro. You know what I mean? But Fresh BX with more knowledge is go listen to a telecast of hashtag Andrade Selecki, and you'll hear them talking about Canelo wanting Kovalev. That was 6/29/19, and Canelo got stripped by the IBF in August. That boy coming with some receipts on you.
Yo, Fresh BX be on it, man.
Fresh BX is another one that be on it, man. He be in these comment sections too. Him and everybody fears Android. If I see them in there, I ain't even gotta comment nothing. I know they got it. I'm like, all right, Fresh BX there. He handling that shit, all that fanboy shit they talking over there. But yeah, you know. But yeah, he coming with it. Mango Juice 07 in the building says every time Haney was ducked, the fighter either got their ass whooped or had a mental breakdown. Noma, T-Ho, Tuna Cats, and a lump Ali voice. Lord, boy. I'm trying to tell you, comment section lit out here, man. But you know, but yeah, man, I'm finna go ahead and wrap this up, man. Closing remarks, man. I'm gonna go ahead and start with you, Amadis. Go ahead and give me your closing remarks.
I was just gonna say, it's always fun when I get on with you. Thank you for having me on. And I just want to concur the point you was making. See, that's what people be missing. Yeah, you're a fan of, you know, certain fighters, but nothing trumps you being a fan of boxing. And a lot of these people they don't even be fans of boxing. They just be having crush on men.
Right. I swear these dudes have like little shirts on, you know what I mean? Like they wear a shirt of the man face under their clothes, and you know, at all times. Yeah, it's crazy. But go ahead, continue, man. I can cut you off and shit.
Oh no, that's all I had to say. I'm about to get ready to go check on out too. So
I hear you, fam. I'm finna go get something to eat. Bold on you, man. Closing remarks. What's up?
Hey, man. Thanks for inviting me on, man. It's definitely it's a great channel, man. I be listening to like a lot of the videos, especially when I'm at work and stuff like that, man. I be, you know, be on the computer and then I just put the headphones on. I just listen to some boxing. I go to like a lot of videos you be playing and stuff. So I'll be doing like some catch up like that. And then, you know, certain other channels as well, man. So definitely I like the, you know, how you know, you're unbiased, you know, in your videos and stuff like that. And then you just be dropping knowledge and dropping facts and whatnot. So I definitely appreciate that, man.
Oh, man, appreciate you for listening, man, and continue to listen, man. You got a boxing channel too, man. Why don't you go ahead and plug that for the people out there listening, man? What's the channel? And you could also drop it in a comment after the show. If you drop it in the live, I know they probably ain't gonna have access. You could drop it in the live chat too, but you could drop it in the comment section too, you know. I ain't gonna spam it. And I don't know if you got a channel or modest you want to plug on here too. You know what I mean? Feel free.
Yeah, my channel is bold and understanding. Just all words. Just BOLD space AND and then space understanding. And I got some boxing content on there as well. I definitely I did a couple of videos recently. I ain't really up on the whole editing thing yet. I'm still trying to mess around with that. I just play like some videos and I just get my talking points on it and stuff. So if anybody ever want to come check out the channel, please do. And I try to keep it as unbiased as possible. But I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. All right, man. I just want to thank everybody who was able to join us today. Everybody who gonna watch the playback. I appreciate y'all for especially if you listening to the playback and you rock with us for 5 hours and 14 minutes. Appreciate y'all, man. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. Everybody hit that like button, man. But we gonna holler at you on the next one, man. Peace.